active in his environment, Bernstein realized that he could not simply throw Marxism overboard. Its appeal was too great and its influence too profound. It was necessary to proceed more cautiously, by way of modernizing and revising Marxism. In pursuing his goal thus deviously, Bernstein found the breakdown theory one of his most convenient points of attack. His argument runs somewhat as follows. One of Marx's doctrines was the inevitable and catastrophic breakdown of capitalism. It goes without saying that Bernstein was unable to adduce proof of this. In the light of economic developments since Marx's death, growth of the world market, rise of cartels, perfection of the credit system, etc., the theory of catastrophic breakdown is no longer tenable and must be abandoned. In its place we must recognize a ameliorative trend in capitalist development. The severity of crises diminishes, class struggles grow less sharp, etc. Characteristically, Bernstein establishes the ameliorative trend in a purely descriptive fashion. And now comes the real point of the argument. Revolutionary tactics are justified only on the assumption that capitalism will break down and that the continued existence of society will absolutely demand a new economic order. In this case, of course, whatever is necessary at the time will also be justified. But if, as Bernstein believed, capitalist breakdown is the outcome not of real capitalist development but of an outworn theory, it follows that all excuse for revolution has vanished. In reality, peaceful and gradual elimination of the evils of capitalism is possible. It is therefore also politically expedient and morally right. In this way Bernstein comes to the same positive conclusion as his Fabian contemporaries in England who, because of a different intellectual heritage, were able to take the wisdom of gradualism for granted without going through the laborious preliminary of revising Marx. The reaction of the orthodox Marxists to Bernstein's attack was by no means uniform. The first full-dress counterblast to his economic arguments was delivered by Heinrich Kuhnau in the official theoretical organ of the Social Democratic Party. This effort is interesting chiefly for its title, On the Breakdown Theory. 6. That Marx and Engels believed in the breakdown of capitalism was taken for granted by Kuhnau. He makes no effort, however, to give specific content to the concept. Indeed, as the term is most frequently used, it appears merely to stand for the opposite of Bernstein's cheerful predictions about the future of economic conditions under capitalism. As for Kuhnau's own ideas on the progressive deterioration of economic conditions, there is nothing but a crude shortage of markets theory, which might find support in certain of Engels' popular writings but which has no foundation in Marx. Koskai's reaction to Bernstein was quite different from that of Kuhnau. Instead of debating the issue of capitalist breakdown on its merits, Koskai attempted to pooh-pooh it out of existence. Marx and Engels had no breakdown theory in Bernstein's sense of the great, all-embracing economic crisis as the unavoidable way to socialist society. 7. On the contrary, though they believed that economic conditions must get worse under capitalism, the essential and original element in their theory was that the decisive factor bringing about the transition to socialism would be the growing power and maturity of the proletariat. 8. As to the tactics of the social democratic movement, Koskai rejected Bernstein's gradualism in favor of maximum flexibility. It is necessary to be armed for every eventuality. Social democracy reckons with crisis as with prosperity, with reaction as with revolution, with catastrophes and with slow, peaceful development. 9. Bernstein had sought to wield the breakdown theory as a club over the heads of the orthodox Marxists. Koskai's attempt to rob the weapon of its potency was singularly unsuccessful. Increasingly, the revisionist offensive took the form of disproving the inevitability of capitalist breakdown. The other side of the coin was always the endless expansibility of capitalism and hence the wickedness and destructiveness of revolution. We have already had occasion to examine at some length Tugin Baranowski's contribution to the revisionist case from the economist's standpoint. It is certainly the most interesting. According to Tugin, Marx had not one but two breakdown theories, one resting on the failing tendency of the rate of profit and the other on underconsumption. Tugin thought that he had succeeded in disproving both of these theories. His final conclusion, therefore, was that the breakdown of capitalism was in no sense an economic necessity. Mankind will never achieve socialism as a gift of blind, elementary economic forces but must, conscious of its goal, work for the new order and struggle for it. 10. The problem was thus relegated to a far-off time when mankind should at last be ready to adopt socialism. Tugin never attempted to distinguish between breakdown theory and crisis theory. A chapter entitled Marx's Theory of Crises in his earlier work on the theory and history of crises corresponds closely in content to a chapter entitled The Breakdown of the Capitalist Economic Order in the later book On the Principles of Marxism. Apparently Tugin believed that Marx's theory envisaged a steady increase in the severity of crises so that eventually one of breakdown intensity would be sure to occur. In essentials this view is probably not far removed from that of Bernstein. Needless to say it does not provide a very specific or readily usable concept of breakdown. In criticizing Tugin's views Konrad Schmidt, Revis Iones T., made a valuable contribution to the breakdown controversy. Taking it for granted that Marx and the Marxists had a breakdown theory, Schmidt attempted to show that its essential core was underconsumption. It is from this point of view that the theory that capitalism is hastening toward a general economic catastrophe may be developed most simply and clearly. General economic catastrophe apparently meant to Schmidt what breakdown did to Bernstein, a very severe all-embracing economic crisis. The argument, which is developed with admirable clarity, is worth quoting at some length. Do not the capitalists, by their opposition to all wage increases, conduct a struggle which has the tendency to keep the income, hence also the purchasing power of the masses, as low as possible, while they, the capitalists, on the other hand, raise their own income and therewith the mass of accumulated capital seeking productive investment in rapidly increasing progression? Will, under such circumstances, the increase in consuming power be able to keep step with the tempo of capital accumulation? And if not, must not then the sale of commodities become always more difficult the more consumption demand, the basis of production, lags behind the rapidly increasing accumulation of capital and expansion of production, with only export, unproductive state expenditures, etc., to slow down the process? In this way, then, capitalism will tend to create in and of itself a steadily growing state of overproduction. Intensified competition on the market as a result of the growing difficulty of sales would have a tendency to manifest itself in a growing pressure on prices and therewith in a fall of the rates of return or of the average rate of profit, a fall in consequence of which the capitalist mode of production becomes even for the majority of private entrepreneurs ever more unprofitable and risky, while at the same time the labor market gets progressively worse for the workers, and the ranks of the industrial reserve army swell ever more terribly. The path of development of capitalist society would thus be likewise the path to its own bankruptcy. The transition to a new socialist order would be prescribed by a forced situation Zhuang's of society itself. 11. As a description of the tendency to underconsumption, this is excellent. The weakness of Schmidt's analysis is nevertheless obvious. He treats the falling rate of profit and the growing industrial reserve army as derivative from underconsumption instead of as parallel tendencies of capitalist development. On this basis he is able to reject the whole breakdown theory along with its revolutionary implications. 4. If all the difficulties of capitalism spring from underconsumption, then they can all be eliminated by sufficiently raising the purchasing power of the masses. Thus, asks Schmidt, how can one determine in advance the degree to which the laboring masses may be able, through trade union and political struggles against the capitalists, to raise their income, and hence definitive consumption demand? How, thus, can one predict that the increase in workers' income must always necessarily lag behind the income increase and the accumulation of the capitalist class, which indeed was the basis of this entire prophecy of catastrophe? 12. According to this view, the program of the reformist socialists was calculated to keep capitalism going indefinitely. Eventually, Schmidt believed in common, With his fellow revisionists, the working class would be strong enough and educated enough to achieve socialism without the spur of intolerable economic conditions. Unfortunately, the Enton argument overlooks the direct relation which exists between wages and the rate of profit. Schmidt proposes to overcome the tendency to underconsumption by speeding up the falling tendency of the rate of profit. We already know that either is capable of causing crises, so far as capitalist breakdown is concerned. If indeed we really have to reckon with such an eventuality, there seems little reason to suppose that the one is ultimately less dangerous than the other. In 1902, Koski published his longest and most important contribution to crisis theory in the form of a review article 18 criticizing Tugin's book, Theory and History of Commercial Crises in England. This time the issues involved in the break-down theory, though not the term itself, receive substantial treatment at Koski's hands, nearly a third of the whole article being devoted to investigating the question whether and to what extent the character of crises is changing, whether they display a tendency to disappear or to become milder, as several revisionists, in agreement with liberal optimists, still insisted 2 or 3 years ago. 14. Drawing on Tugin's own descriptive and statistical material, Koski comes to a clear-cut answer. One can say in general that crises are becoming ever more severe and extensive in scope. 1.5. Moreover, theoretical considerations lead him to believe that capitalism is headed for a period of chronic depression. According to our theory, this development is a necessity, and it is proved by this alone that the capitalist method of production has limits beyond which it cannot go. There must come a time, and it may be very soon, when it will be impossible for the world market even temporarily to expand more rapidly than society's productive forces, a time when overproduction is chronic for all industrial nations. Even then, up and down swings of economic life are possible and probable, a series of technical revolutions, which devalue a mass of existing means of production and call forth large-scale creation of new means of production, the discovery of rich new gold fields, etc., can even then for a while speed up the pace of business. But capitalist production requires uninterrupted, rapid expansion if unemployment and poverty for the workers and insecurity for the small capitalists are not to attain an extremely high pitch. The continued existence of capitalist production remains possible, of course, even in such a state of chronic depression, but it becomes completely intolerable for the masses of the population. The latter are forced to seek a way out of the general misery, and they can find it only in socialism. I regard this forced situation zwangslage as unavoidable if economic development proceeds as heretofore, but I expect that the victory of the proletariat will intervene in time to turn the development in another direction before the forced situation in question arrives, so that it will be possible to avoid the latter. 16. The analysis on which this conclusion rests leaves much to be desired. The conclusion itself, however, is very much superior in saying just what it means to earlier versions of the breakdown theory. In place of a cataclysmic but very loose and indefinite conception of capitalist breakdown, we have here for the first time a definite and clear-cut picture of chronic depression. Temporary upswings are still possible, and anything like the automatic disappearance of capitalism is out of the question, but growing economic hardships drive the people on to seek a way out, and, so far as the great majority is concerned, the only hope of salvation lies in a socialist direction. To be sure, Koski expresses the belief that what, in his polemic against Bernstein, he had called the power and maturity of the proletariat will be strong enough to bring on socialism before capitalism has degenerated to such a sorry state of affairs. But whether this should prove true or not is now seen, as it was not in the earlier work, to be irrelevant to the fundamental economic tendencies of capitalist production, for Koski was far from sharing Schmidt's complacent view that the struggle of the proletariat against the capitalists would operate to remove the barriers to capitalist expansion. Whether or not Koski's theory of chronic depression should be classified as a version of the breakdown theory is a debatable question. At any rate, from the point of view of bearing on practical questions of strategy and tactics, there is a close similarity. Koski closes his article with an admirably clear discussion of the relation between his theory and the tactics of the socialist movement. The revisionists, he says, would change social democracy from a party of proletarian class struggle into a democratic party of socialist reforms. Such a revival of the old petty bourgeois democracy can be regarded as possible only by those who believe that the class antagonism between the proletariat and the possessing classes is growing steadily weak. R. 17. Koski points out, however, that the conception of amelioration of class antagonisms is incompatible with our theory of crises. If the latter is correct, the capitalist mode of production is headed for a period of continuous depression, and if the proletariat does not conquer political power sooner, economic development must intensify class antagonisms right up to the time when the state of continuous depression is reached. 18. Moreover, not only domestic class struggles but also international conflicts become ever more severe, since, as the state of chronic depression approaches, each nation strives to expand its share of world trade at the expense of others, to which end the chief means are colonial conquest, protective tariffs, and cartels, and the result is a steady sharpening of the antagonisms among the great industrial states. 19. The only path for the proletariat to pursue, therefore, is the path of class struggle, making use of the knowledge which sound theory can provide and resolutely turning away from the illusions of revisionist gradualism. Crises, conflicts, catastrophes, catastrophin of all kinds, it is this lovely alliteration that the course of development places in prospect for the next decades. Just as so many dreams have gone up in smoke in the last few years, the dream of the elimination of crises through catastrophes, the dream of an unnoticed, peaceful, step-by-step conquest of political power through experiments a la Milrand, and finally the dream of the saturation of the English ruling class with the socialist spirit. So the events of the coming years will lead to the disappearance of that dream that now floats before our eyes, that wars and catastrophes are a thing of the past, while before us stretches ahead the level road of peaceful, quiet progress. 20. 7. Louis B. Bowman. For a full decade after the appearance of Tigan's book and the important review articles of Schmidt and Koski, no strikingly new points of view were introduced into the breakdown controversy. Writing his theoretical principles of Marxism in 1905, Tigan noted, with evident disapproval, that nearly all socialists, whatever their differences might be, were in general agreement that there must come a time when overproduction will become chronic, and the capitalist economic order will break down because of the impossibility of finding outlets for its newly accumulated capital. 21. Tigan was certainly exaggerating the extent of agreement among socialists, his attempt to portray Schmidt as a breakdown theorist, and in this way to give the impression that the view in question enjoyed support even among the revisionists, was little more than a debating trick. Among the orthodox Marxists, however, there undoubtedly was little serious difference of opinion at this time. Out of the ferment of the Bernstein debates had come a relatively stabilized version of orthodox Marxist theory. As regards crises and capitalist breakdown, it followed closely the views which Koski had put forward in 1902. Louis B. Boudin was an adequate spokesman of this period of theoretical stabilization. His book, The Theoretical System of Karl Marx, 1907, while containing little new or original, is nonetheless a substantial work which summarizes better than any other the theoretical views held by the accredited representatives of international socialism in the first decade of the century. In crisis theory, Boudin accepted a crude underconsumption explanation. He was confident that crises must grow more severe and that there were definite objective limits to the expansibility of capitalism. He even speaks of the purely economico-mechanical breakdown of the capitalist system. 22. He was not inclined, however, to emphasize the breakdown problem. His general position is more adequately expressed in the following passage. According to the Marxian philosophy, a system of production can only last as long as it helps, or at least does not hinder, the unfolding and full exploitation of the productive forces of society, and must give way to another system when it becomes a hindrance, a fetter, to production. That a system has become a hindrance, and a fetter to production when it can only exist by preventing production, and by wasting what it has already produced, goes without saying. Such a system cannot therefore last very long, quite irrespective of the purely mechanical possibility or impossibility of its continuance. Such a system has become historically impossible, even though mechanically it may still be possible. 28. The similarity between this view and that expressed by Koski in his criticism of Tagan is apparent. In general, it can be said that Boudin's analysis is distinguishable from that of Koski only by the more markedly primitive character of its underconsum 10 MSM. After Boudin, the breakdown issue tended to fade into the background of theoretical controversy. Hilferding, who was 202 the breakdown controversy, much influenced by Tagan, declared that economic breakdown is in no sense a rational conception, 24, but he did not elaborate on the theme. Nor did Koski, in writing a long review of Hilferding, feel called upon to raise the issue. Koski, indeed, was in no mood for sterile controversy. Theoretical though not practical revisionism has been defeated, and we Marxists can devote all our energy and time to the great task of building up and adapting to recent times the structure which our masters left behind in incomplete form. 25 All was quiet on the theoretical front, but it was not long to remain so. Hardly more than a year after Koski had written these lines, Rosa Luxemburg set off a bomb in the midst of the complacent theorists of social democracy. The reaction was one of shock, surprise and ill-concealed rage. 8 Rosa Luxemburg attempted to prove that capital accumulation is impossible in a closed capitalist system. Marx's failure to understand this was due to the unfinished state of his work. She would now supply the missing proof, close the most important remaining gap in the Marxian system, and in this way explain the hitherto inexplicable phenomena of modern imperialism. At the heart of the problem of capital accumulation, according to Rosa Luxemburg, lies the realization of surplus value. In simple reproduction, the realization of surplus value presents no difficulties, it is all sold to capitalists for their own consumption. But in expanded reproduction, matters are different. The value of all commodities, and hence of the total social output, consists of constant capital plus variable capital plus surplus value. The constant capital is realized through the replacement purchases of capitalists themselves. The variable capital is realized through the expenditure by workers of their wages, so much is clear. But how is it with surplus value? A part is purchased by the capitalists for their own consumption, another part they wish to accumulate, and here is the difficulty, here is the demand for the accumulated surplus value. 26 The capitalists certainly cannot realize the surplus value which they wish to accumulate by selling it to workers, for the latter exhaust their wages in reales. The variable capital. They cannot sell it to themselves for consumption, for then we should be back in simple reproduction. Who, then, can be the taker or consumer for the social portion of commodities, the sale of which is a necessary prerequisite of capital accumulation? 27 It might be thought that the part of surplus value in question exists in the form of additional means of production which the capitalists buy from each other and in this way make accumulation possible. But, then, who would buy the still larger quantity of goods produced in the following period? If it is answered that THLSJUST keeps up forever, then we have before us a merry-go-round which revolves around itself in empty air. That is not capitalist accumulation, i.e. heaping up of money capital, but the opposite, production for the sake of production, thus, from the standpoint of capital, utter nonsense. 28 By this reasoning Rosa Luxemburg concludes that the problem which she has posed is insoluble and that the only way out is to drop the assumption with which she started, namely, the assumption of a closed system made up exclusively of capitalists and workers. Having done this, she proceeds to argue that the part of surplus value which is to be accumulated can be realized only by sale to non-capitalist consumers, that is to say, to consumers who are altogether outside the capitalist system, either because the country in which they live is still untouched by capitalism, or because the section of the population to which they belong, e.g. peasants, still lives on the level of simple commodity production. The very process of expansion, however, draws these backward nations and strata of the population into the orbit of capitalism. Eventually they will all be absorbed, and when this occurs, the theoretical impossibility of a closed capitalism will manifest itself in practice. The system will break down of its own accord. On the basis of this theory, imperialism emerges as a striving on the part of all capitalist nations to get control over as much as possible of the still remaining non-capitalist world, and high protective tariffs appear as the means by which each seeks to bar the others from access to its own internal non-capitalist market. Thus the most striking phenomena of the latest stage of 204 capitalist development are explained as arising from the approaching exhaustion of the non-capitalist market. By the same token, they are shown to be harbingers of the impending breakdown of capitalism, which no power in the world can stave. Rosa Luxemburg's theory is open to criticism from several different angles. One error in particular, however, overshadows the rest. In discussing expanded reproduction, she implicitly retains the assumptions of simple reproduction. The dogma, which she never questions for a moment, that the consumption of workers can realize no surplus value, implies that the total amount of variable capital, and hence also the consumption of workers, must always remain fixed and constant as in simple reproduction. Actually, accumulation typically involves adding to variable capital, and when this additional variable capital is spent by workers, it realizes a part of the surplus value which has the physical form of consumption goods. Since Rosa Luxemburg did not understand this, it seemed to her that consumption could not increase within the framework of capitalism. From this it was a short step to the conclusion that additions to the stock of means of production could have no function whatever. Given her premise about the constancy of consumption, this would undoubtedly be correct. It could be denied only by one who believed in the complete independence of production and consumption. Lotigan Baranowski, continued additions to means of production would then indeed be a merry-go-round which revolves around itself in mid-air. Since, however, the constancy of consumption rests on nothing more substantial than Rosa Luxemburg's own illogical inflexibility, the whole theory collapses like a house of cards. Bukharin's witty remark is still the most telling criticism of her theoretical structure. If one excludes expanded reproduction at the beginning of a logical proof, he wrote, it is naturally easy to make it disappear at the end. It is simply a question of the simple reproduction of a simple logical error. 29. Beside the fundamental error involved in misunderstanding and misusing reproduction schemes, other weaknesses and confusions in Rosa Luxemburg's thinking are of subsidiary importance. For present purposes it is only necessary to point out that if the analysis were correct in denying the possibility of accumulation in a closed system, her non-capitalist consumers could in no way change the situation. It is not possible to sell to non-capitalist consumers without also buying from them. So far as the capitalist circulation process is concerned, the surplus value cannot be disposed of in this way. It can at best change its form. Who is to buy the commodities imported from the non-capitalist environment? If there could have been, as a matter of principle, no demand for the exported commodities, there can be just as little a demand for the imported commodities. The whole distinction between capitalist and non-capitalist consumers is, in this context, quite irrelevant. If the dilemma were a real one, it would prove more than she bargained for. It would demonstrate, not the approaching breakdown of capitalism, but the impossibility of capitalism. Rosa Luxemburg, unlike the Narodniki in Russia a decade and a half earlier, had much too keen a sense of economic and political realities to follow her logic to such an absurd conclusion. She was never in danger, in Lenin's phrase, of fleeing from an unpleasant but undoubted reality into the cloud world of romantic fantasies. She saved herself, however, only by the doubtful expedient of inventing a false solution to a specious problem. On the whole, the accumulation of capital is devoted to theoretical analysis, and only incidentally to the drawing of political inferences. Nevertheless, Rosa Luxemburg expressed the hope in a foreword that, outside of its purely theoretical interest, the work might have some significance for our practical struggle against imperialism, and she left no doubt about what she regarded as the general character of its political implications. The more violently capital, through military methods in the outer world, and also at home, cleans out non-capitalist elements. 206. And depresses the living conditions of all working people, the more does the day-by-day history of capital accumulation on the world stage become transformed into a continuous chain of political and social catastrophes and convulsions which, together with periodic economic catastrophes in the form of crises, will make impossible the continuation of accumulation and will make necessary the rebellion of the international working class against the domination of capital even before the latter smashes itself against its own self-created economic barriers. 30. The reception accorded to the accumulation of capital in the social democratic press was a genuine surprise to its author. She expected all Marxists to be convinced by her arguments, to say that hers was the only possible and thinkable solution to the problem. 3.1. Instead, most of the reviewers were sharply critical, more than that they were openly hostile. The review in the Vorwärts, official party newspaper, presents a strange appearance even to the reader unfamiliar with the material, but it is even stranger when account is taken of the fact that the criticized book is of a purely theoretical character, polemicizes against no living Marxist, and sticks strictly to its job. 32. Unfavorable reviews were not the end of the matter. Anyone who praised the book felt the displeasure of the Rudy higher UPS, only those who criticized it could be considered experts. An unprecedented and in itself somewhat comic performance, she thought. The reaction of the official spokesman of Social Democracy to Rosa Luxemburg's book did not include any significant theoretical contributions and is interesting chiefly for the state of mind which it revealed. In the German movement, fear of revolution had by now become quite as characteristic of the orthodox as of the revisionist. It was still fashionable to talk revolution to take place sometime in the indefinite future. For this purpose, paradoxically enough, one needed a theory which could guarantee capitalism's lasting power. Hence all breakdown theories had to be combated and the indefinite expansibility of capitalism, regarded simply as an economic system, had to be affirmed. Revolution could then be treated as a deliberate act of the proletariat for which, however, the proletariat would be a very long time preparing. In practice this position is indistinct. 207. Distinguishable from that of the revisionists and diametrically opposed to that of Rosa Luxemburg. Small wonder that she was regarded as a dangerous and irresponsible woman. In spite of serious analytical errors and notwithstanding the hostility of official Marxism, Rosa Luxemburg was a more genuine Marxist than any other member of the German movement. As a historical materialist, if not as an economic theorist in the narrower sense, she stood head and shoulders above her critics. She wrote, "If we assume, along with the experts, the limitlessness of capital accumulation, then the solid soil of objective historical necessity is cut from under the feet of socialism. We take refuge in the fog of pre-Marxian systems and schools which pretend to derive socialism out of the mere injustice and wickedness of the present world and out of the mere revolutionary will of the working class." 83. Unlike Marx, Rosa Luxemburg, in rejecting the limitlessness of capital accumulation, set up a concept of mechanical breakdown. But this is, after all, a relatively minor difference of opinion when set alongside of their fundamental agreement on the nature of the historical process itself. The war and its aftermath interrupted the breakdown debate. Not until world capitalism had reached the relative stabilization of the middle 1920s did the question of the theoretical limits of capitalist expansion once again occupy the attention of Marxist economists. There now appeared roughly three main points of view. First, there was the position of the Social Democratic Party, nearly all of whose spokesmen had come around, more or less frankly, to a reformist point of view. Here we find arguments similar to those put forth by the revisionists around the turn of the century, only now the erstwhile leading orthodox theorists, Koski and Hilferting, openly joined forces with the revisionists to form a united front against the breakdown theory. Koski, writing in 1927, repudiated his own earlier theory of 208. Chronic depression from which capitalism would be unable to find an escape, the expectation that crises would someday become so extensive and long drawn out as to render the continuation of capitalist production impossible and its replacement by a socialist order unavoidable finds no more support today. 84 and Hilferting, speaking before the annual Social Democratic Party conference in 1927, put the case even more explicitly: I have always rejected every economic breakdown theory. After the war such a theory was championed chiefly by the Bolshevists who believed that we were now on the very verge of the breakdown of the capitalist system. We have no reason to fear that. We have always been of the opinion that the overthrow of the capitalist system is not to be fatalistically awaited, nor will it come about through the workings of the inner laws of the system, but that it must be the conscious act of the proletariat. 85. Second, there was the view held by the Bolsheviks. There can be little doubt that Hilferting was wrong in attributing to them a specifically economic breakdown theory. Ever since the theoretical struggle against the Narodniki, in which Lenin took a leading part, Bolshevik theorists had been very reluctant to give even qualified support to predictions of purely economic catastrophe. On the other hand, they clearly believed in the inevitable end of capitalism, but they expected it to result from wars which were not so much the outgrowth of a tendency to economic breakdown as of an ever more intense hunt for monopoly profits by the great trusts in rival capitalist countries. The war and the Russian Revolution obviously provided a strong stimulus to this line of reasoning, which will be dealt with at greater length in Part 4. In terms of the problem posed at the outset of this chapter, the Bolsheviks cannot be classified as breakdown theorists. 86. Third, there were those who continued to maintain the breakdown thesis. With the erstwhile leaders of orthodox Marxist thought, like Koski and Kuhnau, in open or thinly disguised alliance with the revisionists, this position was left to the followers of Rosa Luxemburg to defend. Fritz Sternberg's Imperialium 81 is the outstanding product, in the economic field, of this school of Marxist thought. In essentials, Sternberg repeated the arguments of Luxemburg, including her errors, but succeeded in adding little of his own. On the whole, then, the decade after the W saw little advance towards a clarification of the breakdown issue. This was the situation which existed when Henrik Grossman published, in 1929, the most detailed and elaborate examination of the problem which had yet appeared, the accumulation and breakdown law of the capitalist system. A brief consideration of this work will bring us substantially up to date, for the 1930s were not a period of substantial progress in Marxist economics, a fact which may be accounted for by the well-nigh impossible conditions of work in many parts of the continent, the preoccupation of Russian theorists with a new set of problems, and the relative backwardness of Anglo-American Marxism, particularly in questions of economic theory. Grossman's own theory of capitalist breakdown, we need not take seriously his claim to be the first to exhume the true doctrine of Marx himself, has at the very least the merit of originality. For Grossman the realization problem does not exist, just as little as Tegan Baranowski does he worry about the relation between production and consumption. How, then, does he bring the capitalist system one to its doom? The method is nothing if not ingenious. At the basis of Grossman's reasoning is a reproduction scheme devised by Otto Bauer for use in his critique of Rosa Luxemburg's accumulation of capital. 38. This scheme has the following characteristics: the working population and the amount of variable capital both grow at the rate of 5% per annum, the rate of surplus value remains always at 100%, so that the total quantity of surplus value grows also at a 5% rate. The organic composition of capital rises. To bring this out, it is assumed that constant capital grows at a rate of 10% per annum. The way in which surplus value is divided into its three basic parts: capitalists' consumption, additional variable capital, and additional constant capital, is rigidly determined by these assumptions. So much must go for additional constant capital and so much for additional variable capital as to maintain the presupposed rates of increase. The remainder is left for capitalists to consume. Now it is obvious that if the scheme is pushed far enough it will lead to strange results, for the increments to constant capital, though themselves derived from surplus value, are assumed to grow more rapidly than surplus value. Bayer developed the scheme for only 4 years, which was not enough to bring out its potential curiosities. But Grossman pushes resolutely ahead until he has 5 years. In the 21st year, the amount of surplus value left over for capitalists to consume begins to decline, and by the 34th year it is nearly all gone. From this point on, not only do the capitalists starve, but even by such heroic sacrifices they are no longer able to maintain the preordained rate of accumulation in the preordained proportions of constant and variable capital. The scheme, in her words, breaks down from a shortage of surplus value. Given its assumptions, it is literally impossible to carry it beyond the 34th year. Baur's scheme breaks down from a shortage of surplus value. By a breathtaking mental leap, Grossman concludes that the capitalist system must also break down from a shortage of surplus value. Rosa Luxemburg's theory of an excess of surplus value is thus turned on its head. The difficulty lies rather in the expansion of capital. The surplus value does not suffice for the continuation of accumulation at the assumed rate of accumulation. Therefore the catastrophe. 8.1 Despite certain qualifications and refinements, this shortage of surplus value theory, as derived from Baur's scheme, remains throughout his work the essence of Grossman's thinking on the breakdown problem. Grossman's theory exhibits in extreme form the dangers of mechanistic thinking in social science. Reproduction schemes, including that of Baur, are useful as a method of making comprehensible the character of a certain set of relations. But to take any particular, and necessarily arbitrary, scheme and assume that it faithfully represents the essentials of the real process of capital accumulation is to invite theoretical disaster. Lenin once remarked in criticizing Tikhon Baranowski that schemes can prove nothing, they can only illustrate a process when its separate elements have been theoretically clarified. 40 It would have been well for Grossman to heed the warning. His failure to clarify the elements of his scheme leads to a serious distortion of the real accumulation process and to a conclusion which has no claim to acceptance. Here we can point out only a few of the more obvious shortcomings of Grossman's theory. In the first place, Baur's scheme makes the rate of accumulation dependent upon two factors: the rate of population growth and the assumed necessity for constant capital to increase twice as rapidly as variable capital. The rate of population growth is then set at a very high figure, namely, at a compound rate of 5% per annum. Under almost any circumstances, the assumption that constant capital grows twice as rapidly as variable capital seems highly unrealistic. But it is nothing short of fantastic when coupled with the assumption that the working force is growing at the enormous rate of 5% per annum. For a rapid growth in the size of the \V working force is precisely the factor operating most strongly to keep down the ratio of constant to variable capital. This is so because an abundant labor supply prevents wages from rising and hence holds in check the tendency to substitute machinery for labor power. It follows that if we assume a very rapid growth in the labor supply, it would be only reasonable to assume an increase in constant capital approximately equal to the increase in variable capital. On this hypothesis, the scheme can be expanded indefinitely. Using Grossman's method of reasoning, we should have to conclude that capitalism can go on forever. Grossman would object that an increasing organic composition of capital is an essential feature of capitalism which cannot be assumed away. Quite so, but what causes the rising tendency of the organic composition of capital? The answer is that the price of labor power tends to rise under the stimulus of accumulation. The organized efforts of workers may at certain times play quite as important a part as actual shortages in this respect, and that this induces a continuous substitution of machines for labor power. In other words, the rate of accumulation is the independent variable. The division of accumulation between constant and variable capital is by no means fixed but depends in part on the relation between the rate of accumulation and the rate of growth of the labor force. In general, this relation is such as to produce a relatively greater rate of increase of constant than variable capital. Of all this, which is basic to the Marxian analysis of capitalism, we find not a word in Grossman. When it is taken into account, the idea that the increasing organic composition of capital, like a Frankenstein monster, must eventually force capitalists to throw all of their surplus value into accumulation is seen to involve a complete inversion of the causal links within the accumulation process. Bauer's scheme was satisfactory for the purpose for which it was devised, namely, to demonstrate the possibility of realizing surplus value within a closed system, as a representation of the accumulation process. However, its use is misleading and unjustified. Numerous other criticisms can be made of Grossman's theory. For example, assume for a moment that his use of Bauer's scheme were legitimate. Even so, why and in what sense would the 35th year be a year of breakdown from a capitalist standpoint? True, surplus value is not present in sufficient 213 volume to employ all the additional workers and also add 10% to constant capital. But why should this mean idle capital, as Grossman assumes it would? Suppose surplus value were sufficient to add 4% or more workers and 8% or more constant capital. Would the capitalists hesitate out of sorrow for the 1% of workers who could find no employment? Of course not. In fact, under Grossman's assumptions, each year after the 34th would see an increase in unemployment, but there would be nothing to prevent the capitalists from continuing to invest their accumulations and even from going back to a reasonable standard of consumption on their own AC count if they should want to. Mounting unemployment would have, again from a capitalist standpoint, a salutary effect in reducing wages and raising the rate of surplus value and hence the rate of profit. If the workers should insist on multiplying at so rapid a rate in spite of steadily worsening conditions, well, then, they could be left to a Malthusian fate. Certainly no one ever suggested that capitalism would break down on that account. So far as Grossman's theory is concerned, we may regard it as sufficient to have shown, first, that the use made of Bauer's reproduction scheme is illegitimate, and second, that even if this were not so, the conclusions which Grossman draws are unwarranted. By denying the existence of a realization problem and by ignoring the real significance of the falling rate of profit, Grossman in effect puts himself in the same school of thought with Tegan Baranowski. This is perhaps a harsh judgment meant to pass on one who spares no energy in castigating Tegan, but historical accuracy justifies no other. With this we may bring to a close our review of the breakdown controversy. The results are inconclusive, much remains still to be clarified. To what extent can the analysis of crises presented in this part contribute to the task of clarification? 12. Chronic depression. 1. Neither the breakdown theorists nor their critics seem to have had a clear and unambiguous conception of the meaning of capitalist breakdown. Some, like Bernstein, thought in terms of a very severe and all-embracing economic crisis from which there could be no escape. Others, like Rosa Luxemburg and Grossman, apparently thought in terms of a sudden going to pieces of the whole social order, all at once, and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst. But these ideas, which are obviously derived from analogies the individual pursued by a relentless fate, or the machine which has come to the end of its useful life, lose their concreteness when applied to a social order. Any severe crisis may be, of course, and not infrequently is, described as a breakdown. But in this sense the expression loses the connotation of finality which attaches to it in the context of the breakdown controversy. The breakdown of capitalism is supposed to be the end of capitalism, it marks the point beyond which capitalism is impossible. This is the implication, yet it is just here that it becomes very difficult to be more specific. A particular form of society, that is to say a certain set of social relations, can be extremely onerous, but what does it mean to say that it is impossible? The difficulty of answering suggests that there is something wrong with the question. Historically, the end of a social order comes about in one of two ways: either it disintegrates over a long period of time, partly as a result of internal decay, partly as a result of attacks from without, or it is more or less rapidly 214. 215. Replaced by a new social order. Despite obvious dissimilarities, these two processes have much in common, and neither is aptly described by the term breakdown. What the woe cases have in common is that the old order has lost its progressive character, it saps the vitality of society, its beneficiaries are forced to resort to extreme methods in an effort to protect their position. In short, to use Marx's telling phrase, it has become a fetter on the further development of society's productive forces. Which path will be followed, whether the path of decay or the path of reconstruction, depends primarily on whether the old order has, within its lifetime, produced a class which is both ready and able to cut loose from its existing ties and build a new society. Applying these considerations to the case of capitalism, we see that the really significant questions cannot be grouped around the concept of capitalist breakdown. The term means either too little or too much. What we want to know is what, if any, are the disintegrating forces at work in capitalist society. As related to economic crises, this question can be made more specific: do the crisis-producing forces tend to become more severe in the course of capitalist development, so that eventually depression tends to be the rule rather than the exception? If so, we may account this a chief element in the transformation of capitalist relations from forms of development of the forces of production into their fetters. And we may feel certain that the amelioration of social conflicts to which the revisionists so confidently looked forward is the forecast of wishful thinking and not of scientific analysis. In a sense, this was always the underlying issue at stake in the breakdown controversy. Neither Rosa Luxemburg nor Grossman, the most extreme breakdown theorists, ever believed that the development of capitalism would proceed to what they regarded as its logical conclusion. As Rosa Luxemburg expressed it, class struggles and international wars must lead to revolution long before the ultimate consequence of economic development is reached. Once this is granted, the conclusion can hardly be avoided that it is the direction of development and not the ultimate consequence which is of primary importance. The breakdown problem appears as an essentially extraneous issue which has received an undue amount of attention. It is probably safe to assume that this is the reason why Marx did not concern himself with capitalist breakdown. He preferred to analyze the accrual trends of capitalist development rather than to spin theories about a hypothetical outcome which would in any case never be reached. The incompleteness of his work is not to be found, as Rosa Luxemburg thought, in the absence of a breakdown theory, but rather in the unfinished analysis of capitalist tendencies. Of all the attempts to revise, supplement, interpret, and correct Marx which were passed in review in the last chapter, that contained in Koski's 1902 article stands out as the most important. Koski attempted to carry one stage forward what he understood to be Marx's crisis theory by asking the question, whether in the long run crises tend to be more or less severe. His answer was that they tend to grow more severe, so much so, in fact, that a period of chronic depression must sooner or later set in unless the victory of socialism should intervene. According to our OWN interpretation, Koski was certainly asking the right question. With the aid of a more adequate analysis of crises than was at Koski's disposal, let us test the correctness of his answer. 2. The conditions of capitalist expansion on that capitalist production normally harbors a tendency to underconsumption, or overproduction, was demonstrated in Chapter X, and the reasoning will not be repeated here. In principle, this tendency may manifest itself in a crisis or in stagnation of production. Both are methods, the one sudden and perhaps temporary, the other steady and continuous, whereby accumulation is prevented from outrunning the requirements of the market for consumption goods. This should not be taken to imply that depression leaves consumption unaffected and operates only to reduce accumulation. Both are affected unfavorably, but the latter is to a proportionately greater extent. To take an extreme case, in a severe depression, profits may give way to losses for the system as a whole, and capitalists may be obliged to live from their past accumulations instead of adding to them. In this manner accumulation can actually become negative for a time, while of course consumption must always be positive and substantial even if society is to do no more than continue to exist in a purely physical sense. The relatively greater contraction of accumulation as compared to consumption is the factor which, in a general way, establishes the lower limit to a decline in productive activity. Since the tendency to underconsumption is inherent in capitalism and can apparently be overcome only by the partial non-utilization of productive resources, it may be said that stagnation is the norm towards which capitalist production is always tending. But we know that over the past 4 centuries, more or less, capitalism has expanded prodigiously with only periodic crises and occasional lapses into stagnation to mar the upward trend. What is the explanation of this apparent paradox? The answer is to be found primarily in the level of abstraction to which we have so far confined our analysis of the underconsumption problem. Up to this point we have neglected those forces which have the effect of counteracting the tendency to underconsumption, forces which evidently have been powerful enough to dominate the actual historical course of capitalist development. In order to reach an answer to the question which at present concerns us, is capitalism in fact headed for a state of chronic depression? We must alter this procedure and focus our attention on the counteracting forces. If it appears that they are likely to operate in the future with the same strength as in the past, then we should have to conclude that the ever-present tendency to underconsumption would not in itself constitute a bar to indefinite capitalist expansion. If, on the other hand, it can be shown that the counteracting forces are becoming relatively weaker, then we can expect the tendency to underconsumption to assert itself to an increasing extent, and Sky's prediction of an imminent period of chronic depression will be supplied with a solid foundation. Generally speaking, the counteracting forces may be grouped together into 2 main categories, those which have the effect of raising the rate of growth of consumption relative to the rate of growth of means of production, and those which deprive a disproportionate growth in means of production of its economically disruptive consequences. In the latter category fall, 1. New industries, and 2. Faulty investment; in the former, 3. Population growth, 4. Unproductive consumption, and 5. State expenditures. We shall attempt, in the case of each one of these items, to explain its meaning, analyze its mode of operation and weigh its probable future importance, as against its actual past importance, in counteracting the tendency to underconsumption. 1. New industries. During the formative period of a new industry there is no clearly defined relation between additions to means of production and additions to the output of finished products. For example, a railroad must be built before it can be used. During the construction per IOD investment proceeds while the provision of actual transportation service is not increased. Only when the railroad is finished does the relation between means of production and output of finished product assert itself. Once this point has been reached, however, it is generally the case that further additions to means of production, new rolling stock, double tracking, heavier rails, etc., will be closely related to changes in output, on miles of transportation. From this we may deduce the important principle that for the economy as a whole the relation between investment and changes in output of consumption goods will be greatly affected by the relative share of total investment going into the establishment of new industries. If we start from an economy which possesses virtually no industry, as i.e. from handicraft, it is apparent that it is capable of undergoing a transition, usually called industrialization, during which the greater part of its energies are devoted to building new means of production. It may even be that establishment of new industries is on such a scale relative to total production that for a time an actual curtailment in the output of consumption goods is required. During a process of industrialization, all of what we commonly call the basic industries appear as new industries, and their establishment absorbs newly accumulated capital without adding correspondingly to the output of consumption goods. It is only when the process of industrialization is completed that it becomes clear that the capacity to produce consumption goods has been greatly expanded, and the necessary connection between means of production and output of consumption goods comes to the fore again. From this we may conclude that industrialization, establishment of new industries, counteracts the tendency to underconsumption, and does so roughly in proportion to the relative share of total investment for which it is responsible. That this was a factor of first importance during the 18th and 19th centuries goes without saying. From our present point of view, however, the crucial question is whether new industries have already become and whether they will continue to be relatively less important than formerly. The answer seems to be unqualifiedly in the affirmative. This does not mean that new industries no longer appear or that they are unimportant. What it does mean is that the advanced capitalist countries have undergone a process of transformation which has brought them from a predominantly agrarian handicraft status to their present highly industrialized condition. It is difficult even to imagine a series of new industries which would today have a relative importance comparable to that of the textile, mining, metallurgic, and transportation industries in the 18th and 19th centuries. Still less is it possible to discern any actual or potential development of the required magnitude. This, of course, does not apply to those parts of the world in which the process of industrialization has hardly begun or is still in full progress. There the establishment of new industries is still capable of absorbing enormous amounts of capital without adding simultaneously to the output of consumption goods. It might be supposed that this capital could be supplied from the accumulations of the already industrialized regions, so that in reality the field of new industries ought to be regarded as far from exhausted. To a certain extent this is undoubtedly the case, but there are many complicating factors which have to be taken into account. One very large part of the world, European and Asiatic Russia, is rapidly industrializing itself under socialist relations of production and without benefit of outside capital. Even with respect to the remaining extensive regions of Asia, Africa, and Latin America which have so far been but lightly touched by capitalism, certain not easily surmountable barriers stand in the way of a large-scale absorption of foreign capital. The growth of monopoly within the elder capitalist countries strengthens a resistance to the industrialization of new regions which has always been present to some extent. Continual quarreling over the right to exploit the various areas virtually excludes the possibility that any country should enjoy the full benefits of peaceful expansion. Finally, the peoples of the backward lands are becoming increasingly hostile to foreign domination and are more and more resisting incorporation into the older capitalist economies. These topics will receive fuller treatment in Part 1v, merely to mention them is a sufficient warning against the easy assumption that the effects of the substantial completion of the process of industrialization at the center of capitalist production can be compensated by more rapid expansion at the periphery. That there is and will continue to be pressure in this direction is sure. Whether and to what extent it will prevail and have the hoped for effect, however, is a difficult problem which must be reserved for later and separate discussion. So far as the older capitalist regions are concerned, there is little doubt that the relative importance of new industries is on the decline. This is exactly what one would expect, and if one forgets the special characteristics of capitalism, one would be inclined to argue that it is an altogether welcome development. Having built our basic industries, we are now in a position to enjoy their fruits in the form of increased mass consumption. It must not be overlooked, however, that the basic accumulation consumption pattern of capitalism has no relation to the possibility of producing use values. Hence the substantial completion of the process of industrialization leads under capitalist conditions not to a great increase in social consumption but rather to the removal of the most powerful forces counteracting the ever-present tendency to underconsumption. This is what Lenin meant when he said that the historical mission of capitalism consists in the development of society's productive forces. Its structure prevents the useful application of these technical achievements for the benefit of the masses of the people. 2. Here is one reason, perhaps the most important reason, in favor of the view that capitalism is headed for a period of chronic depression. 2. Faulty investment. Under capitalist conditions, investment is always undertaken with a view to supplying an uncertain demand. Inevitably there is a certain amount of investment which turns out to have been based on miscalculation and which has to be wholly or partly abandoned, to the loss and sometimes even the ruin of the capitalist undertaking it. This we can call faulty investment. It absorbs a part of capitalists' accumulation, without adding to the output of consumption goods, and in this way counteracts the tendency to underconsumption. It is likely to be more important the less well-informed and the more sanguine are the individual capitalists. These qualities, in turn, will be most in evidence in a period which for other reasons is one of rapid expansion. Hence, in general, faulty investment is a force which counteracts the tendency to underconsumption most strongly when it is least needed and has daily at all in a period of stagnation when it would be most helpful. There is another reason why faulty investment becomes less important as a counteracting force, namely, the growth of monopolistic combines which are in a position to estimate and even perhaps influence the demand for their products where the older individualistic promoter or entrepreneur was operating largely in the dark. The greater reluctance of capital to take risks today, which is often commented upon, is probably due in no small part to a more realistic appraisal of what the risks really are. It is one of the New York contradictions of capitalism that better knowledge may impair its functioning. One should not, of course, overestimate the quantitative importance of faulty investment at any stage of capitalist development. Yet, for the reasons suggested, it may at one time have exercised a not inappreciable effect in counteracting the tendency to underconsumption, although there is little to indicate that it is of much importance today. We now pass on to a consideration of those counteracting forces which operate by raising the rate of growth of consumption relative to the rate of growth of means of production. 3. Population growth. The fully developed Marxian underconsumption theory enables us to understand a problem which has so far eluded economists, namely, the relation of population growth to the expansion of capitalist production. In this context, population growth should not be thought of in a narrow demographic sense. What is significant is rather growth in the size of the labor force at the disposal of capitalist industry, whether this results from a natural increase in numbers or from bringing within the orbit of capitalist production workers who were previously outside it. As a first approximation, however, we may consider a closed and completely capitalist system in which expansion of the labor force takes place concurrently with growth in the population at large. If, in such a system, population growth is rapid, an equally rapid growth of variable capital is possible without any upward pressure on the wage level and hence without an adverse effect on the rate of profit. Constant capital must increase too, and for technological reasons it seems unlikely that its rate of growth should lag behind the growth of variable capital. But under the supposed circumstances there is little if any pressure continually to economize labor power by substituting constant for variable capital. Earlier theorists have generally overlooked the relevance of this set of relations to the underconsumption problem. The point especially to be noted is that the growth of variable capital constitutes an outlet for accumulation and at the same time signifies a growth in consumption. Thus in the case under consideration a high rate of accumulation is compatible with a rapid growth in consumption on the one hand and no decline in the rate of profit on the other. Moreover, the danger of underconsumption is removed since there is no tendency for the rate of growth of constant capital, means of production, to outstrip the rate of growth of consumption. We already know that it is this tendency which lies at the root of underconsumption difficulties. Let us now consider a system in which the growth of population is slow. If accumulation were still to take the form of proportional increments to constant and variable capital, this could continue only if part of the additional variable capital went into increasing the wages of workers already employed. Since this would depress the rate of profit, capitalists would attempt to economize labor per by directing an ever larger proportion of their accumulation into expanding constant capital at the expense of variable. In this way unemployment would be created and the rate of profit might be maintained, but the growth of means of production would be accelerated and the growth of consumption retarded. The dilemma of underconsumption would be thus presented in full force. This line of reasoning was indicated by Marx himself in an incisive comment on the classics' advice to workers to limit their numbers relative to the accumulation of capital. Such a limitation of the increase in the forking population, he wrote, through diminishing the supply of labor and hence through raising its price, would only accelerate the use of machinery and the transformation of circulating into fixed capital, and in this fashion would create an artificial surplus population, a surplus which as a rule is not called forth by a lack of means of subsistence, but by a lack of demand for labor. From this it is but a short step to the conclusion that any slowing down in the rate of population growth not only has the paradoxical effect of creating unemployment but also strengthens the tendency to underconsumption. From the foregoing the following general principle may be deduced: the share of accumulation which can go into variable capital without depressing the rate of profit depends in large part on the rate of population growth. The more rapid the growth of population, the larger the share going to variable capital, hence the more rapid the increase in consumption, hence also the smaller the danger of underconsumption. This means that the strength of the tendency to underconsumption stands in inverse relation to the rapidity of population growth, being weak in periods of rapid growth and becoming stronger as the rate of growth declines. We may, therefore, for the sake of convenience, speak of the law of inverse relation between population growth and the tendency to underconsumption. If we drop the assumption of a closed and completely capitalist system, the scope of this law is extended. From the standpoint of capitalist production, new population includes not only natural increase in numbers but also the absorption of groups which for the first time become available for employment as wage workers. Particularly in its earlier phases, capitalism expands largely on the basis of a labor force recruited through more or less violent destruction of more primitive economic relations. In this stage of development, the population problem is primarily a question of the obstacles which have to be overcome in making wage workers out of peasants and independent handicraftsmen. Later on, this same process persists in the form of an extension of capitalism to embrace so-called backward peoples in all parts of the world. Looking back over the last 4 centuries, we must recognize that the population factor has been extremely favorable to rapid and uninhibited expansion of capitalism. Large reserves of manpower for impressment into the service of capital have never been lacking, while since roughly the middle of the 18th century the natural growth of numbers within the major capitalist nations has gone forward at an unprecedented rate. The conclusion is clearly indicated that population growth, taken in its broader sense, has been a most important factor in counteracting the tendency to underconsumption which is always striving to retard and arrest the expansion of capitalist production. If population has been important in the past, it will be no less so in the future. It is in this connection that the well-known downward trend in the rate of population growth, which is characteristic of all highly developed capitalist countries, acquires special significance. This trend, stemming immediately from a declining birth rate, is in no sense accidental. The important contributing factors, such as urbanization, a rising standard of living, insecurity of livelihood, and diffusion of knowledge among the masses, to mention only the most obvious, appear to be unavoidable products of capitalist development. Furthermore, attempts on the part of various countries to reverse the trend of the birth rate have not, at least as yet, met with striking success. A full discussion of this problem would carry us too far afield, but even without detailed analysis it seems safe to assume that no drastic reversal of present population trends is probable in the visible future. It follows that, from the standpoint of capitalist expansion, the situation appears to be growing increasingly unfavorable so far as natural growth in numbers is concerned. Therefore, resistance to underconsumption is steadily diminishing, and on this count the drift of capitalism towards a state of chronic depression seems difficult to contract overt. With respect to the other aspect of the population problem, namely, the incorporation of new groups into the capitalist system, the outlook is less clear. Internally, the major countries have pretty well exhausted their reserves of non-capitalist labor power, but there are still very large aggregates of population, particularly in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which have so far remained outside the orbit of capitalist relations. Here we meet exactly the same problem as we met before in the discussion of new industries. Once again the solution for capitalism would seem to lie in an expansion into the non-capitalist, industrially backward regions of the world. Here we can only note later on, however, rising living standards, in conjunction with other factors, some of which are mentioned in the text, became an equally important factor in depressing the birth rate. The apparent paradox that rising living standards could at one time accelerate and at another time retard the growth of population is thus easily explained. In order to avoid confusion, it should be pointed out that a rise in the standard of living does not necessarily imply an increase in consumption as consumption is defined for purposes of theoretical analysis. Consumption, like accumulation and its component parts, has to be measured in value terms. Given an increase in labor productivity, it is clear that the quantity of goods consumed can rise while consumption in value terms remains constant or even declines. That the same obstacles stand in the way, to what extent they may be overcome, and with what consequences, we shall consider in Part 1v. Let us now summarize what has been said about the role of the population factor in capitalist expansion. The Marxian analysis of the accumulation process leads, particularly because of its emphasis on the distinction between variable and constant capital, which is so often ignored or slurred over by non-Marxian theory, to the law of inverse relation between population growth and the tendency to underconsumption. On the basis of this law, we can see that both from the point of view of the availability of new strata and new regions on the one hand, and from the point of view of natural increase in numbers on the other, the conditions for capitalist expansion have been extremely favorable in the past. For the same reason, the decline in the rate of population growth, which commenced relatively recently in the more advanced countries, is certain to have serious consequences in the future, and these serious consequences will not easily be offset by more rapid absorption of still undeveloped countries. So far as the population factor is concerned, the outlook for capitalist expansion is definitely unfavorable. Three forces which counteract the tendency to underconsumption have now been discussed, namely, new industries, faulty investment, and population growth. The first and third have obviously been of enormous importance in determining the actual course of capitalist development. All three still operate, but with diminishing strength. This is strong support for the Koskian thesis that capitalist expansion inevitably leads to a strengthening of the tendency to underconsumption until it finally bogs down in a state of chronic depression. But before we commit ourselves to this view, we must examine the two remaining counteracting forces, for in both cases it will be shown that they have become more, and not less, powerful in recent times. 4. Unproductive consumption. The basic structure of capitalist society presupposes only two classes, capitalists and workers. Since all others are in principle dispensable, we have so far abstracted from them in our analysis of value and accumulation. In considering the magnitude and direction of total consumption, this procedure is no longer justified. As consumers, there are many third classes of persons alongside capitalists and workers who must either receive money for their services from these two classes, or, to the extent that they receive it without any equivalent services, they are owners of the surplus value in the form of rent, interest, etc. 8. Marx here mentions two kinds of so-called third persons which have traditionally been typified, on the one hand by menial servants, and on the other hand by the landed aristocracy and the church. Each receives and consumes part of the surplus value which we have hitherto assumed to be exhausted by the consumption and the accumulation of the capitalists themselves. Since these third persons do not play a direct role in the process of producing surplus value, they may be called unproductive consumers and their consumption unproductive consumption. This is the original, though generally misunderstood, sense in which Adam Smith applied the term unproductive to that class of laborers which, though its services are highly useful and perhaps even indispensable, yet yields no profit to capitalist employers. The category of unproductive consumers is broader than that of unproductive laborers in that it includes those who, like landlords, consume without performing labor of any sort. Moreover, it seems wise to extend the category still further to take in the consumption of those engaged in unproductive commercial activity even. Though formally they may be indistinguishable from the productive consumers, i.e. capitalists and workers, in industry, agriculture, and transport. The commercial group, while naturally never altogether absent in a capitalist system, acquires peculiar importance when the growth of monopoly obliges capitalists to place ever more emphasis on selling at the expense of production. For this reason, analysis of the so-called new middle class, which includes many salesmen and others engaged in distribution as well as third persons of the more familiar type, e.g. professionals, is best undertaken only after we have considered the monopoly problem in Part 4. The problem of unproductive consumption has long been recognized as important by those economists who have regarded the magnitude of total consumption as one of the factors determining the behavior of the capitalist system. Malthus, among the classical economists, was particularly conscious of the dangers of underconsumption, and he built upon this basis a defense of the economic role of the aristocracy and the clergy who, by their consumption, aid in preventing the general glut which, according to Malthus, would otherwise be inevitable. To Marx also it appeared that unproductive consumption helps to furnish the final objective without which continued expansion of production would be impossible. After pointing out that workers and capitalists are both producers for others, the former because of their proletarian status, the latter because of their passion for accumulation, Marx proceeds as follows. Over against this overproduction on the one side must stand overconsumption on the other, consumption for the sake of consumption contrasted to production for the sake of production. What the individual capitalist must hand over to the landlord, the state, the creditors of the state, the church, etc., all of whom merely consume revenue, reduces his wealth absolutely but maintains his desire to get rich in a healthy state and thus supports his capitalist soul. If the landlords, money capitalists, etc., were to consume their revenue in productive instead of unproductive labor, i.e. if they were to accumulate instead of consume their incomes, the purpose would be entirely lacking. They would become themselves industrial capitalists, instead of representing the function of consumption as such. 4. Marx did not elaborate this theme any more than he elaborated the theory of crises based on underconsumption, and doubtless for the same reasons. Nevertheless, it can hardly be doubted that in taking account of unproductive consumption as one of the factors conditioning the expansibility of capitalism, we are doing no more than carrying on a line of reasoning the importance and relevance of which were perfectly clear to him. Not all unproductive consumption constitutes a net addition to the consumption of workers and capitalists. Both classes regularly elect to spend a part of their incomes for the services of doctors, teachers, servants, etc., instead of for consumable commodities. For most purposes it is convenient to regard the consumption of third persons of this type as an integral part of the consumption of capitalists and workers themselves. The number of people sharing in the social output of consumable goods, or in other words the total volume of employment, is certain to be influenced by the volume of unproductive consumption of this kind, but the effect on the total demand for consumable goods is not likely to be large, nor is it probable that the rate of accumulation will be materially affected. The total volume of employment naturally exercises an indirect influence on the reproduction process, but it is not our present purpose to investigate such indirect effects. By and large, our conclusion must be that the unproductive consumption of those who provide personal services can have little significance for the problem of underconsumption. Such is not the case with other categories of unproductive consumption, however. In the England of the classical economists, for example, vast quantities of surplus value in the form of rent flowed into the pockets of a landed aristocracy which formed a separate and distinct social class. Because of their still strong feudal traditions and habits, the landed nobility and gentry did not share the capitalists' passion for accumulation, rather they poured out their incomes, and not infrequently more than their incomes, in supporting a scale of living which the industrial capitalist regarded as improvident and wasteful. Here was a form of unproductive consumption which evidently constituted a drain on the quantity of surplus value available for accumulation. Under these conditions, any change in the proportionate division of surplus value between profits and rent, e.g. as a result of the repeal of the Corn Laws, should have a decided effect upon both the total volume of consumption and the rate of accumulation. It must be said, however, that conditions in this connection have changed greatly in the last 100 years, so that today in the advanced capitalist nations it is hardly justifiable to speak any longer of a separate class of landlords whose consumption and accumulation habits differ markedly from those of the capitalists. Ownership of land and capital is now often vested in the same persons or groups of persons, perhaps through the agency of a business corporation. So far as the division of surplus value between consumption and accumulation is concerned, the distinction between rent and profit seems no longer to be an important factor. The aristocracy has become thoroughly capitalist. At the same time, however, the capitalists, thanks to their greater wealth and more important social position, have become more aristocratic and are obliged to display their wealth somewhat more lavishly than was necessary for the middle class of the 19th century. Thus, while today the abstraction which assigns all surplus value to one homogeneous class of capitalists is more justified by real conditions than ever before, it may still be true that the historical development leading to this result has contained opposing tendencies which have largely neutralized one another with respect to the general pattern of consumption and accumulation. While in principle the case of the earlier landed aristocracy shows most clearly the way in which unproductive consumption can affect the general level of consumption and hence operate to counteract the tendency to underconsumption, in our own time the consumption of those engaged in unproductive commercial pursuits is of far greater practical significance. This problem, as has already been suggested, is closely connected with the growth of monopoly and the rise of a so-called new middle class, and for this reason analysis of its more complex aspects must be postponed until we reach these subjects in Part 1v. For the present, we shall be content to state, without proof, 1. That a considerable fraction of unproductive consumption of this kind constitutes, like that of the landed aristocracy, an addition to total consumption and a deduction from surplus value otherwise available for accumulation. 2. That unproductive consumption of this kind has been steadily growing in importance for at least the last half-century and gives every indication of continuing to grow in the future, and 3. That, from the point of view of offsetting the tendency to underconsumption, this seems to be easily the most significant trend in the field of unproductive consumption. Our conclusion with respect to unproductive consumption is that its growth, particularly due to expansion of the distributive system, operates as a check on the tendency to underconsumption. Here, then, we have a factor which, from an economic standpoint, weakens the presumption in favor of Koski's theory of an approaching period of chronic depression. 5. State expenditures. The classical economists, followed by Marx, treated state expenditures as a category of unproductive consumption. This was predicated upon two unspoken assumptions, namely that the state does not engage in productive activity, that is to say, lay out money in the expectation of getting it back from the sale of commodities, and that transfer expenditures, chiefly interest on the public debt, go into the hands of unproductive consumers. Given these assumptions, there is no question that state expenditures directly, and indirectly through the consumption of state employees and bondholders, operate to withdraw values from the reproduction process definitively, and this is the function of consumption which gives it a special and vital importance in the operation of the economy. Even in the 19th century these assumptions were no more than rough approximations to the real situation, but they cannot have been so wide of the mark as to make the direct identification of state expenditures with unproductive consumption seriously misleading. The enormous expansion in the volume and variety of state expenditures which has been such a marked characteristic of the 20th century, however, makes it desirable to separate state expenditures from unproductive consumption and to analyze them somewhat more carefully than formerly seemed necessary. From the standpoint of the reproduction process, there are three fundamental categories of state expenditures: state capital outlays, state transfers, and state consumption. Let us consider each in turn. State capital outlays include all outlays on labor and materials which are undertaken with a view to the production of goods or services for sale. Here the criterion of consumption, namely the withdrawal of values from the reproduction process, is not satisfied, and since state enterprises of this nature usually aim to make enough surplus value to cover the going rate of interest on government obligations, it seems proper to classify these outlays as capital and the state to this extent as a capitalist. Expenditures for public works evidently fall within the category of state capital outlays only insofar as they are of the so-called self-liquidating type. Partially self-liquidating public works should be divided between state capital outlays and state consumption. An increase in state capital outlays, which may be called state accumulation, is, from the standpoint of the reproduction process, similar to any other form of accumulation. If state accumulation merely takes the place of private accumulation, the effect on the tendency to underconsumption is non-existent or at most negligible, while if state accumulation proceeds at the expense of private or state consumption, the tendency to underconsumption is aggravated. Since the former case seems the more likely, it is probably safe to assume that state accumulation is not a very important influence on the tendency to underconsumption. State transfers is a convenient term to apply to that large group of payments from the public treasury which have no connection with the sale of commodities or the rendering of services. To the state, interest on the public debt, social security and relief payments, subsidies, etc. Whether these transfers involve a net shift from accumulation to consumption is a question which can never be answered accurately, since there is no method of isolating the sources of state revenue which are to be associated with the transfer payments. Nevertheless, certain qualitative judgments are possible. Throughout the 19th century, the tax structure in all capitalist countries was highly regressive in its incidence, while transfer payments largely found their way into the hands of the wealthier sections of the population. Under these circumstances, there is little doubt that the state, through the mechanism of transfer payments, was acting as an engine of accumulation, siphoning purchasing power out of the pockets of consumers into the pockets of accumulators. In recent decades, however, the increasing use of corporation, income, and estate taxes and the growing volume of social security payments have combined to shift the balance. That the transfer mechanism as a whole produces a net balance in favor of consumption is unlikely, but at any rate it is clear that it constitutes less of a drag on consumption than was formerly the case. We are therefore justified in saying that transfer payments have been evolving in a direction to offset the tendency to underconsumption. Finally, the most important category of expenditures covers what we have called state consumption, namely, the ordinary legislative, judicial, and executive activities of the state, public works of a non-self-liquidating character, and military establishments. Since expenditures undertaken for these purposes involve a definitive withdrawal of values from the reproduction process, they perform the same function as the individual consumption outlays of capitalists and workers. Let us assume that it is possibly in a rough way to identify the revenues which are associated with expenditures for state consumption. If these revenues mean merely that the incomes of productive or unproductive consumers are diminished by an equal amount, then obviously no net increase in consumption is produced. To the extent, however, that revenues come out of surplus value which would otherwise have been accumulated, there is a clear gain for consumption. It should be remembered that, unlike state transfers, state consumption cannot result in a decrease in total consumption. The growing absolute and relative importance of state consumption, and the greater reliance placed by capitalist states on taxes which fall at least in part on surplus value both point to the conclusion that state consumption has been to an increasing degree responsible for a growth in total consumption. Since the same conclusion emerged from our discussion of transfer payments, we may classify state expenditures as an increasingly significant counteracting force to the tendency to underconsumption. It appears that of the 5 counteracting forces which have been discussed, 3, new industries, faulty investment, and population growth, have been weakening, and 2, unproductive consumption and state expenditures, have been growing stronger. The balance, however, is less even than the 3-to-2 ratio might suggest. New industries and population growth have pretty clearly dominated the expansion of capitalism throughout the greater part of its history. Their decline in relative importance certainly tends to overshadow all the other factors singly or in combination. On the whole, there seems to be little doubt that the resistance to underconsumption is on the decline in the chief centers of world capitalism. This is no accident which happens to be true today, but which may be reversed tomorrow. The transitional character of industrialization and population growth on the 19th century scale is indeed obvious to everyone. Koski's theory of the inevitable drift of capitalism into a period of chronic depression due to underconsumption would seem to be vindicated. But there is still another factor which has to be taken into account. So far we have assumed that state expenditures are financed entirely by taxation. Borrowing from individuals introduces no new question of principle. But there is another possibility, namely, that the state spends money which is not taken from anyone's income but which is created either directly or by borrowing from banks. If all productive resources are fully utilized, this method of financing state expenditures leads, via the mechanism of price inflation, to a subtraction from individual incomes. In this case the effect on total consumption is unlikely to be great, the increase in state consumption being as a rule largely offset by a reduction in individual consumption. But if the economy is depressed and resources are not fully utilized, the additional state consumption finance.cl by creation of purchasing power will have favorable secondary effects on private accumulation and consumption. Hence by instituting and continuing a sufficient rate of state consumption out of newly created purchasing power, it would seem that the state is in a position to bring the economy to a level of full employment and hold it there. Moreover, it follows from the earlier discussion that once a condition of full employment has been attained, the state can, through altering the pattern and volume of taxation and expenditure, influence total consumption and total accumulation in any desired direction. These possibilities pose a new question. Previously, we had the problem of discovering the effects on the economy of certain state policies which were presumably adopted for reasons other than that they might have the effects in question. For example, more extensive social services and more progressive taxation were not instituted to counteract the tendency to underconsumption, though they have that effect. Now, however, we have to consider the possibility and implications of state policies which may be specifically designed to produce a certain effect on the functioning of the economy, namely, to offset the tendency to underconsumption. Modern economists quite generally advocate this course of action, and it is even common to interpret much of what capitalist governments have done in the last 10 years in this light. But if it is possible for capitalist governments deliberately to counteract the tendency to underconsumption when the other counteracting forces grow too weak to prevent a state of chronic depression, then we may ask what is left of Koski's theory. The tendency to underconsumption, instead of translating itself into chronic depression at a certain stage of development, becomes merely a tendency to chronic depression which may be counteracted by a new force, the deliberate action of the state. Perhaps it can be said that this is more an extension than a repudiation of Koski. However that may be, it is clear that if the extension is accepted, Koski's own deductions from his theory must be discarded, or at any chronic depression rate regarded as unproved. If the drift to economic stagnation can be successfully countered, then why must we assume that unemployment, insecurity, SHR per class and international conflicts are in prospect for capitalism? Why not, on the contrary, a managed capitalist society, maintaining economic prosperity through government action and perhaps even gradually evolving into a full-fledged socialist order? When Koski himself, in later life, rejected the theory of chronic depression, it was to just such a revisionist perspective that he turned ed. Was he, perhaps, justified? It would be futile to attempt to answer these questions on the level of abstraction to which our analysis has so far been confined. The state cannot simply be dragged in as a deus ex machina to solve the demonstrated contradictions of the accumulation process. Its position and function in capitalist society must be examined to see what can and what cannot be expected of it. Moreover, the model capitalism of the foregoing analysis lacks many features which are of the greatest importance in the modern world. The assumption of a closed competitive system is a useful, even a necessary, theoretical device, but it must not be confused with the real world. To do so is to commit, in a particularly egregious form, the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. The diagnosis and prognosis of the case of capitalism requires, in addition to a dissection of the accumulation process, a careful study of the state, monopoly, and world economy. It goes without saying that such a refulsruity is impossibly within the confines of one relatively brief volume. But we may be able to direct attention to some of the most important factors at work, and in this way to lay the basis for a better understanding both of what has been happening in recent years and of what the future holds in store. Part 4. Imperialism. 13. The State. 1. The state in economic theory. Probably few would deny that the state plays a vital role in the economic process. There are still New York, however, who would argue that the state can and should be kept out of economic theorizing. From one point of view, this is not difficult to understand. So long as economics is regarded as a science of the relations between man and nature in the manner of the modern school, the state requires consideration only at the level of application and not as a part of the subject matter of the science. There is no state on Robinson Crusoe's island, yet economics is as relevant to Robinson as it is to 20th century America. From this standpoint, the state cannot logically be a concern of theoretical economics. It must be regarded as one of the factors which shape and limit the application of economic principles to any given set of actual conditions. All this is changed when we take the position that economics is the science of the social relationships of production under historically determined conditions. Failure to include the state in the subject matter of economics then becomes an arbitrary and unjustifiable omission. In view of this, and after what has been said about Marx's fundamental approach to economics in earlier chapters, no further explanation seems required to justify the inclusion of a chapter on the state in our examination of Marxian economics. A word of caution is, however, necessary before we proceed. As in the case of crises, Marx never worked out a systematic and formally complete theory of the state. That he originally intended to do so is clear. For example, he opens the preface to the Critique of Political Economy with the following words: I consider the system of bourgeois economy in the allowing order, capital, landed property, wage labor, state, foreign trade, world market. The first part of the first book, treating of capital, consists of the following chapters: 1. Commodity, 2. Money, or simple circulation, 3. Capital in general. The first two chapters form the contents of the present work. Systematic elaboration on the plan outlined above will depend upon circumstances. 1. The plan underwent substantial alterations in the course of time, as an examination of the 3 volumes of Capital makes clear, but the state always remained in the background and never received the systematic elaboration which Marx evidently had hoped to accord it. It follows that a neat summary of his views is out of the question. Instead, we shall try to present a summary theoretical treatment of the state which is consistent with Marx's numerous and scattered remarks on the subject, and which at the same time provides the necessary supplement to the main body of theoretical principles dealing with the development of the capitalist system. To the Pri1/1 Airy function of the state, there is a tendency on the part of modern liberal theorists to interpret the state as an institution established in the interests of society as a whole for the purpose of mediating and reconciling the antagonisms to which social existence inevitably gives rise. This is a theory which avoids the pitfalls of political metaphysics and which serves to integrate in a tolerably satisfactory fashion a considerable body of observed fact. It contains, however, one basic shortcoming, the recognition of which leads to a theory essentially Marxian in its orientation. A critique of what may be called the class mediation conception of the state is, therefore, perhaps the best way of introducing the Marxian theory. The class mediation theory assumes, usually implicitly, that the underlying class structure, or what comes to the same thing, the system of property relations, is an immutable datum, in this respect like the order of nature itself. It then proceeds to ask what arrangements the various classes will make to get along with each other, and finds that an institution for mediating their conflicting interests is the logical and necessary answer. To this institution powers for maintaining order and settling quarrels are granted. In the real world, what is called the state is identified as the counterpart of this theoretical construction. The weakness of this theory is not difficult to discover. It lies in the assumption of an immutable and, so to speak, self-maintaining class structure of society. The superficiality of this assumption is indicated by the most cursory study of history. The fact is that many forms of property relations with their concomitant class structures have come and gone in the past, and there is no reason to assume that they will not continue to do so in the future. The class structure of society is no part of the natural order of things. It is the product of past social development, and it will change in the course of future social development. Once this is recognized, it becomes clear that the liberal theory goes wrong in the manner in which it initially poses the problem. We cannot ask, given a certain class structure, how will the various classes, with their divergent and often conflicting interests, manage to get along together? We must ask, how did a particular class structure come into being, and by what means is its continued existence guaranteed? As soon as an attempt is made to answer this question, it appears that the state has a function in society which is prior to and more fundamental than words. Capitalism is regarded as the final end product of social evolution. See the discussion of this point in Chapter I above. The state any which present-day liberals attribute to it. Let us examine this more closely. A given set of property relations serves to define and demarcate the class structure of society. From any set of property relations, one class or classes, t.e. owners, reap material advantages, other classes, the owned and the non-owners, suffer material disadvantages. A special institution capable and willing to use force to whatever degree is required is an essential to the maintenance of such a set of property relations. Investigation shows that the state possesses this characteristic to the fullest degree, and that no other institution is or can be allowed to compete with it in this respect. This is usually expressed by saying that the state, and the state alone, exercises sovereignty over all those subject to its jurisdiction. It is, therefore, not difficulty to identify the state as the guarantor of a given set of property relations. If now we ask, where the state comes from, the answer is that it is the product of a long and arduous struggle in which the class which occupies what is for the time the key positions in the process of production gets the upper hand over its rivals and fashions a state which will enforce that set of property relations which is in its own interest. In other words, any particular state is the child of the class or classes in society which benefit from the particular set of property relations which it is the state's obligation to enforce. A moment's reflection will carry the conviction that it could hardly be otherwise. As soon as we have dropped the historically untenable assumption that the class structure of society is in some way natural or self-enforcing, it is clear that any other outcome would lack the prerequisites of stability. If the disadvantaged classes were in possession of state power, they would attempt to use it to establish a social order more favorable to their own interests, while a sharing of state power among the various classes would merely shift the locale of conflict to the state itself. That such conflicts within the state, corresponding to fundamental class struggles outside, have taken place in certain transitional historical periods is not denied during those long periods, however, when a certain social order enjoys a relatively continuous and stable existence, the state power must be monopolized by the class or classes which are the chief beneficiaries. As against the class mediation theory of the state, we have here the underlying idea of what has been called the class domination theory. The former takes the existence of a certain class structure for granted and sees in the state an institution for reconciling the conflicting interests of the various classes. The latter, on the other hand, recognizes that classes are the product of historical development and sees in the state an instrument in the hands of the ruling classes for enforcing and guaranteeing the stability of the class structure itself. It is important to realize that, so far as capitalist society is concerned, class dominant and the protection of private property are virtually synonymous expressions. Hence when we say with Engels that the highest purpose of the state is the protection of private property too, we are also saying that the state is an instrument of class domination. This is doubtless insufficiently realized by critics of the Marxian theory, who tend to see in the notion of class domination something darker and more sinister than mere protection of private property. In other words, they tend to look upon class domination as something reprehensible and the protection of private property as something meritorious. Consequently, it does not occur to them to identify the two ideas. Frequently, no doubt, this is because they have in mind not capitalist property, but rather private property as it would be in a simple commodity producing society where each producer owns and works with his own means of production. Under such conditions there are no classes at all and hence no class domination. Under capitalist relations, however, property has an altogether different significance, and its protection is shown to be identical with the preservation of class dominance. Capitalist private property does not consist in things exist independently of their ownership but in a social relation between people. Property confers upon its owners freedom from labor and the disposal over the labor of others, and this is the essence of all social domination whatever form it may assume. It follows that the protection of property is fundamentally the assurance of social domination to owners over the state owners. And this, in turn, is precisely what is meant by class domination, which it is the primary function of the state to uphold. The recognition that the defense of private property is the first duty of the state is the decisive factor in determining the attitude of genuine Marxist socialism towards the state. The theory of the communists, Marx and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto, can be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. Why? Since the state is first and foremost the protector of private property, it follows that the realization of this end cannot be achieved without a head-on collision between the forces of socialism and the state power. 3. The state as an economic instrument. The fact that the first concern of the state is to protect the continued existence and stability of a given form of society does not mean that it performs no other functions of economic importance. On the contrary, the state has always been a very significant factor in the functioning of the economy within the framework of the system of property relations which it guarantees. This principle is generally implicitly recognized by Marxist writers whenever they analyze the operation of an actual economic system, but it has received little attention in discussions of the theory of the state. The reason for this is not difficult to discover. The theory of the state has usually been investigated with the problem of transition from one form of society to another in the foreground. In other words, what we have called the primary function of the state has been the subject of Engels's Lenin's State and Revolution. The title clearly indicates the center of interest set a precedent which has been widely followed. Consequently, the theory of the state as an economic instrument has been neglected, though evidently for our purposes it is necessary to have some idea of the essentials of Marx's thinking on the subject. Fortunately, Marx, in his chapter on the length of the working day 3, provides a compact and lucid analysis of the role of the state in relation to one very important problem of capitalist economy. By examining this chapter in some detail, we can deduce the guiding principles of Marxist teaching on the role of the state within the framework of capitalist property relations. The rate of surplus value, one of the key variables in Marx's system of theoretical economics, depends on three factors: the productivity of labor, the length of the working day, and prevailing subsistence standards. It is therefore a matter of importance to discover the determinants of the length of the working day. This is clearly not a question of economic law in any narrow sense. As Marx put it, apart from extremely elastic bounds, the nature of exchange of commodities itself imposes no limits to the working day, no limit to surplus labor. The capitalist maintains his rights as a purchaser when he tries to make the working day as long as possible. On the other hand, the laborer maintains his right as a seller when he wishes to reduce the working day to one of definite normal duration. There is here, therefore, an antinomy, right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchanges. Between equal rights force decides. Hence it is that in the history of capitalist production, the determination of what is a working day presents itself as the result of a struggle between collective capital, i.e. the class of capitalists, and collective labor, i.e. the working class. 4. After describing certain forms, both pre-capitalist and capitalist, of exploitation involving the duration of the working day, Marx examines the struggle for a normal working day in the historical development of English capitalism. The first phase of this struggle resulted in compulsory laws for the extension of the working day from the middle of the 14th to the end of the 17th century. 5 employers, straining to create a trained and disciplined proletariat out of the available pre-capitalist material, were frequently obliged to resort to the state for assistance. Laws extending the length of the working day were the result. For a long time, however, the extension of the working relay was a very slow and gradual process. It was not until the rapid growth of the factory system in the second half of the 18th century that there began that process of prolonging hours of work which culminated in the notorious conditions of the early 19th century, after capital had taken centuries in extending the working day to its normal maximum length, and then beyond this to the limit of the natural day of 12 hours. There followed on the birth of machinism and modern industry in the last third of the 18th century a violent encroachment like that of an avalanche in its intensity and extent. As soon as the working class, stunned at first by the noise and turmoil of the new system of production, recovered in some measure its senses, its resistance began. 6. The beginnings of working class resistance ushered in the second phase of the development, compulsory limitation by law of the working time, the English Factory Acts, 1833 to 1864. 7. In a series of sharp political struggles, the workers were able to wring one concession after another from their opponents. These concessions took the form of laws limiting hours of work for ever wider categories of labor, until by 1860 the principle of limitation of the working day was so firmly established that it could no longer be challenged. Thereafter progress pursued a smoother course. The limitation of the working day was not simply a question of concessions by the ruling class in the face of a revolutionary threat, though this was undoubtedly the main factor. At least 2 other considerations of importance have to be taken into account. Marx noted that, apart from the working class movement that daily grew more threatening, the limiting of factory labor was dictated by the same necessity which spread guano over the English fields. The same blind eagerness for plunder that in the one CSE exhausted the soil had, in the other, torn up by the roots the living forces of the nation. 8. Moreover, the question of factory legislation entered into the final phase of the struggle for political mastery between the landed aristocracy and the industrial capitalists. however much the individual manufacturer might give the rein to his old lust for gain. The spokesmen and political leaders of the manufacturing class ordered a change in front and of speech toward the work people. They had entered upon the contest for the repeal of the Com laws and needed the workers to help them to victory. They promised 1. Therefore, not only a double-sized loaf of bread, but the enactment of the 10 Hours Bill in the Free Trade Millennium. 9. And after repeal of the Corn Laws had gone through, the workers found allies in the Tories panting for revenge. 10. Thus FAC Tory legislation derived a certain amount of support from both sides to the great struggle over free trade. Finally, Marx concluded his treatment of the working day with the following statement. For protection against the serpent of their agonies, the laborers must put their heads together and, as a class, compel the passing of a law, an all-powerful social barrier that shall prevent the very workers from selling, by voluntary contract with capital, themselves and their families into slavery and death. In place of the pompous catalogue of the inalienable rights of man comes the modest magna oerta of a legally limited working day, which shall make clear when the time which the worker sells is ended, and when his own begins. Cutantum mutatis ab illo. 11. What general conclusions can be deduced from Marx's discussion of the working day? The principle of most general bearing was stated by Engels. Answering the charge that historical materialism neglects the political element in historical change, Engels cited the chapter on the working day where legislation, which is surely a political act, has such a trenchant effect, and concluded that force, that is, state power, is also an economic power and hence is by no means excluded from the causal factors in historical change. 12. Once this has been established, it is necessary to ask under what circumstances and in whose interest the economic power of the state will be brought into action. On both points the analysis of the working day is instructive. First, the state power is invoked to solve problems which are posed by the economic development of the particular form of society under consideration, in this case capitalism. In the earlier period a shortage of labor or, in the later period over-exploitation of the laboring population were the subjects of state action. In each case the solution of the problem required state intervention. Many familiar examples of a similar character readily come to mind. Second, we should naturally expect that the state power under capitalism would be used first and foremost in the interests of the capitalist class, since the state is dedicated to the preservation of the structure of capitalism and must therefore be staffed by those who fully accept th. postulates and objectives of this form of society. This is unquestionably true, but it is not inconsistent to say that state action one may run counter to the immediate economic interests of some or even all of the capitalists, provided only that the overriding aim of preserving the system intact is promoted. The legal limitation of the working day is a classic example of state action of this sort. The intensity of class antagonism engendered by overexploitation of the labor force was such that it became imperative for the capitalist class to make concessions even at the cost of immediate economic advantages. For the sake of preserving domestic peace and tranquility, blunting the edge of class antagonisms, and ultimately avoiding the dangers of violent revolution, the capitalist class is always prepared to make concessions through the medium of state action. It may, of course, happen that the occasion for the concessions is an actual materialization of the threat of revolution*. In this case their purpose is to restore peace and order so that production and accumulation can once again go forward uninterruptedly. Let us summarize the principles underlying the use of the state as an economic instrument within the framework of capitalism. In the first place, the state comes into action in the economic sphere in order to solve problems which are posed by the development of capitalism. In the second place, where the interests of the capitalist class are concerned, there is a strong predisposition to use the state power freely. And, finally, the state may be used to make concessions to the working class provided that the consequences of not doing so are sufficiently dangerous to the stability and functioning of the system as a whole. It should be noted that none of these conclusions lends support to the revisionist view that socialism can be achieved through a series of piecemeal reforms. On the contrary, they grow out of and supplement the basic principle that the state exists in the first instance for the protection of capitalist property relations. Reforms may modify the functioning of capitalism but never threaten its foundation. Rosa Luxemburg stated the true Marxian position succinctly in the following words: social control is concerned not with the limitation of capitalist property, but on the contrary with its protection. Or, speaking in economic terms, it does not constitute an attack on capitalist exploitation but rather a normalization and regularization of this exploitation. 18 Marx never said anything to contradict this, and to cite his chapter on the working day, as revisionists frequently do, in support of the gradualist standpoint is simply to betray a misunderstanding of his entire theoretical system. For the question of the form of government, up to this point nothing has been said about the form of government in capitalist society. Is it possible that the principles of state action which have been examined do not hold in a fully democratic capitalist society? By fully democratic we mean no more than what exists today in most of the English-speaking world: parliamentarism combined with universal suffrage and organizational freedom in the political sphere. If Marxist theory answers this question in the negative, this must not be interpreted to mean that the question of democracy is regarded as of no importance, but only that democracy does not alter the basic significance of the state in relation to the economy. The existence of democracy is, of course, a matter of prime importance particularly to the working class. Only under a democratic form of government can the working class organize freely and effectively for the achievement of its ends, whether they happen to be socialist or merely reformist in character. It is for this reason that one of the first demands of the labor movement in all non-democratic countries has always been the establishment of democratic forms of government. Moreover, for the ruling class, democracy has always constituted a potential threat to the stability of its position and has consequently been granted grudgingly, with limitations, and usually only under severe pressure. Villars stated the main issues very forcibly in discussing the democratic French Constitution of 1848. The most comprehensive contradiction of this constitution consisted in the following: the classes whose social slavery the constitution is to perpetuate, proletariat, peasants, petty bourgeois, it puts in possession of political power through universal suffrage. And from the class whose old social power it sanctions, the bourgeoisie, it withdraws the political guarantees of this power. It forces its rule into democratic conditions, which at every moment help the hostile classes to victory and jeopardize the very foundations of bourgeois society. Democracy brings the conflicts of capitalist society into the open in the political sphere. It restricts the freedom of the capitalists to use the state in their own interests, it reinforces the working class in demanding concessions. Finally, it even increases the possibility that the working class will present demands which threaten the system itself and so must be rejected by the capitalists and their state functionaries regardless of the consequences. As we shall see later on, these are all matters of the greatest importance in determining the actual course of capitalist evolution, but they do not contradict the principles set forth in the preceding section. There is, in other words, nothing in the nature of democracy to make us change our view of the fundamental functions and limits of state action in capitalist society. Again, we must insist that the revisionists, in holding the opposed view, that socialism can be gradually substituted for capitalism by the methods of capitalist democracy, were in reality abandoning Marx altogether. The fallacy of the revisionist position was never more clearly pointed out than by Rosa Luxemburg in her polemic against Bernstein and Schmidt in 1899. According to Konrad Schmidt, the achievement of a social democratic majority in parliament should be the direct way to the gradual socialization of society. Formally, to be sure, parliamentarism does express the interests of the entire society in the state organization. On the other hand, however, it is still capitalist society, that is to say, a society in which capitalist interests are controlling. The institutions which are democratic in form are in substance instruments of the dominant class interests. This is most obvious in the fact that so soon as democracy shows a disposition to deny its class character and to become an instrument of the real interests of the people, the democratic forms themselves are sacrificed by the bourgeoisie and their representatives in the state. The idea of a social democratic majority appears therefore as a calculation which, entirely in the spirit of bourgeois liberalism, concerns itself with only one side, the formal side of democracy, but which leaves out of account the other side, its real content. 111. The spread of fascism in the last 2 decades, particularly in those countries where working-class organization had reached its greatest development, has done much to weaken the belief in the possibility of a gradual transition to socialism through the methods provided by capitalist democracy. Otto Bauer, one of the outstanding representatives of the Second International and long leader of the Austrian Socialists, expressed a widespread view when he wrote, in 1936, that the experience of fascism destroys the illusion of reformist socialism, that the working class can fill the forms of democracy with socialist content and develop the capitalist into a socialist order without a revolutionary jump. 16. Rosa Luxemburg's warning that in an extremity the democratic forms themselves are sacrificed by the bourgeoisie and their representatives in the state has turned out to be well-founded. We shall return to this question in greater detail in chapters 18 and 19 below. 5. Evaluating the role of the state. It might seem that we are now ready to consider the problem of the state in relation to chronic depression, which was raised at the end of the last part. But this would be an error. Chronic depression is only one of the problems of capitalism requiring state action, and to treat it in isolation would be certain to lead to false conclusions. It must be recalled once again that the analysis of the preceding chapters has been carried through on a relatively high level of abstraction in several important respects. In particular, we have assumed, except in occasional excursi, a closed and freely competitive capitalist system. In reality, present-day capitalism is neither closed nor freely competitive. What we see around us is an interrelated world economy consisting of numerous capitalist, semi-capitalist, and non-capitalist nations in which varying degrees of monopoly are a common phenomenon. As we shall see, these facts are not accidental, they belong to the very nature of capitalism as a phase of world history. To abstract from them was a necessary, but at the same time, provisional stage in our analysis. The time has now come to go beyond this position, to take account of a variety of aspects of capitalist development which have so far been omitted from consideration. In so doing, we shall find that new problems and conditions are introduced, which profoundly affect our view of the future of capitalism and the role of the state therein. Our next tasks must, therefore, be to analyze the structural and institutional tendencies of capitalism which modify its competitive character, and to analyze the developing characteristics of world economy. We shall find the two tasks interrelated in the closest, vi. Only when these tasks have been completed will we be in a position to apply the principles brought out in the present chapter and to evaluate concretely the role of state activity in deciding the fate of the capitalist order. 14. The development of monopoly capital. The tendencies in capitalism which led away from free competition among producers and towards the formation of monopolies are closely connected with the rising organic composition of capital which has been discussed in earlier chapters. Two aspects have to be taken into consideration: first, the growth in constant relative to variable capital, and second, the growth in the fixed portion of constant capital, i.e. in buildings and machines relative to raw, processed, and auxiliary materials. The result of both of these trends is a rise in the average size of the productive unit. Marx noted that this could come about in two ways, which we must now examine. 1. Concentration of capital. If individual capitalists accumulate, so that the quantity of capital under each one's control increases, this makes possible an enlarged scale of production. Marx called this process concentration of capital. Concentration in this sense is a normal accompaniment of accumulation and obviously cannot take place without accumulation. The converse, however, is not necessarily true, since it is possible to imagine accumulation at the same time that individual capitals are declining in magnitude, perhaps through repeated subdivisions among heirs at death. Despite counteracting tendencies of this sort, concentration by itself would undoubtedly be sufficient to account for a steady rise in the scale of production and for a tendency, at least in some lines, towards the limitation of competition. Alongside of concentration there is a second and even more important process which Marx called centralization of capital. Centralization, which is not to be confused with concentration, means the combining of capitals which are already in existence. This process differs from the former in this, that it only presupposes a change in the distribution of capital already to hand and functioning. Its field of action is therefore not limited by the absolute growth of social wealth, by the absolute limits of accumulation. Capital grows in any place to a huge mass in a single hand because it has in another place been lost by many. This is centralization proper, as distinct from accumulation and concentration. 1 Marx did not attempt to expound the laws of this centralization of capitals but rather contented himself with a brief hint at a few facts. This was due to the plan of his work and not to any belief that the phenomenon was unimportant. Even so, his brief hint is instructive and will bear examination. The primary and underlying factor in centralization is found in the economies of large-scale production. The battle of competition is fought by cheapening of commodities. The cheapness of commodities depends, ceteris paribus, on the productiveness of labor, and this again on the scale of production. Therefore the larger capitals beat the smaller. Some of the smaller capitals disappear, others pass into the hands of the more efficient concerns which in this way grow in size. Thus the competitive struggle itself is an agent of centralization. There is another force making for centralization which operates in a different manner, and this is the credit system. As Marx uses the term, the credit system is to be understood in a broad sense to include not only banks but the entire financial machinery of investment houses, security markets, and so on. In its beginnings the credit system sneaks in as a modest helper of accumulation and draws by invisible threads the money resources scattered all over the SWFAs of society into the hands of individual or associated capitalists. But soon it becomes a new and formidable weapon in the competitive struggle, and finally, it transforms itself into an immense social mechanism for the centralization of capitals. As centralization via the CRE for its system, in its developed form, does not imply the expropriation of smaller capitalists by larger, but the amalgamation of a number of capitals which already exist or are in the process of formation. By the smoother road of forming stock companies. 4. This is by far the most rapid method of extending the scale of production. The world would still be without railroads if it had been obliged to wait until accumulation should have enabled a few individual capitals to undertake the construction of a railroad. Centralization, on the other hand, accomplished this by a turn of the hand through stock companies. 5. The end of centralization in any line of industry is reached when there is only one firm left, but for society as a whole the utmost limit would not be reached until the entire social capital would be united either in the hands of one single capitalist, or in those of one single corporation. 6. It is clear from this remark, and indeed from Marx's whole discussion of centralization, that he did not regard the process from the point of view of legal ownership which might be distributed among a large number of shareholders, but rather from the point of view of the magnitude of capital under unified direction. The main effects of centralization, and to a lesser degree of concentration proper, are three in number. In the first place, it leads to a socialization and rationalization of the labor process within the confines of capitalism. In this connection Marx speaks of the progressive transformation of isolated processes of production carried on in accustomed ways into socially combined and scientifically managed processes of production. Centralization, itself the consequence of technical change and the rising organic composition of capital, acts to hasten technical change forward. Centralization, by thus accelerating and intensifying the effects of accumulation, extends at the same time the Revolutions in the technical composition of capital which increase its constant part at the expense of its variable part and thereby reduce the relative demand for labor. The third effect, which did not concern L/LL arcs at the particular stage of his inquiry where he treated centralization, is an obvious corollary, namely, the progressive replacement of competition among a large number of producers by monopolistic or semi-monopolistic control over markets by a small number. 3 corporations. We have seen that Marx recognized the corporation as an essential instrument of centralization. He was also aware that corporations had certain further, and far-reaching, implications for the character and functioning of capitalist production. These are pointed out in one of the draft manuscripts which Engels put together to form Volume 3 of Capital. 8. Sketchy as the analysis is, it nevertheless shows Marx to have been far ahead of his time in recognizing the significance of this problem. Marx makes 3 main points in connection with stock compounds. 1. An enormous expansion of the scale of production and enterprises, which were impossible for individual capitals. 2. Capital is here directly endowed with the form of social capital. As distinguished from private capital, and its enterprises assume the form of social enterprises as distinguished from individual enterprises. It is the abolition of capital as private property within the boundaries of capitalist production itself. 3. Transformation of the actually functioning capitalist into a mere manager, an administrator of other people's capital, and of the owners of capital into mere owners, mere money capitalists. 9. The first of these points has already been dealt with. The second and third summarize tersely the gist of a large body of literature on corporations of the last 2 or 3 decades. 258 The development of monopoly capital private production, already weakened with the coming of the factory system, disappears almost entirely in the large corporation, and the actual owner of capital withdraws more or less completely from the productive process. Marx, however, does not make the mistake, which many modern writers on the subject have made, of regarding the corporation as a direct step towards social control over production. On the contrary, the consequence of this new development is a new aristocracy of finance, a sort of parasites in the shape of promoters, speculators, and merely nominal directors, a whole system of swindling and cheating by means of corporation jugling, stock jobbing, and stock speculation. It is private production without the control of private property. 10. The Marxian theory of corporations was elaborated and extended by Rudolf Hilferding in his important work Fincke's Capital, published in 1910. Economically, the most important aspect of the corporate form of organization is the dissolution of the unifying bond between ownership of capital and actual direction of production, the freeing of the industrial capitalist from the function of industrial entrepreneur, as Hilferding expressed it. 11. It was in developing the implications of this phenomenon that Hilferding made his most important contribution to the theory of corporations. It is not the corporate form as such which transforms the industrial capitalist into a money capitalist. A private firm can go through the legal procedure of incorporation without changing anything essential from an economic standpoint. What is decisive is the growth of a reliable market for corporate securities, itself a long historical process which cannot be analyzed here. The reason for this is clear: only through the securities market does the capitalist attain independence of the fate of the particular enterprise in which he has invested his money. To the extent that the securities market is perfected, the shareholder resembles less and less the old-fashioned capitalist operator and more a lender of money who can regain possession of his money on demand. One difference always remains, namely, that the shareholder runs a greater risk of loss than the pure lender, and hence the yield on shares can be expected to exceed interest on money by a variable risk premium. With this quality, corporations 259. The transformation of the shareholder from an industrial capitalist receiving profit into a money capitalist receiving interest is in principle complete. The first consequence of this transformation is the appearance of promoters' profit, Grundergewinn, which Hilferding correctly designates as an economic category sui generis. 12. If an enterprise, already in existence or projected, will yield, say, 20% on the capital invested in it, and if the yield on shares in enterprises of comparable risk is 10%, then by incorporating the enterprise and floating it on the market, promoters will be able to sell shares to double the amount of actual invested capital. The difference goes directly or indirectly into the pockets of the promoters, who are thereby enriched and strengthened for further operations. Promoters' profit is both an incentive to the formation of corporations and a source of great fortunes. In both ways it fosters the growth in the scale of production and the centralization of capital. The act of promotion is consummated in the issuance and sale of new securities to those who dispose over free money capital. It is for this reason that the specialist in selling new securities comes to occupy a key position in the formation of corporations, frequently performing directly the functions of promotion and reaping the lion's share of promoters' profit. In Germany, the large commercial banks, with their extensive resources and financial contacts, early went into the business of selling new securities and established for themselves the primary place in the field of promotion. In the United States, on the other hand, it was the private bankers, dealers in domestic and foreign exchange, who first entered the field of new securities and in this way gradually evolved the institution of investment banking as distinct from commercial banking, though at a later stage of development the commercial banks entered the investment banking business through the medium of so-called securities affiliates. In spite of the somewhat divergent paths of development, which were probably due as much as anything to differing legal limitations on the freedom of commercial banks, the result in both Germany and the United States, the two countries which Hilferding took as the basis for his generalizations, was substantially the same. Financiers played the dominant role in promotion and in this way achieved a highly significant, and even for a time dominant, position in the corporate structure. It was on the basis of this phenomenon that Hilferding entitled his book Finance Capital. We shall see below, however, that Hilferding erred in the direction of overestimating the importance of financial dominance in the latest stage of capitalist development. Besides laying the foundation for promoters' profit, the separation of the individual capitalist from his role in the productive process adds to a further centralization of control over capital. Nominally, control in the corporation rests in the hands of the body of shareholders. But even legally, the owners of a majority of the shares have virtually complete control over the capital contributed by all the shareholders, and in practice the proportion required is ordinarily much less than a majority, no more than a third to a fourth of the capital, and even less. 13. Because of this fact, the big capitalist who can command a large block of shares in one or more corporations is able to bring under his control an amount of capital several times what he owns. This brings out clearly an attribute of the corporate form of organization which Hilferding did not make explicit enough, namely, that while ownership of shares as such is divorced from the control and direction of production, vertiless ownership of a sufficiently large quantity of shares carries with it control over production on a multiplied scale. Even this, however, understates the possibility of centralization of control through use of the corporate form, for it must be remembered that one corporation can own the shares of one or more other corporations. Thus a capitalist may control corporation A by owning, say, 1/3 of its shares. Part of the capital may be used to gain control over corporations B, C, and D, and the capital of these in turn to bring into the fold still further corporations. With the development of the corporate form there comes into existence a special financing technique which has the purpose of assuring to the smallest amount of one's own capital dominance over the greatest possible amount of other people's capital. We have now to notice the final step in the centralization process made possible by the corporate form. On the one hand, promoters' profit puts vast wealth in the possession of a relatively few capitalists and banking institutions. On the other hand, this wealth can be invested in such a way as to secure control over a far larger aggregate of capital. In this fashion, as Hilferding expressed it, there is formed a circle of persons who, thanks to their own possession of capital or as representatives of concentrated power over other people's capital, bank directors, sit upon the governing boards of a large number of corporations. There thus arises a kind of personal union persona/union, on the one hand between the different corporations themselves, on the other between the latter and the banks, a circumstance which must be of the greatest importance for the policy of these institutions, since among them there has arisen a community of interests gemeinsame Besitzsinteres. 1. For in many cases this personal union among insiders is the parent, or at least forerunner, of still closer organizational unification, in the form of cartels, trusts, or mergers, aimed directly at monopolistic control over the market. These organizational forms will be considered separately in the next section. The general consequences of the spread of the corporate form can be summarized as follows: intensification of the centralization process along with an acceleration of accumulation in general, on the one hand; on the other, formation of a relatively small upper layer of big capitalists whose control extends far beyond the limits of their ownership. The latter point has been so generally misunderstood by modern writers that it is perhaps worth a further word. In recent years we have read much about separation of ownership from control in the large corporation. This is a correct description of actual trends if it is taken to mean that concentration of control over capital is not limited by the concentration of ownership. If, however, it is interpreted as implying that control passes out of the hands of owners altogether and becomes the prerogative of some other group in society, it is completely erroneous. What actually happens is that the great majority of owners is stripped of control in favor of a small minority of owners. The large corporation means, thus, neither the democratization nor the abrogation of the control functions of property, but rather their concentration in a small group of large property owners. What many property owners lose, a few gain. Hilferding was perfectly correct when he said that capitalists form a SOCD in the direction of which most of them have nothing to say. The actual disposal over productive capital belongs to those who have contributed only a part of it. For cartels, trusts, and mergers, the final stage in the development of monopoly capital mess with the formation of combinations which have the conscious goal of controlling competition. This stage is reached only on the basis of a relatively high degree of centralization which, by reducing the number of enterprises in a given line of production, makes competition increasingly severe and perilous for the survivors. Competition tends to turn into cutthroat competition which is beneficial to no one. When this happens, the ground is ready for the combination movement. Marx completed his economic writings before the combination movement got underway, and consequently there is no analysis of it from his pen in the 3 volumes of Capital. By the time Engels undertook the editing of Volume 3 in the middle 80s, however, the direction of events was already clear. In a long note inserted into Marx's discussion of corporations, Engels spoke of the second and third degree of stock companies in the form of cartels and in some lines. The concentration of the entire production of this line in one great stock company under one joint management. The long-cherished freedom of competition, Engels remarked, has reached the end of its tether and is compelled to announce its own palpable bankruptcy. 15. Hilferding, with the rich experience of Germany and America in the years from 1890 to 1910 before him, was able to build this insight into the body of Marxian economics. Our analysis follows that of Hilferding in general outline, though with appropriate modifications for readers more familiar with American than with Genin conditions. The specific characteristic of the organization forms which are now under examination, which distinguishes them from corporations as such, is that they are deliberately designed to increase profits by means of market controls of a monopolistic character. The achievement of this aim involves the limitation or abrogation of the independence of action of the enterprises concerned and their coordination under a definite unified policy. Since there is a wide range of degrees of limitation, it follows that many different forms of monopolistic combination are possible. We shall mention some of the most important, beginning with the loosest form of association and proceeding to the complete merger of the competing fins. It must be kept in mind throughout that a community of interest between competitors, based on interlocking directorates or common banking connections, if it exists, smooths the way for and greatly strengthens the tendency towards combination. Indeed, it might even be said that a community of interest is in a sense a type of combination which easily leads to more binding forms. Perhaps the weakest form of combination is the so-called gentleman's agreement, which is essentially the articulation of a common policy agreed upon by competitors but without binding force for any of them. The incentive for each individual firm to break the agreement, however, is strong, and arrangements of this nature rarely last beyond a short period. A further stage is reached with the formation of a pool in which business is allocated according to a formula agreed upon among the participants. The pool agreement is generally reduced to writing, but its enforcement depends primarily on the voluntary cooperation of its members. Hence, like the gentleman's agreement, the pool is unstable and generally no more than a transitional phenomenon. Certain types of cartel closely resemble the pool and share its weaknesses. The latter are overcome by extending the control of the cartel over its members and introducing sanctions against those who refuse to abide by its terms. A typical cartel has a central committee with the duty of fixing prices and production quotas and the power to punish violators by fines or otherwise. The independence of the members may be further restricted by centralizing purchases and less in a single agency, thus breaking the direct relation between the individual firms and their customers, and even by giving to the central committee power to close down inefficient plants and to allocate aggregate profits according to some established formula. When this last step has been taken, the cartel approaches closely in many respects to the outright merger. A tighter form of organization than the cartel is the trust in the strict sense of the word, which enjoyed great favor in the United States for a time until it was outlawed. Under the trust form, the owners of a majority of the stock of a number of independent corporations turn their holdings over to a group of trustees in exchange for trust certificates. The trustees vote the stock and the holders of the certificates receive the dividends. In this way, a complete unification of the policies of the companies is achieved while the legal and business identity of the constituents is left undisturbed as in the cartel. The trust in this sense must not be confused with the common meaning assigned to the term, according to which it is a generic designation covering pretty much the entire range of monopolistic combinations. Finally, we come to the complete merger, in which the independence of the participating firms is abolished. The merger may take place in various ways, chief of which are the swallowing up of all the firms by one large one, and the disappearance of all the old firms in favor of a new business entity. In any case, the result is the same: complete organic unity under a single direction. This is obviously the most effective form of combination from the standpoint of carrying out a monopolistic policy. The factors determining which forms of combination will be adopted under varying circumstances of time and place constitute a special branch of applied economics. In general, it can be said that they relate to the particular conditions prevailing in the different lines of industry, the weaknesses of the looser forms of association, and the legal provisions in force in the different countries. Thus, for example, in the United States, laws prohibiting combinations of the cartel and trust types operated to increase greatly the use of the outright merger as a method of achieving monopolistic ends, while in Germany, where the cartel was accorded a recognized legal status, the latter form flourished. From our standpoint, these differences are of secondary importance. The decisive fact is that the combination movement swept over all the advanced capitalist countries during the 2 decades, more or less, surrounding the turn of the century, and brought with it a qualitative change in the character of capitalist production. Free competition, which had been the dominant, though, of course, not exclusive, pattern of capitalist market behavior, was definitely superseded by varying degrees of monopoly, again as the dominant pattern. The consequences of this transition for the general laws of motion of capitalist society will have to be carefully examined in the next 2 chapters. We have already noted that banks, because of their strategic position in the issuance and sale of new securities, play a peculiarly important role in the formation of corporations, and the same applies to the merger of corporations already formed. Banks appropriate to themselves a major share of promoters' profit, appoint their own representatives to sit on the directorates of corporations, and come to exercise a great influence in the policies adopted. In what direction will this influence be exercised? Always towards the abolition of competition. An individual company may, if it feels strong enough, welcome a knockdown and drag-out fight, with its competitors, expecting to undergo a temporary period of reduced earnings in the hope of more than making up its losses later on. But for a bank which has relations with many companies, such a course must inevitably seem futile and self-defeating. The gains of one company are offset by the losses of others. As Hilferding pointed out, therefore the striving of banks to eliminate competition among the firms in which they are interested is absolute. Every bank also has an interest in the highest possible profit. Other things being equal, this aim is achieved in a particular branch of industry when competition has been completely excluded. Hence the striving of banks for monopoly. 16. The more extensive the connections of a bank and the more powerful its voice, the more effectively is it able to pursue its aim of eliminating competition and erecting monopolies. Hence the centralization of capital in the industrial sphere finds a counterpart in the growth of larger and larger banking units. On this basis there arises that interpersonal union of interlocking directorates and communities of interest which binds together the most important banking and industrial magnates in all the advanced capitalist countries. Up to this point it is possible to accept Hilferding's analysis with few reservations. But he goes considerably further, sometimes openly stating and always implying that in the partnership between industrial and banking capital it is the latter which occupies the dominant position. Finance capital is defined at one point as capital controlled by the banks and utilized by the industrialists. 17 And the trend of capitalism is pictured as involving the increasing subjection of all aspects of economic life to an ever narrower circle of huge banks. This comes out clearly in the following passage: with the development of banking, with the ever closer relation between banks and industry, the tendency grows, on the one hand for competition among the banks to be excluded, on the other hand for all capital to be concentrated in the form of money capital and to reach productive outlets only through the instrumentality of the banks. In the final analysis this tendency would lead to a situation in which the entire money capital would be at the disposal of one bank or group of banks. Such a central bank would then exercise control over the whole of social production. 18. There can be little doubt that this view is fundamentally misleading. Hilferding mistakes a transitional phase of capitalist development for a lasting trend. It is true that during the period of the combination movement itself, when corporations and mergers are in the process of formation, the banks are in a strategic position which enables them to extend their sway over the key areas of the productive system. The process of combination, however, cannot continue indefinitely. The ultimate limit would be reached in any given industry when only one firm is left, but as a rule the process comes to a halt considerably before this ultimate limit is actually reached. Competition of a dangerous kind is generally effectively abolished when something of the order of 3/4 to 4/5 of a given industry is in the hands of a few large companies. Beyond this point the tendency to further combination is greatly weakened and may even be altogether offset by counteracting forces. Rival group JNGs of large capitalists continue to exist and each always hopes to be able to improve its position at the expense of the others. Each needs bases in the most important industrial sectors as a source of strength and as possible counters in a game of bargaining with the others. Once the specter of cutthroat competition has been banished and a modus vivendi for the most general and necessary monopolistic ends has been discovered, further combinations occur less frequently and may soon cease altogether. When this stage has been reached the position of the banks undergoes a sharp change. The function of issuing new securities, on which their power was originally founded, becomes much less important. The large monopolistic corporations find themselves, in direct proportion to their success, i.e. profitability, in possession of internal sources of funds, not only in the form of profits which can be accumulated instead of being distributed as dividends to shareholders, but also in the form of depreciation, depletion, obsolescence, and other so-called reserve accounts which are to an ever-increasing extent turned to the purposes of accumulation. With these internal sources of additional capital at their disposal, corporate managements are to a greater or less degree freed from dependence on the market for new securities as a source of capital, and by the same token they are freed from their dependence on bankers. To be sure, where the influence of banks is firmly entrenched, this does not mean an immediate decline in their power. But in the long run, economic power which is related to no economic function is bound to weaken and eventually disappear. This is exactly what happens to the power of the banks insofar as it is based on control over the issuance of new securities. The function itself atrophies and the power to which it gave rise declines, leaving the banks in a secondary position. Bank capital, having had its day of glory, falls back again to a position subsidiary to industrial capital, thus re-establishing the relation which existed prior to the combination movement. This does not mean that capitalism in general returns to its earlier state. On the contrary, monopoly and the dominance of a small upper layer of big capitalists become solidified and gradually extended to take in ever larger sectors of the productive and distributive system. Only their base is industrial capital and not, as Hilferding thought it would be, bank capital. The dominance of bank capital is a passing phase of capitalist development which roughly coincides with the transition from competitive to monopoly capitalism. Hilferding's error is a serious one in at least two respects. For one thing, the preconception of financial dominance precludes an understanding of the most important recent changes in the character of the accumulation process, particularly the growth of internal corporate financing. And for another thing, it leads to profound illusions about the nature and difficulty of the task involved in achieving a socialist society. Already in 1910, Hilferding expressed the view that the seizure of 6 big Berlin banks would mean the seizure of the most important spheres of big industry. Even at the time this was far from the truth, though unquestionably the seizure of the big banks could have seriously disrupted the industries dependent upon them. But today the entire banking system could be seized in the United States, for example, without causing more than a temporary ripple in the ranks of big capital. It is clear that if the theory of finance capitalism is interpreted to imply the dominance of banks, it is a poor foundation on which to build a socialist policy. In concluding this discussion, however, we should note that the expression finance capital does not necessarily have the implications which Hilferding attached to it. Lenin, in particular, criticized Hilferding's definition of finance capital on the ground that it is silent on one of the most important points, namely, the growth of concentration of production and of capital to such a great extent that the concentration leads and has led to monopoly. For Hilferding's capital controlled by the banks and utilized by the industrialists, Lenin substituted the following: the concentration of production, the monopolies onsummed therefrom, the merging or concrescence of banks with industry. This is the history of the rise of finance capital and the content of this concept. 20. Lenin's theory is thus certainly not open to the criticisms which have been directed at Hilferding's. Nevertheless, it is doubtful whether the term finance capital can be divested of the connotation of banker dominance which Hilferding gave it. This being the case, it seems preferable to drop it altogether and substitute the term monopoly capital, which clearly indicates what is essential to Lenin's concept of finance capital and yet is not so likely as the latter to mislead the unwary reader. In the last chapter we investigated how and why competitive capitalism at a certain stage in its development turns into a monopoly capitalism. This metamorphosis, in its turn, reacts on the functioning of the system, altering some of its laws and modifying others. To analyze the alterations and modifications in the laws of capitalist motion must, therefore, be our next task. In this chapter we shall confine ourselves to those effects which emerge under the assumption of a closed system. In the following chapter the problems of world economy will be subjected to inquiry. 1. Monopoly and price. When we speak of a monopoly price, Marx wrote, we mean in a general way a price which is determined only by the eagerness of the purchasers to buy and by their solvency, independently of the price which is determined by the general price of production and by the value of the products. 1. This being the case, it appears to be obvious, as Hilferding said, that the realization of Marx's theory of concentration, of monopolistic merger, seems to result in the invalidation of Marx's value theory. 2. This observation is certainly not without a certain justification. Under conditions of monopoly, exchange ratios do not conform to labor-time ratios, nor do they stand in a theoretically demonstrable relation to labor-time ratios as is the case with prices of production. When the power of limiting supply is in the hands of producers, so also is the power of setting prices, and to determine theoretically, and with a useful degree of generality, at what point prices will be set is impossible. Too many diverse factors enter into the determination of a given price. 270. Permit the construction of a precise theory with any but the most limited applicability. This is fully proved by the attempts of orthodox economic theory in recent years to establish objective laws of price under conditions of total or partial monopoly. Aside from a few empty propositions, such as that price will be set where profit is maximized, monopolistic price theory rapidly turns into a catalog of special cases, each with its own particular solution. This is not the fault of the economists, nor is it, as some maintain, merely a sign of the backwardness of the science. The difficulty is inherent in the subject matter. No reasonably general laws of monopoly price have been discovered because none exist. The fact that it is useless to search for a theory of monopoly price which can stand on an equal footing with the theories of value and production price should not, however, be a cause for despair. For it is possible to say with a great deal of generality and assurance that, as compared to the situation which would exist under competition, equilibrium output is smaller and equilibrium price is higher when elements of monopoly are introduced. Since this is so, we can start from the theory of value, or production price, as a base and analyze the kind, if not the extent, of modifications which monopoly brings with it. This is extremely important since it allows us to develop the theory of monopoly along genuinely useful lines, something which would not be possible if the deviations of monopoly price from competitive price were purely arbitrary in regard both to direction and to extent. Even in relation to the extent of the deviation of monopoly price from competitive price, certain judgments of the more or less type are often possible. Thus it is usually safe to assume that the price will be higher the less responsive, relatively, the quantity purchased to changes in price, i.e. the less elastic the demand, and the more complex the monopoly. These are factors about which it is frequently possible to make a rough but serviceable judgment, particularly when it is a question of estimating the effects of technical and organizational changes on prices. We must not, however, expect to be able to reduce the theory of monopoly price to quantitative precision. Anyone attempting to do so will only succeed in getting lost in a maze of special cases. It goes almost without saying that the validity of measuring commodities in value terms, that is to say by the yardstick of socially necessary labor time, is independent of the particular exchange ratios which happen to be established on the market, whether under competitive or monopolistic conditions. As we shall see presently, this fact is of first importance in developing the theory of monopoly beyond the sphere of prices. 2. Monopoly and the rate of profit. So far as the individual enterprise is concerned, the transition from competition to monopoly brings with it an increased EASE in profit. This is, indeed, the whole aim and end of monopoly. But the total value produced by the social labor force is in no way increased by the formation of monopolies, and hence the extra profit of the monopolist is in the nature of a transfer of values from the incomes of other members of society. Out of whose pockets does the extra profit of monopoly come? Marx stated the two most general possibilities in the following terms: the monopoly price of certain commodities would merely transfer a portion of the profit of the other producers of commodities to the commodities with a monopoly price. A local disturbance in the distribution of the surplus value among the various spheres of production would take place. But they would leave the BO_OF the surplus value itself unaltered. If a commodity with a monopoly price should enter into the necessary consumption of the laborer, it would increase the wages and thereby reduce the surplus value if the laborer would receive the value of his labor power the same as BE4. But such a commodity might also depress wages below the value of labor power, of COERS only to the extent that wages would be higher than the physical minimum of subsistence. In this case the monopoly price would be paid by a deduction from the real wages and from the profits of the other capitalists. 3. In short, either the extra profit is a deduction from the surplus value of other capitalists or it is a deduction from the wages of the working class. Generally speaking, however, at any given 7.3. time and place wages gravitate around a level which is socially recognized as a minimum standard of subsistence. Trade unions are one of the most powerful agents in the achievement of this result, and since unions are already well developed by the time of the combination movement, it seems reasonable to suppose that deductions from wages caused by monopoly extra profit will be rapidly restored. If this reasoning is valid, it follows that the extra profit of the monopolist comes primarily from the pockets of his fellow capitalists. In what follows we shall work with this assumption except where a qualification is specifically introduced. The tendency to an equality of profit rates, which is a characteristic feature of competitive capitalism, is thus doubly disrupted by monopoly. The profits of some are raised, while the profits of others are reduced. Naturally, there is still a tendency for capital to try to move out of the disadvantaged and into the favored fields, but the very essence of monopoly is the existence of effective barriers to such free movement of capital. A new form of the tendency to equal profit rates now comes into play, therefore, a form which is much stressed by Hilferding in his discussion of monopoly. 4. This is the spreading of monopoly from every point where it makes an appearance. To the extent that monopoly becomes general, the gains of the individuals are to a certain degree offset by their losses and the profit rates are brought more nearly to equality, though an exact equality could never be achieved by this path. The principle of spreading may be clarified as follows. A certain industry, say iron ore production, is monopolized and the price raised. Part of the resulting loss is borne by the pig iron producers, who now have an increased incentive to combine both to raise their prices to the steel industry and to bargain for lower prices from the ore industry. In this way, combination will spread in concentric circles from any given point of origin, seizing upon those industries where circumstances are favorable to the establishment and maintenance of monopoly conditions. The spreading process, however, works very unevenly, for there are always industries in which it is difficult or even impossible to effect a stable combination. These are the industries in which only a small capital investment is required. Numerous firms are necessary to fill the demand and entry into the field is easy for anyone with the required minimum of capital. Here competitive conditions persist despite the advantages to be had from combination. It follows that we can expect a general equalization of profit rates neither from the mobility of capital nor from the spreading of monopoly. We get instead a hierarchy of profit rates ranging from highest in the industries of large-scale production where close well-protected combinations are relatively easy to establish, to lowest in the industries of very small-scale production where numerous firms exist and the ease of entry precludes stable combinations. 3. Monopoly and accumulation. Monopoly profoundly affects the accumulation process, first in its effect on the rate of accumulation out of a given amount of surplus value, and second in its effect on the outlets for accumulated capital. Let us consider these problems in turn. The total surplus value of society is divided into numerous segments, each corresponding in size to the portion of the total social capital from which it springs. It is a general rule that the proportion accumulated increases with the size of the segment of surplus value. From this it follows that centralization by itself, since it decreases the number and increases the size of the segments, will have the effect of raising the rate of accumulation from a given total of surplus value. Monopoly intensifies this effect by transferring surplus value from the smaller capitals to the larger. The increment of accumulation arising from the addition to the larger segments must be larger than the decrement attributable to the subtraction from the smaller segments. We see, there, that on two counts the rate of accumulation under monopoly capitalism tends to be higher than the rate under competitive capitalism. Let us now turn to the effects of monopoly on the requirements for newly accumulated capital. Here the decisive factor is that the very maintenance of monopoly necessitates the blocking off of investment from the monopolized, and hence most profitable, fields of industry. We observe the following apparent paradox, namely, that a monopolist making large profits will nevertheless refuse to invest more capital in his own industry and will search for outside opportunities for investment even though the rate of profit obtainable be much lower. The paradox disappears as soon as we realize that the monopolist's investment policy cannot be dominated by his overall profit rate or by the rate obtainable on the additional investment taken by itself. He must rather be guided by what we may call the marginal profit rate, that is to say the rate on the additional investment after allowance has been made for the fact that the additional investment, since it will increase output and reduce price, will entail a reduction in profit on the old investment. The overall rate of profit may be high while the marginal rate is low or even negative. The monopolist will therefore search for outside outlets so long as the rate to be earned anywhere is greater than the marginal rate in his own field. It is, of course, true that the outsider will not be governed in his accessions by the marginal rate of profit to the monopolist, but the existence of the monopoly means that the outsider is not free to enter the field no matter how much he might like to do so. The principle that the monopolist is guided in his investment decisions by the marginal rate of profit is of fundamental importance. In addition to explaining the cessation of investment in monopolized fields while the rate of profit still appears to be high, it helps us to understand how and why the attitude of monopoly capital towards technological change differs from that of competitive capital. Just as in the case of an expansion of output the monopolist must take account of the effect on his old business, so in the case of a technological innovation he cannot neglect the depreciation I value which his already invested capital may suffer through being outmoded. Under competition, on the other hand, the gain is enjoyed by the innovator while the loss, if any, is borne at least in large part by his competitors. This does not mean that technological change will cease under monopoly. The elaborate research facilities which the great monopolistic combines maintain are something new and make it certain that in range and comprehensiveness technological advance receives a powerful stimulus from the centralization of capital. What it does mean is that labor-saving becomes more than ever the goal of capitalist technology and that the rate of introduction of new methods will be so arranged as to minimize the disturbance to existing capital values. In other words, new methods will have an even stronger labor-saving bias, and for the most part new equipment will be put in the place of old only when the latter wears out and needs to be replaced anyway. Consequently, monopoly steps up the rate of flow of workers into the industrial reserve army and reduces the outlet for newly accumulated capital provided by technological progress. We have seen that monopoly stops up the demand for new capital in the monopolized industries in two ways, because output is restricted in the interest of maintaining the maximum possible overall profit rate, and because the rate of introduction of technological innovations is consciously regulated in such a way as to minimize the need for new capital. The counterpart of the stoppage of investment in the monopolized industries is a crowding of capital into industries where entry is free, or at least less restricted, with a consequent depression of profit rates in these areas. Thus the immediate effect of accumulation is simply to intensify the distortions in the pattern of profit rates which monopoly originally brings with it. What is the significance of monopoly for the problems of crisis and depression? Insofar as the rate of accumulation is increased, the effect obviously is to hasten the falling tendency of the average rate of profit and to strengthen the tendency to underconsumption. But this is not all. Since the monopolist is guided by the marginal profit rate in his own industry, and since the rate in the remaining competitive spheres is depressed, the net result is a depression of the rate of profit which is controlling for investment decisions. This is a factor contributing to crises and depressions independent of and additional to the falling tendency of the average rate of profit and the tendency to underconsumption. Thus, besides intensifying the old contradictions of the accumulation process, monopoly introduces new ones. One further point in this connection is to be noted. If any part of monopoly extra profit constitutes a deduction from labor income, the effect is to raise the total of surplus value at the expense of the share of the social output going to the working class. This, in turn, raises the rate of accumulation and lowers the rate of consumption, and in this fashion strengthens the tendency to underconsumption. In order to analyze the relation between monopoly and the costs of distribution, it is first necessary to indicate the main outlines of Marx's theory of commercial capital and commercial profit. 5. Commerce is to be understood in a narrow sense to include only buying and selling activities and to exclude transportation, storage, and delivery. The latter, in Marx's theory, are aspects of production proper and consequently do not require separate theoretical treatment. In practice, the merchant performs a part of these productive functions so that the isolation of his commercial functions is never easy. Nevertheless, in principle the distinction is clear and must be made for theoretical purposes. From the point of view of society as a whole, commerce is unproductive. It adds nothing to the total of values produced, but rather is concerned with the transformation of already existing values from the money form to the commodity form or vice versa. This principle is perfectly plain to the individual industrial capitalist, who knows very well that an increase in the costs of buying and selling, other things remaining equal, does not raise the value of his products but instead reduces his profit. But when the commercial function is separated from the industrial function and is carried on by an independent group of merchants, it appears that the value of the products is enhanced by the amount of the merchant's profits plus any expenses incidental to carrying out the commercial operations. This, however, is an illusion which disappears upon analysis. The mere separation of commerce from production is powerless to change the character of either. Assume for a moment that the merchant has no expenses. Nevertheless, for the purpose of buying commodities and selling them again, he requires a certain amount of capital, and this capital, since he is free at any time to transfer it to other lines of activity, must draw the going rate of profit. How is this possible if no surplus value originates in the sphere of commercial operations? Marx solved the problem by showing that commercial capital appropriates a part of the surplus value produced in the monopoly and the rising costs of distribution too. 79. Industrial sphere. The merchant buys commodities from the industrialist at less than their value by the amount of his profit margin and sells them at their value. He is enabled to do this because under capitalism commerce cannot be dispensed with. In an unplanned economy, the bringing together of buyers and sellers is an absolutely necessary function. Consequently, capital must be invested in this field. But capital will not be invested in commerce unless it earns the average rate of profit. Competition, supply and demand, consequently forces down the industrialist's price to the point where commercial capital can come into the field at the ruling rate of profit. The net result is that an unchanged quantity of surplus value is spread over a larger amount of capital, the average rate of profit is reduced. As Marx expressed it, the larger the merchant's capital in proportion to the industrial capital, the smaller is the rate of industrial profit and vice versa. 6. In practice, the merchant does have expenses to meet both for labor power, clerks, typists, bookkeepers, etc., and for office space, fixtures, and auxiliary materials. Marx's treatment of these expenses is not altogether unambiguous. The relevant passages have the earmarks of a rough first draft in which he was working his way through the problem without a clear picture at the outset of the conclusions which would emerge. Nevertheless, we can attempt to indicate the solution which seems most in keeping with the general logic of his theory. From the point of view of the merchant, expenses have the character of capital quite as much as do his outlays on commodities for resale. Hence the margin between the purchase and sale prices of the commodities in which he deals must be sufficiently large not only to provide for commercial profit in the sense already explained, but also to reimburse him for the outlays involved in meeting his expenses plus a normal profit on these outlays. No part of the margin between purchase price and sale price is value produced in the commercial sphere. This principle is in no way altered by the introduction of the merchant's expenses. Consequently, it must be in its entirety a deduction from the surplus value which would otherwise accrue to the industrial capitalists. Since the employees in the commercial sphere are paid out of S plus value and do not themselves create any value, it follows that they must be classified as unproductive laborers and their consumption as unproductive consumption. This analysis thus provides the justification for the procedure adopted in Chapter 2, of including commercial workers along with servants, landlords, and the like in the category of unproductive consumers. Commerce has a threefold effect on accumulation. 1. Since the expenses of commerce constitute a deduction from surplus value, there is less surplus value available for accumulation. Pan of the expenses are wages which are spent by their recipients on consumption goods. To this extent social consumption is increased. Part of the expenses are outlays on buildings, equipment, and materials which do not raise social consumption either directly or indirectly. Nevertheless, the effect on the reproduction process is the same as though consumption were increased. Values are used up and disappear from the reproduction scheme. The first effect of commerce is therefore to reduce surplus value and hence accumulation and to increase correspondingly the rate of consumption. 2. Since the commercial capitalists share in the remaining surplus value along with the industrial capitalists, it follows that the number of segments into which the total is divided is larger and the average size smaller. It has already been noted that this reduces the rate of accumulation. 3. The expansion of the reproduction process requires a growth in commercial capital which therefore offers an investment outlet. In summary, commerce increases consumption, reduces accumulation, and provides an investment outlet. It therefore counteracts the tendency to underconsumption. We are now ready to analyze the effect of monopoly on the commercial sphere of the capitalist economy. The most evident consequence of centralization and the growth of monopoly is a decline in the relative importance of the independent merchant. His arises from two causes. On the one hand, vertical combinations eliminate transactions between independent capitals which otherwise would have been unavoidable. On the other hand, the large firms do more and more of their own buying and selling since their business is extensive enough to permit them to maintain specialized departments for the purpose which are at least as efficient as the independent merchant. Hilferding stressed this aspect of monopoly. Monopolistic combination affects an elimination of independent trade. It makes a part of the trading operations entirely superfluous and reduces the expense of the rest. 1. Unfortunately, since he stopped here, he concluded that the costs of buying and selling were on the decline and hence gave a completely incorrect impression of the true state of affairs. Actually, there is another and much more important connection between monopoly and the costs of circulating commodities. Under competition, high profits lead to an expansion of production. The extra profits of monopoly, however, do not have this consequence. In fact, they are conditioned on the restriction of output. Nevertheless, they are not without their effect on the behavior of the monopolists, each one of whom now concentrates his attention on trying to increase his share of the available business and hence of the extra profit. It is very important that this be done without resort to the method of price cutting, which nearly always leads to retaliation, expansion of total output and reduction or even abolition of extra profit. The alternative to price cutting is to attract buyers away from rival sources of supply by more effective selling methods. Two cases have to be distinguished, though they present closely interconnected aspects of the same general phenomenon. First, there are the efforts of firms in the same industry to take business away from each other. In this connection, it must be remembered that centralization rarely proceeds to the point of bringing an entire industry under the control of a single firm. And second, there are the efforts of all the producers in one industry to persuade consumers to spend more money on their products at the expense of the products of other industries. As between these two cases selling techniques vary somewhat, but basically they follow a similar pattern and do not require separate analysis. In the efforts of monopolists to enlarge their sales without jeopardizing the existence of extra profits, we find the fundamental explanation of the enormous development of the arts of salesmanship and advertising, which is such a striking characteristic of monopoly capitalism. This development takes on many forms, including the attempt to attract customers through alluring packaging and labeling, the maintenance of staffs of salesmen and publicists, and perhaps most important of all, the continuous emission of enormous quantities of advertising through newspapers, magazines, and radio. But direct methods of salesmanship and advertising are only a part of the picture. Indirectly, the effect is a multiplication of the channels of distribution and a vast amount of duplication in the fields of transporting, storing, and delivering commodities. These activities are, as we know, a part of the process of production proper. But now they become expanded far beyond the limits of what would be socially necessary under competitive conditions. Under monopoly, only a part of distributive activities can be considered as productive of value, the rest are essentially similar to selling in the strict sense and share with the latter the attribute of using up value without producing any. Recent studies of distribution costs give some indication of the extent to which monopoly has resulted in an expansion of the machinery of selling and distribution. For example, on the basis of its report Does Distribution Cost Too Much? 1939, the 20th Century Fund makes the following statements: distribution, not production, is now the great frontier of the American business system. Distribution takes 59 cents of the consumer's dollar as compared with only 41 cents for production processes. Workers in distribution increased 9 times between 1870 and 1930, while the population increased only 3 times. 8. Too much significance should not be attached to the precise figures quoted. Quite apart from criticisms which have been direct at the statistical methods employed, they do not provide a measure of the growth of unproductive activities in selling and distribution. Some increase in the relative importance of transport, storage, and delivery is certainly to be expected as production becomes more diversified and geographically specialized. How much of the increase is thus socially necessary could be established only after a long investigation, and even then only within fairly wide limits. In spite of all qualifications, however, both the direction and importance of the general trend is clear. The theoretical principles which emerge from the Marxian analysis of commercial capital and commercial profit are fully applicable to the growth of selling and unproductive distribution costs under the influence of NR1 monopoly. Surplus value which would otherwise be available for accumulation is instead diverted into supporting a swollen selling and distributing mechanism. The extra profits of monopoly are reduced in this fashion, often to the point where they appear to be no greater than average competitive profits, so that the very existence of monopoly is obscured from view. Many new segments of surplus value are created, for example in the form of profits of advertising firms or of duplicate and socially unnecessary retail stores. Consumption is raised by the amount paid as wages to additional unproductive workers, and the same effect, so far as the reproduction process is concerned, is brought about by the outlays on materials and equipment necessary for carrying on selling and much of distribution activities. One net effect of all this is a slowing down in the rate of expansion of capital and the emergence of a powerful counteracting force to the tendency to underconsumption. There is another aspect of the growth of the distributive system in the period of monopoly capitalism which deserves brief consideration. The entire trend is predicated upon a substantial and continuing rise in the productiveness of labor. Only if this condition is satisfied is it possible for the proportion of the labor force engaged in unproductive pursuits to increase without serious adverse consequences for the general standard of living. Conversely, given a steady increase in the productiveness of labor, the stage is set for an expansion of surplus value and the social classes which are maintained out of surplus value. In his discussion of the views of Barton and Ricardo on machinery, Marx was at great pains to bring out this aspect of rising labor productivity. The mass of articles entering into gross income can increase without a concomitant increase in the part of this mass going to variable capital. The latter can even become smaller. In this case more is consumed as revenue by the capitalists, landlords, their hangers-on, the unproductive classes, the state, the intermediate classes, employees in trade, etc. 9. To this we need only add that the expansion of the sphere of distribution under the influence of monopoly constitutes a specific form of a development which Marx treats only in the most general terms. The rise in labor productivity and the disproportionate growth in the distributive sphere to which it leads under monopoly capitalism constitute a development with far-reaching social and political implications. The so-called new middle class of industrial bureaucrats, professionals, teachers, state employees, and the like, which inevitably grows up in the wake of centralization and rising living standards, is augmented by the army of salesmen, advertising agents, publicists, and salaried employees who form such a large proportion of those engaged in distributive activities. These elements of the population are relatively well paid and hence enjoy a standard of living which, from a subjective standpoint, ties them more or less closely to the ruling class of capitalists and landlords. Moreover, since under capitalism a large proportion of them derive their incomes directly or indirectly from surplus value, so that a diminution of surplus value would necessarily react upon them unfavorably, there also exists an objective bond linking their fortunes with those of the ruling class. For both of these reasons the new middle class tends to provide social and political support for the capitalists rather than for the workers. Its members constitute, so to speak, a mass army which readily accepts the leadership of capitalist generals. Contrary to widespread opinion, Marx was fully aware of this role of the new middle class. In his critique of Ricardo's theory of machinery, Marx put the matter as follows. What Ricardo forgets to bring out is the steady growth of the middle classes standing between the laborers on the one side and the capitalists and landlords on the other, for the most part supported directly from revenue, which weigh as a burden on the laboring base and enhance the security and power of the upper 10,000. 10. If this was a highly important trend already in Marx's time, how much more so has it become in the period of monopoly capitalism? Subsequently we shall see how it constitutes one of the component forces which decide the actual course of capitalist development. Let us now attempt a brief schematic summary of the most important general effects of monopoly on the functioning of the capitalist system. 1. Prices of monopolized commodities are raised. 2. The equal profit rates of competitive capitalism are turned into a hierarchy of profit rates, highest in the most completely monopolized industries, lowest in the most competitive. 3. Small segments of surplus value are reduced, large segments increased. This raises the rate of accumulation and hence accentuates both the falling tendency of the average rate of profit and the tendency to underconsumption. 4. Investment in monopolized industries is choked off, capital crowds into the more competitive areas. The rate of profit which is relevant to investment decisions is therefore lowered. This is a factor in causing depressions independent of both the general falling tendency of the rate of profit and the tendency to underconsumption. 5. The labor-saving bias of capitalist technology is enhanced, and the introduction of new techniques is so arranged as to minimize the need for new capital. 6. The costs of selling are raised and the distributive system is expanded beyond what is socially necessary. This in turn has the following consequences. A. Monopoly extra profits are reduced, in many cases to no more than the competitive level. B. New segments of surplus value are created, and a large number of unproductive consumers are brought into existence. Therefore the rate of accumulation is reduced and the rate of consumption increased. This acts as an offsetting force to the tendency to underconsumption. C. The new middle class which provides social and political support for the capitalist class is enlarged. It will be noted that the effects listed under 6, in a measure counteract numbers 3, 4, and 5. This, however, is not a case of simple cancellation of opposed forces. The contradictions of the accumulation process, which are accentuated by 3, 4, and 5, are basically symptomatic of the difficulty of containing rapidly expanding productive forces within the framework of capitalist property relations. The growth of the distributive system under monopoly eases the difficulty and softens the contradictions, but it does so not by making it possible for capitalism to harness the expanding productive forces, but rather by diverting their use into socially unnecessary and hence wasteful channels. There is an important difference here which should not be overlooked. When it is appreciated, the favorable effects of monopoly appear in anything but a favorable light. World economy. 1. General considerations. There never has been and never will be a closed capitalist system such as we have been assuming in the greater part of the foregoing analysis. This does not mean that we are not justified in making the assumption of a dosed system, nor does it mean that the laws and tendencies of capitalism which have been discovered on the basis of this assumption are non-existent. What it does mean is that we have been abstracting from certain aspects of reality in order the more clearly to identify and analyze others. In dropping the assumption of a closed system, we do not give up what we have already learned, rather we make it possible to extend and deepen our knowledge along paths which we have so far deliberately refrained from following. The real world is one in which a number of nations coexist and have relations with one another. Some of these nations are well-developed capitalist societies, some are rapidly becoming capitalist, some have hardly as yet been touched by capitalism, one is a socialist society. Their mutual relations are not arbitrary or accidental. No nation could continue to exist in anything like its present form and for an extended period of time in isolation from the others. Just as the individuals in society are economically necessary to each other and hence form an integrated economy, so the nations of the world are economically necessary to each other and hence form an integrated world economy. Let us examine the character of these international economic relations. The basic economic relations of world economy are the exchange relations of commodity production. Historically, Com 287. Commodities originated in the sphere of intercommunal trade, and the relations among the members of a community have never been so completely dominant by exchange as have the relations among the communities the one themselves. In a single country, even one in which commodity production is highly developed, there is always a wide range of non-exchange economic relationships. This is the case, for example, with the relations existing among managers and workers within a factory or corporation. In the international sphere, however, non-exchange relations, generally speaking, play a less prominent role. This fact determines our approach to the problems of world economy. Exchange in general arises from a particular form of the social division of labor. In the same way, international exchange corresponds to a particular form of the international division of labor. The bases of international division of labor at any given time are in part naturally, in part historically, conditioned. For example, one country exports commodities for the production of which it possesses advantages of climate and natural resources, another, industrially more advanced, exports commodities which require a high level of technique and a skilled labor force, and so on. There are certain near constants in the pattern of international division of labor, but there are also highly important elements which are continually changing because of the different stages and rates of development of the countries involved. This must never be lost from mind. World economy, being a commodity-producing economy, is not regulated according to a plan which calls for the synchronized growth of its various component parts, rather the parts develop by fits and starts and at uneven rates. Any balance which may result is an accidental resultant of their mutual interaction which possesses a purely temporary character. To the extent that capitalism develops in various parts of the world economy, international economic relations are no longer confined to simple commodity exchanges. These are supplemented by capital movements, i.e. the export by some countries and the import by others of commodities which have the specific, as Marx expressed it. The development of products into commodities arises through the exchange between different communities, not through that between members of the same commune. Capital M, p. 209. Characteristics and functions of capital. For example, capitalists in country A send means of production to capitalists in country B with which the latter can employ labor power for the purpose of producing surplus value. The surplus value, however, does not belong to the capitalists of B, or at least not all of it does. It must be regularly sent back to the capitalists in A** through transactions of this sort. The spread of capitalism is greatly accelerated and the economic relations between countries are complicated. No longer need the exports of a country balance its imports. Movements of capital in one direction and of surplus value in the other must also be taken into account. To what extent do the laws governing value, the rate of surplus value, and the rate of profit apply to world economy? Let us first consider the case of trade alone, leaving capital export for subsequent treatment. Given competition and mobility of resources within the individual countries, commodities will sell domestically at their values or prices of production. In what follows, this qualification will not be repeated and both rates of surplus value and rates of profit will be equalized as between different lines of industry. As between different countries, however, no such equilibration can be effected by the processes of trade alone. The commodities exchanged between two countries on equal terms need not contain equal quantities of labor. Indeed, it would be purely accidental if they did. Exactly the same would be true of the products of two industries within a country if transfer of labor from one to the other were impossible. In other words, the law of value holds only among commodities which are the products of one and the same homogeneous and mobile labor force. In the case of commodities produced in different countries, this condition is generally not satisfied. Similarly, when we speak of the tendency of rates of surplus value to an equality under capitalist production, we imply free mobility of labor which, again, is lacking in international economic relations. Hence the rate of surplus value, or, alternatively, the rate of exploitation, need not be the same in different countries. Finally, equalization of profit rates presupposes mobility of capital, and this we have provisionally ruled out by assumption. It does not follow, because the laws in question are valid inside each of the trading countries and not between the countries, that no effect is produced by international trade. Trade must in any case increase the mass of use values at the disposal of all the countries concerned, and it may influence the height of both the rate of surplus value and the rate of profit in one or more of them. For example, if country A can get wage goods more cheaply, in terms of its own labor time, by exchange with other countries than it could by producing them at home, then the same real wage will be manifested in a higher rate of surplus value, and hence also a higher rate of profit, with trade than without trade. This was the main burden of Ricardo's defense of free trade and explains in good part why the English capitalists, in the particular circumstances of the mid-19th century, were so strongly opposed to the Corn Laws. Further, if trade results in a cheapening of the elements of constant capital, to use Marx's phrase, the rate of profit is raised. It should be particularly noted that trade between two countries can affect the distribution of the value produced within either one or both of them, for example by altering the rate of surplus value in the manner already explained, but that it cannot transfer value from one to the other. A more advanced country, for example, cannot extract value from a less advanced country by trade alone. It can do so only through the ownership of capital in the latter. Several Marxian writers have argued to the contrary, that trade does constitute a method whereby value is transferred from backward lands to more highly industrialized countries. Thus Otto Bauer, in discussing a trade relation of this sort, has the following to say: the capital of the more highly developed country has the higher organic composition of capital. Now Marx has made it possible for us to understand that thanks to the tendency to an equalization of profit rates, the workers of each country do not produce value only for their own capitalists, rather the surplus value produced by the workers of both countries is divided between the capitalists of both countries, not according to the quantity of labor performed in each of the two but according to the quantity of capital active in each of the two countries. Since, however, in the more highly developed country more capital goes with the same quantity of labor, Therefore the more highly developed country attracts to itself a larger share of surplus value than corresponds to the quantity of labor performed in it. It is as though the surplus value produced in both countries were first heaped up in a single pile and then divided among the capitalists according to the size of their capitals. The capitalists of the more developed country thus exploit not only their own workers, but continually appropriate also a portion of the surplus value produced in the less developed country. The trouble with Bauer's argument is that it assumes what it is intended to prove. It takes for granted that the equalization of profit rates as between countries can be brought about through trade alone, and then deduces that this must imply a transfer of surplus value from the country with relatively less capital to the country with relatively more capital. The conclusion indeed follows from the premise, but the premise is incorrect. It is no more true that trade equalizes profit rates between two countries than it is that trade equalizes profit rates between two monopolized industries within a single country. Bauer applies Marx's theory of the equalization of profit rates, which is based on competition and mobility of capital, to trade between countries without noticing that the conditions necessary for its valid ity are absent. The situation changes, of course, as soon as we drop the assumption excluding capital exports. Clearly the capitalists in low-profit countries, generally speaking the countries in which AC accumulation has already gone farthest, will export capital to the higher profit countries. The rates of profit will now tend towards a single level, allowing as always for necessary risk premiums. Moreover, the capitalists in low-profit countries will be inevitably. As Dobb explains the matter in reference to investment in colonial areas, not only does investment in colonial areas mean that the capital exported is invested at a higher rate of profit than if it had been invested, instead, at home, but it also creates a tendency for the rate of profit at home to be greater than it otherwise would have been. The latter occurs because the plethora of capital seeking investment in the metropolis is reduced by reason of the profitable colonial outlet, the pressure on the labor market is relieved and the capitalist is able to purchase labor power at home at a lower price. Capital thereby gains doubly, by the higher rate of profit it reaps abroad and by the higher rate of surplus value it can maintain at home. It should be noted that international equality of profit rates does not imply international equality of rates of surplus value. So long as free mobility of labor across national borders is restricted, for whatever reason, the workers of some countries will continue to be more exploited than others even if the rate of profit obtainable by capital should be everywhere the same. The general effect of capital export is to retard the ripening of the contradictions of the accumulation process in the capital exporting countries and to hasten their appearance in the capital importing countries. In short, there is a tendency for the rate of development of capitalism in the various parts of world economy to be evened out by capital renouements. The foregoing analysis pictures a world economy in which freedom of trade and freedom of capital movements are the rule. If this were a realistic assumption, we should be justified in concluding that the results of our closed system analysis require but slight modification to take account of the fact that the world is divided into politically separated regions. Actually, the assumption is far from realistic. The relations between countries have, since the beginning of the capitalist epoch, constituted to a peculiar degree the domain of economic policy, that is to say of state action directed to the achievement of definite economic goals. Since, for historical reasons which cannot be examined here, there have always been not one but numerous capitalist states operating in the international sphere, we have to take account not so much of the effects of a particular, even if changing, economic policy as of a clash of divergent and often conflicting economic policies. This circumstance has a profound influence on the course of international economic relations. Even more important, perhaps, it reacts upon and modifies the internal structure of the countries concerned. When we speak of world economy, therefore, we do not mean merely the extension of the relations of commodity production, increasingly capitalist, to the widest conceivable area, we imply also qualitative changes in the component parts of world economy. Before proceeding to an examination of the nature and consequences of international economic policies, it is desirable to note some of the basic determinants of state action in this field. It has already been pointed out in Chapter X111 that the state is brought into action to solve economic problems as they arise in the course of capitalist development, and that, since the capitalist class controls the state apparatus, the pressure to this end is increased in proportion to the importance of the capitalist interests involved. In the international sphere, new problems are continually emerging, partly because it is the nature of capitalism to change, but even more because the different parts of world economy change at varying tempos, so that their positions relative to one another are all the more unstable. Moreover, each country has to adapt itself to the changing policies adopted by the others. Those various interests are involved in international trade and capital movements comprise as a rule large and influential sections of the capitalist class, often with the addition of other important groups, like large landed proprietors and independent peasants or farmers who rely on the sale of commodities without being themselves capitalists. The latter groups commonly have some share in state power. The working class has little direct interest in international matters, since the commodity which it has to sell, namely labor power, by its nature must be sold locally and cannot be dealt in across national boundaries. Consequently, the working class exerts little pressure on the formation of international economic policy, which is left in the hands of those immediately concerned who are members of the ruling class and have access to the state power. Under the circumstances, opposition to the use of state power is at a minimum, and the actual content of economic policy depends upon the outcome of a conflict of interests among different sections of the ruling class. Finally, it is very important to note that in international relations any policy which is adopted is at least in part directed against outsiders, and that on this ground it may easily be possible, by appeal to sentiments of nationalism, patriotism, and hostility to the foreigner, to secure the acquiescence and even support of substantially the whole community. It is much more difficult to portray state intervention in the internal life of a nation in this light, and this is unquestionably one of the decisive reasons why the state has always tended to be much more active in the international sphere. In the period of competitive capitalism, roughly the first 7 decades of the 19th century, the economic policy of capitalist countries with respect to foreign trade conformed more or less closely to one of two basic patterns. The first, which was practiced only in England, VNS the policy of free trade; the second, which held sway throughout the rest of the capitalist world, was the policy of limited protection for industrial production. For our purposes, the policy of limited protection may be illustrated by the case of the United States. Let us examine the two in turn. England emerged from the 18th century with her industry far in advance of that of any other country. The textile, mining, and metallurgical industries, which were the spearheads of the Industrial Revolution, were almost from the outset dependent for their prosperity upon the export market and had nothing to fear from foreign competition. On the other hand, the still politically dominant landed interests were well protected by a system of tariffs and export bounties, tariffs to check the import of foreign grain when the English harvest was poor and prices high, bounties to reduce the domestic supply and keep the price up when the harvest was good. With the growth of population and its concentration in industrial centers, it became necessary regularly to import agricultural products, and it soon became clear that the whole system of agricultural protection stood in sharp contradiction to the interests of industrial capital. There began the famous struggle for the repeal of the Corn Laws, which ended in 1846 with the victory of free trade and the stripping of much of its remaining political power from the landlord class. Hilferding described the underlying issues in this struggle with admirable clarity. The manufacturers had nothing to fear from the import of foreign industrial products, since their establishments were technically and economically far superior. On the other hand, however, the price of grain constituted the most important element in the price of labor, and this factor was all the more important in determining industrial costs because the organic composition of capital was still low and the share of living labor in the value of the total product correspondingly high. The openly avowed motive of the English tariff campaign was the cheapening on the one side of raw materials, on the other side of the price of labor power. To Ricardo, with his usual frankness and, justified free trade largely in these terms, though for the most part its adherents rested their case on the advantages, in terms of multiplied use values, which would allegedly accrue to the great majority of the peoples in all the trading countries. It is worthy that the working class took little direct part in the struggle, though it utilized the split between industrialists and landlords to further its own campaign for factory legislation. While the victory of free trade was being won in England, a similar struggle, though with the roles reversed, was going on in the United States. Here industry was in its infancy and unable to compete successfully, except on a very restricted basis, with English products. On the other hand, agriculture, and particularly cotton, the mainstay of the Southern slave economy, was to an increasing degree dependent upon the export market. Moreover, the agricultural classes were interested in buying industrial products as cheaply as possible. As a result, incipient American industrialism, particularly in the northeastern states, clamored for protective tariffs, while agriculture, led by the Old South, upheld the system of free trade. For a considerable period the issue was partially resolved through a series of compromises. Tariffs were imposed, but they were notably more effective in filling the public treasury than in fostering the growth of industry. On the whole, the system remained more one of free trade than of protection, but it was genuinely satisfactory to no one. Under the circumstances, the tariff question became one of the central points of conflict between the North and the South, leading to the Civil War. With the victory of the North, the backbone of the free trade interest was broken, and the United States entered upon a course of greatly increased protection for its rapidly expanding industries. We see that the achievement of political dominance by industrial capital led in England to a policy of free trade and in the United States to a policy of protection at a time when the industrial structure of both countries was largely competitive. It is therefore incorrect to speak of the economic policy of competitive capitalism in the international sphere. There are two basic policies, of course with minor variants, and which one is adopted depends upon the stage of development in which a country finds itself and its position vis-à-vis the other countries with which it maintains relations. There is one further point which needs to be stressed in this connection. The underlying theories advanced by the spokesmen of industrial capital in the two countries were fundamentally identical. Such adherents of protection in this country as Flannery Carey did not disagree with the English free traders as to the ultimate superiority of free trade. They held, however, that an industrially backward country like the United States ought to use protection as a transitional device to catch up with England, the so-called infant industries argument. When capital, equipment and skills had been built up to equality with the more advanced country, the tariffs should be abandoned in favor of free trade and each country should be allowed to enjoy the full benefits of the international division of labor. Hence we may say that free trade is the ideology of competitive capitalism, even though it is actually put into practice only under special conditions. A second aspect of economic policy in the period of competition concerns the relations between the economically advanced countries and the backward areas of the world with economic 97 system still very largely pre-capitalist. In this connection, the main characteristics of the mercantilist period, from the 16th century well into the 18th century, must be recalled. The major trading nations, Spain, Holland, France, and England, had built up colonial empires of worldwide scope, a process involving frequent armed conflict between two or more of the participants. The underlying purposes of the colonial system were three in number: to secure the safety and property of the merchants engaged in the colonial trade, primarily monopolistic trading companies, to exclude the competition of foreign merchants, and to regulate the terms of trade between mother country and colony in such a way as to ensure that the lion's share of the benefit would accrue to the former. Mercantilism was thus characterized by the pursuit of an active and aggressive colonial policy. The 19th century witnessed a sharp change. Spain and Holland had already been reduced to the rank of second-rate powers, no longer able to exercise a decisive influence on the development of world economy. France, after her defeat in the Napoleonic Wars, turned to the intensive development of her internal economy on an industrial basis. England, alone among the great colonial powers, was apparently in a position to extend the scope of her imperial interests and intensify the exploitation of the backward areas of the world almost at will. But nothing of the sort happened. On the contrary, the rise to dominance of competitive industrial capital altered the tenor of colonial policy. The elaborate restrictions and regulations of the mercantile system were felt to be so many fetters on the freedom of capital to expand and enter whatever line of activity it chose. The products of English factories needed no exclusive privileges to conquer the world. The maintenance of the empire was costly and seemed to many to be unnecessary. Almost every aspect of mercantilism, including its colonial policy, came in for severe attack, along with the Corn Laws, at the hands of the Free Trade Party. To be sure, the actual setting free of the colonies remained no more than a demand of the radical free traders. The requirements of security of life and property made hasty action undesirable, and the vested interests in jobs and pensions of important elements of the governing class could hardly be ignored. It is even true that important new areas were brought under British rule in the middle years of the century. Nevertheless, relations with the colonies were significantly liberalized, and people everywhere looked forward confidently to the day when the backward areas, better educated to the rights and obligations of civil society, could take their place as self-governing units in a world commonwealth of nations. As to export of capital in the period of competition, it seems reasonable to say that this had not yet achieved the status of a major problem influencing the pattern of economic policy. The rapid growth of population and the advance of industrialization which characterized the period created vast opportunities for the accumulation of capital in most of the countries where stable capitalist relations had been established. Under the circumstances, and considering the inevitable risks involved, capitalists generally were not disposed to search for profitable opportunities for investment outside the boundaries of their own countries. England again was an exception. Holland and certain financial centers in a still disunited Germany should be added for the sake of completeness, but English capital had little trouble in finding lodgment abroad under satisfactory conditions which required a minimum of attention from the English government. A very large part of English capital export during this period, it should be remembered, went to the Americas and particularly the United States, where it mingled with the rising tide of American accumulation. The problem of creating favorable conditions for capital investment, by destroying pre-capitalist forms of economy or warding off the dangers of awakened nationalism in backward areas, was still largely for the future. Let us now summarize the main characteristics of economic policy in the period of competitive capitalism. Clearly the decisive factor overshadowing all others on a world scale was the preeminence of English industrialism. This produced a policy of free trade in England and a policy of limited protection, over the opposition of agricultural producers, in the less developed industrial states. In the colonial sphere, England, even though she had far outstripped or vanquished her chief rivals, turned away from the aggressive and expansionist path of the previous period. Along with the Corn Laws and the monopolistic privileges and restrictions of mercantilism, the colonial system itself fell into disrepute with the spokesman of industrial capital, though, for a variety of reasons, its actual abandonment remained no more than a hope for the future. Finally, capital export had not yet become a major problem influencing economic policy. During the final quarter of the 19th century there occurred a sea change in the methods and objectives of economic policy throughout the capitalist world. Three basic factors were responsible: 1. The rise of other nations, notably Germany and the United States, to a position from which they could challenge England's industrial supremacy; 2. The emergence of monopoly capitalism; and 3. The maturing of the contradictions of the accumulation process in the most advanced capitalist states. For theoretical purposes it is necessary to analyze these three factors separately, though in practice they are inextricably interrelated. Let us begin with the effects of monopoly on economic policy in the international sphere. The objective of monopoly is the reaping of extra profits through raising price and limiting supply. If foreign producers have access to the monopolist's market, however, it may be impossible to achieve this objective. Consequently, monopoly capital demands tariffs. Moreover, it demands tariffs not only high enough to equalize advantages enjoyed by foreigners, such advantages indeed may already belong to the monopolist rather than to his rivals, but rather tariffs high enough to exclude the foreigner from the market under all conditions. For the monopolist, the striving for higher tariffs is just as unlimited as the striving for profits. 3. This fact alone signifies a fundamental change in the character of protectionism, which is well described by Hilferding. The old tariff policy had the task of accelerating the growth of an industry within the protected borders. It is otherwise in the period of capitalist monopolies. Now the mightiest, most able to export industries, about whose capacity to compete on the world market there can be no doubt, and for which according to the old theory tariffs should have no interest, demand high protective duties. For this is not the end of the story. The restriction of supply which the monopolist is forced to practice has serious disadvantages. It inhibits the optimum utilization of plant capacity and prevents the full enjoyment of the benefits of large-scale production. Moreover, it forces the accumulated capital of the monopolist to seek outside investment outlets instead of serving the purpose of expanding his own production facilities. Consequently, he seeks to overcome these disadvantages by entering the export trade, and in order to assure to himself as large a share as possibly of the world market, he is ready to undersell his foreign competitors. This he can afford to do because he is fortified by the extra profits of the protected domestic market, but it must not be assumed that he loses as a result. The lower costs of larger scale production may raise the profit on domestic business and make it possible for him to show more profit on the foreign sales than he would be able to earn had he invested his capital in some non-monopolized home industry. This system of subsidizing foreign sales from the profits of domestically protected monopoly is known as dumping. Hilferding described its implications as follows: with the development of the subsidy system, protective tariffs completely change their function, even turn it into its opposite. From being a means of defense against foreign conquest of domestic markets, they become a means of conquering foreign markets. From a weapon of protection for the weak, they become a weapon of aggression for the strong. 5. When several national monopolies in the same industry are simultaneously engaged in strenuous rivalry on the world market, perhaps each of them resorting to the practice of dumping in an effort to enlarge its share, the kind of cutthroat competition which was eliminated by the formation of a monopoly at home is reproduced on an international scale. The result frequently is the same, namely, the reaching of an agreement, perhaps in the form of an international cartel, to partition the available business among the contending parties. Some writers have seen in these international cartels a sign of a growing harmony of interests among the capitalist countries. This is an error. Such an agreement is more in the nature of a peace treaty which is observed only until one signatory feels strong enough to break it with advantage. Since the different countries develop at uneven rates, such a time is sure to come. The international cartel is merely the means of temporarily stabilizing an existing situation so that all the members may avoid useless losses. It is never a means of wiping out the underlying conflict of interests between national monopolies. 2 other effects of monopoly must be mentioned. We have noted that monopoly restricts the field for capital accumulation and that this heightens the interest of the monopolist in expanding his export market. It also stimulates the search for profitable foreign fields for the investment of capital. In other words, it gives an impetus to capital export. In so far as the capital-seeking foreign lodgment is that of the monopolist himself, capital export often takes the special form of direct investment, that is to say, the establishment of branch factories in foreign countries. This is particularly likely to be the case when the monopolist is prevented, by tariffs or otherwise, from expanding his exports into the areas in question. Finally, the highest desiderata of monopoly capital must always remain the extension of the range of monopolized products on the one hand and the expansion of the protected market on the other. Both of these objectives call for expansion of the territory under the political domination of the monopolist's own country. The desire of monopolists to have exclusive access to scarce raw materials which can be used to exact tribute from the whole world is particularly strong, and this can be accomplished much more expeditiously when concessions and protection from the state are readily forthcoming, that is to say, if the raw material producing region is under the control of the monopolist state. Colonies producing valuable raw materials are not only or even primarily sought after to ensure a source of MPPLY to the mother country, as is often argued, the purpose is more often to ensure a source of extra profit to the monopolists of the mother country. The expansion of the monopolists' protected enriarchet likewise requires territorial annexations, since only in this way can new customers be brought within the confines of the national tariff system. In this connection, it makes no difference in principle whether the additional territory is industria only backward or advanced, so long as the monopolist believes he will be able to take over the market for his own products. Nearby industrial states and faraway colonies are equally grist to the monopolist's mill. Consequently, in the matter of colonial and territorial policy, monopoly capital is expansionist and annexationist. The significance of the appearance in the world arena of nations competent to challenge England's industrial supremacy requires but little emphasis. If one were to search for turning points in this development, one would unquestionably select the Civil War in the United States and the Franco-Prussian War, as the culmination of the German years of unification on the continent of Europe. These events marked the emergence of the United States and Germany, and to a lesser extent of France in spite of her military defeat, as powerful industrial nations. Under the new circumstances, English capital, though it still had little to fear so far as its domestic renarchet was concerned, had to look forward to increasingly severe competition on the international market. It could no longer safely regard the world as its preserve. Not only did it have to face the possibility of competition in new areas, there was even the danger, not immediate perhaps, of being dislodged from positions in which it had long been entrenched. The immediate outcome was a tightening of the bonds of empire and a revival on all sides of an aggressive colonial policy. Africa, which had been less than 10% under outside domination in 1875, was almost completely partitioned by the European nations during the next 25 years. Even the United States, still deeply engaged in settling the open spaces of the North American continent, entered the colonial lists before the close of the century as a result of the Spanish-American War. Much of this renewed activity in empire building was of a protective or anticipatory character. When one country lays claim to an area, it follows as a matter of course that the nationals of other countries will at the very least be at a serious disadvantage in doing business there. Consequently, though English capitalists may have little to gain through annexation by their own country, they may have much to lose through annexation by France or Germany. As soon as rivals appear on the scene, each country must make every effort to protect its position against the incursions of the others. The result may appear to be a net loss, but this is only because the measurement is made from an irrelevant base. What is important is not the loss or gain compared to the pre-existent situation, but rather the loss or gain compared to the situation which would have prevailed had a rival succeeded in stepping in aid. This is a principle of wide application in the economics of monopoly. When applied to the building of colonial empires, it may appropriately be referred to as the principle of protective annexation. Closely related in some ways is the urge to annex territories which, though of little or no present value, nevertheless may become valuable in the future. This may be called the principle of anticipatory annexation. Protective and anticipatory annexations played a very important part in the late 19th century scramble for still unclaimed parts of the Earth's surface. Finally, we must not forget considerations of a strategic nature. An empire must be defensibly from a military standpoint, and this obviously implies the need for well-placed land and sea bases, lines of communication, and so forth. The change in attitude towards colonies which we have been discussing originated with the appearance of serious rivals to England's world industrial superior one AC. Our previous analysis of the effect of monopoly on economic policy should make it clear that the new colonial policy received a mighty impetus from the development of monopoly capitalism in the closing decades of the 19th century. The third fundamental factor contributing to the transformation of economic policy is the unwatering of the contradictions of the accumulation process in the advanced capitalist countries. The underlying theory has been presented in detail in Part 3. And will not be repeated here. We need only recall that both the falling tendency of the rate of profit and the tendency to underconsumption put ever-growing obstacles in the path of accumulation. To an increasing extent, accumulation in the advanced countries takes the form of capital export to backward regions where wages are low and profits high, where the potential abundance of labor supply and the low level of industrialization obviate, at least for the time, the dangers of underconsumption. But it must not be supposed that capital finds everything in readiness to receive it in the backward regions. The native populations have their own accustomed ways of making a living and are far from eager to enlist in the service of foreign capital at meager wages. Consequently, the areas must be brought under the jurisdiction of the capitalist state, and conditions favorable to the growth of capitalist relations of production must be forcibly created. Hilferding wrote, as always, when capital finds itself for the first time face to face with relations which stand in the way of its need for self-expansion and which would be overcome by economic processes only gradually and much too slowly, it appeals to the state power and puts the latter into the service of forcible expropriation which creates the necessary free wage proletariat, whether it is a case, as in the early days, of European peasants or the Indians of Mexico and Peru, or whether it is a case, as today, of the Negroes of Africa. 6. This is the first, but not the only, reason why capital export to backward countries makes for an active colonial policy. A second reason is that, as more and more advanced countries reach the stage of capital export, rivalry for the most profitable fields of investment becomes intense, and the capitalists of each nation appeal to their own governed ones for assistance. This is most easily given by turning the backward regions into colonies from which the nationals of other countries can be wholly or partially excluded. Here again protective and anticipatory motives play a role. Finally, a third motive for a colonial policy emerges. To quote again from Hilferding, in the newly opened lands themselves the imported capitalism arouses the ever-growing opposition of the people, a walk-end to national consciousness, against the intruders. The old social relations are completely revolutionized, the agrarian, thousand-year-old unity of the nations without a history is rent asunder. Capitalism itself gradually gives to the oppressed peoples the means and the method of achieving their own liberation. The goal, which once was the loftiest of the European nations, the creation of a national state as a means to economic and cultural freedom, now becomes theirs. These independence movements threaten European capital precisely in its most valuable fields of exploitation, and to an ever-increasing degree the latter finds that it can maintain its mastery only through the continual increase of its instruments of force. Consequently, the cry of all capitalists interested in foreign countries for a strong state power, the authority of which can protect their interests in the farthest corners of the globe. But export capital feels best satisfied with the complete domination of the new regions by the state power of its own country. For then the capital from other countries is excluded, it enjoys a privileged position, and its profits are guaranteed by the state. Thus capital export too makes for an imperialist policy one. It must not be supposed from anything that has been said about capital export that it directly contributes to a rapid industrialization of backward areas. The fields into which capital tends to flow are rather government-guaranteed loans for various kinds of public works, railroads, public utilities, exploitation of natural resources, and trade, in short, activities which do not compete with commodity exports from the industrially advanced countries. Capital export therefore leads to a very one-sided development of the economies of the backward areas. A native bourgeoisie emerges and attempts to foster the growth of native industries, but the obstacles are formidable and progress is at best slow. Meanwhile, the destruction of handicraft industry by cheap manufactured imports drives a larger proportion of the native population onto the land. In this way we see the genesis of the fundamental economic contradiction of backward regions, the ever-mounting agrarian crisis. The interests of both native bourgeoisie and native masses are sacrificed to the needs of capital in the advanced countries. Both classes consequently unite in a genuinely national movement for freedom from foreign domination. It is this movement, as Hilferding points out in the quotation above, which forces the imperialist powers to a continual strengthening of their grip on the backward areas. It should be obvious that insofar as monopoly stimulates capital export, and we have seen that there is every reason to believe that it does, it contributes to the new colonial policy through this channel as well as through those which have already been discussed. We have now seen how monopoly, the challenge to England's world economic supremacy, and the maturing of the contractaditions of the accumulation process in the advanced countries combine to effect a complete transformation in the character of economic policy in the Class.ng decades of the 19th century. For free trade or limited protection there was gradually substituted unlimited protection. For free competition on the world market there was substituted the cutthroat competition of national monopolies, now and again mitigated by international combines of a more or less stable character. For indifference and even hostility to the colonial empires inherited from the days of mercantilism there was substituted a renewed and doubly aggressive colonial policy designed to corner valuable sources of raw materials, extend the scope of protected markets, and guarantee profitable investment outlets for exported capital. We have, in short, surveyed the emergence of those features of the latest stage of capitalist development which led Lenin to give to it the name of imperialism. But it goes almost without saying that such a fundamental overturn in the relations of world economy could not but have profound effects upon every other aspect of capitalist economics and capitalist politics. Therefore, in the next chapter we shall devote further attention to the nature and consequences of imperialism. Imperialism. 1. Imperialism may be defined as a stage in the development of world economy in which a. Several advanced capitalist countries stand on a competitive footing with respect to the world market for industrial products, b. Monopoly capital is the dominant form of capital, and c. The contradictions of the accumulation process have reached such maturity that capital export is an outstanding feature of world economic relations. As a consequence of these basic economic conditions, we have two further characteristics, d. Severe rivalry in the world market leading alternately to cutthroat competition and international monopoly combines, and e. The territorial division of unoccupied parts of the world among the major capitalist powers, and their satellites. With minor qualifications, this is the definition of imperialism proposed by Lenin. Lenin's book on imperialism, a correct definition of imperialism, according to Lenin, will include the following 5 essential features. 1. The concentration of production and capital, developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital and the creation, on the basis of this finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. 3. The export of capital, as distinguished from the export of commodities, becomes of particularly great importance. 4. International monopoly combines capitalists are formed which divide up the world. 5. The territorial division of the world by the greatest capitalist powers is completed. Imperialism, p. 81. Lenin evidently presupposes our point, a, and we have omitted his item, 2. It has already been explained, above, p. 269, that what is sound in the concept of finance capital, including the dominance of a small oligarchy of big capitalists, is comprehended in our concept of monopoly capital. Consequently, to retain Lenin's second feature would be either redundant or misleading. It should be remembered, was brief and much of it was devoted to summarizing supporting facts and figures. The more detailed theoretical analysis of the preceding chapters may help to demonstrate the consistency and appropriateness of Lenin's conception of imperialism. The international antagonisms of imperialism are fundamentally the antagonisms of rival national capitalist classes. Since in the international sphere the interests of capital are directly and quickly translated into terms of state policy, it follows that these antagonisms assume the form of conflicts between states and thus, indirectly, between whole nations. The resultant profound effects upon the internal economic and social structure of the capitalist countries must now be examined. In the formative period of capitalist society, nationalism and militarism together played an indispensable role. Nationalism was the expression of the aspiration of the rising middle class for economic unity and cultural freedom as against the separatism and obscurantism of feudal society. Militarism was the inevitable means to the end. 1. Here are those who do not like to admit that militarism ever played a constructive historical role, but, as Rosa Luxemburg put it, if we consider history as it was not as it could have been or should have been, we must agree that war has been an indispensable feature of capitalist development. 1. In the period of imperialism, nationalism and militarism, still bound together like Siamese twins, undergo a change in their character in the advanced countries, though retaining their earlier function and significance in the case of oppressed nationalities and acquiring these characteristics for the first time in the backward and colonial areas of the world. In the advanced countries, nationalism and militarism cease to serve the purpose of realizing internal unification and freedom on a capitalist foundation and instead become weapons in the world's struggle among rival groups of capitalists. Militarism, the use of organized force, is a necessary aspect of such a struggle, though as long as unclaimed territory still remains to be occupied it may not lead to open conflict between the powers. Nationalism is no less vital, for without the goals of national honor and greatness, the masses would lack the enthusiasm and willingness to sacrifice, so necessary to success in the imperialist struggle. This is not to argue, though the contrary is often implied, that nationalism is an artificial sentiment deliberately stirred up by capitalists for their own ends. On the contrary, it is precisely the deep roots which nationalism struck in wide strata of the people in the formative period of modern society that makes it such an important factor in the period of imperialism. In this connection, Hilferding correctly speaks of the remarkable twisting of the national idea away from a recognition of the right of self-determination and independence and towards the glorification of one's own nation as against others. In spite of this, it is significant that nationalism continues to bear the marks of its origin. Even when it is most obvious that it is being invoked in the interests of domination, the vocabulary of freedom, liberation, self-determination, and so on, is faithfully retained. The rise of militarism to a position of permanent and steadily growing importance in all the imperialist nations has far-reaching economic consequences. In the first place, it fosters the development of a group of specially favored monopolists in those industries, like steel and shipbuilding, which are most important to the production of armaments. The munitions magnates have a direct interest in the maximum expansion of military production. Not only do they benefit in the fund of state orders, but also they are afforded safe and lucrative outlets for their accumulated profits. Hence it is these elements of the capitalist class which take the lead in calling for an aggressive foreign policy. In the second place, since military expenditures perform the same economic function as consumption expenditures, the expansion of armies and navies constitutes an increasingly important offsetting force to the tendency to underconsumption. From the point of view of the functioning of the economy as a whole, therefore, it becomes ever more dangerous to restrict the magnitude of military outlays. Finally, to the extent that production of armaments utilizes labor power and means of production for which there would otherwise be no demand, militarism actually provides the capitalist class as a whole with increased opportunities for profitable investment of capital. For all these reasons, and quite apart from the necessities engendered by imperialist rivalries, militarism tends to develop its own expansionist dynamic in capitalist society. As Rosa Luxemburg, writing in 1899, very truly said, What demonstrates best the specific character of present-day militarism is the fact that it develops generally in all countries as a consequence, so to speak, of its own internal mechanical motive power, a phenomenon which was completely unknown several decades ago. We recognize this in the fatal character of the impending explosion, which is inevitable in spite of the complete inconclusiveness of the objectives and motives of the conflict. From a motor of capitalist development, militarism has turned into a capitalist disease. 2. Along with the transformation in the character of nationalism and militarism, there emerges a new, pseudoscientific justification for the policy of imperialist expansion, namely the theory of racial superiority. The relation of racial ideology to imperialism was clearly explained by one Ilferding, since the subordination of foreign nations proceeds by force, that is to say in a very natural way, it appears to the dominant nation that it owes its mastery to its special natural qualities, in other words to its racial characteristics. Thus in racial ideology there emerges a scientifically cloaked foundation for the power lust of finance capital, which in this way demonstrates the cause and necessity of its operations. In place of the democratic ideal of equality there steps the oligarchical ideal of mastery. 8. It is true that the doctrine of racial superiority as such was not novel. The Frenchman Gobineau, writing in the 1850s, was one of the earliest and most influential exponents of the modern pseudoscience of race. Gobineau's purpose, as he frankly admitted, was to combat the rising tide of democratic opinion on the European continent and to establish the natural right of the aristocracy to rule over France. The French aristocracy, Gobineau argued, was originally of Germanic extraction while the mass of the French people were Gallic or Celtic. Since the Germanic race is superior, it followed that the aristocracy ruled by virtue of its inherent characteristics. This theory was not calculated to arouse much support in France, but several decades later it was enthusiastically taken up by the exponents of German expansion and in this way became the starting point of modern German racial ideology. At about the same time in England, and to a lesser extent in America, the white man's burden was being somewhat belatedly discovered and turned into a humanitarian justification of Anglo-Saxon world domination. The usefulness of the theory of racial superiority, it was soon discovered, is not limited to the justification of foreign conquest. The intensification of social conflict within the advanced capitalist countries, which will be more fully analyzed presently, has to be directed as far as possible into innocuous channels, innocuous, that is to say, from the standpoint of capitalist class rule. The stirring up of antagonisms along racial lines is a convenient method of directing attention away from class struggle, which, as Hilferding points out in another connection, for the possessing class is both fruitless and dangerous. 4. Consequently anti-Semitism, which during the 19th century was generally believed to be disappearing from the more advanced capitalist countries, is revived and takes its place among the scientific discoveries of the new racism. Discrimination against real or imaginary racial minorities, moreover, has the full sanction of monopolistic economics, for in this way jobs and investment opportunities can be denied to the disadvantaged groups, their wages and profits can be depressed below prevailing levels, and the favored sections of the population can reap substantial material rewards. 3. Imperialism and the classes. In order to analyze the impact of imperialism on the internal social conflicts of capitalist society, it is necessary to digress briefly to call attention to certain characteristics of advanced capitalism which have so far remained largely unremarked. In the first place, there is a marked tendency for the interests of large property owners to emerge under the leadership of monopoly capital. Under a regime of corporations, the ancient conflict between industrialists and big landowners tends to disappear. All sorts of physical assets are merged in the corporate balance sheet, and corporate securities are a common medium for the investment of surplus value, whether its source be one type of property or another. Moreover, with the development of monopoly in industry on the one hand, and the opening up of new agricultural countries, on the other, the old dispute over tariff policy loses its meaning. All sections of the propertied class unite in demanding protective duties. This is not to say that conflicts of interest among large property owners can ever be eliminated. Their severity, however, is reduced and has a diminishing significance for the formation of ruling class policy. Hilferding gives an acute analysis of this trend for the case of Germany. 5. In spite of differences in national conditions, which may assume great importance in times of crisis, the trend goes forward pari passu with the accumulation process all over the capitalist world. Secondly, along with the unification of propertied interests goes the unification of the interests of the workers. In their struggle for higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions, the workers in one industry after another discover that their strength lies in organization and cooperation. Consequently, trade unionism grows up and spreads to ever wider sections of the working class. On the basis of experience in cooperation for the attainment of common ends, the workers form their own political parties to win concessions which lie outside the reach of the economic struggle alone. On these foundations there arises a class consciousness and solidarity among the workers which fosters common action and common policies in all fields and makes possible the achievement of economic gains and political concessions which would otherwise be unattainable. This process was already well underway in England by the middle of the 19th century, but in the capitalist world at large it develops fully only during the imperialist epoch. Thus, so far as capitalists and workers are concerned, imperialism is characterized by a tightening of class lines and an intensification of class struggle. This occurs independently of the special international characteristics of imperialism. Thirdly, between capitalists and workers there stands an array of middle groups belonging to neither of the basic classes of capitalist society. Some of these are declining in importance, for example the independent farmers who are gradually succumbing to the spread of capitalist agriculture and hence tend to become, in a very few cases, capitalists or, in the vast majority of cases, wage workers or propertyless tenants. Handicraftsmen and genuinely independent tradesmen also decline in numbers and importance. These are, in short, the groups which Marx and Engels had in mind when they spoke in the Communist Manifesto of the disappearance of the lower strata of the middle class, the small tradespeople, shopkeepers, and retired tradesmen generally, the handicraftsmen and peasants. Alongside these declining sections of the middle class, however, are the new middle classes which are brought into being by rising living standards, centralization of capital, and the growth of monopoly. The new middle classes include such diverse groups as industrial and governmental bureaucrats, salesmen, publicists, dealers who are in of surplus value and hence also the rate of profit is reduced. Capitalists react to this by stepping up the rate of introduction of new machinery, the reserve army is swelled. But since trade unions, unemployment insurance, etc., prevent the reserve army from exercising its full depressing effect on wages, the process now becomes more or less continuous. Mechanization leads to a rapid growth of the means of production, but consumption is not appreciably stimulated since the higher wage rates are offset by the greater volume of unemployment. Hence, paradoxically, trade union action tends to intensify the tendency to underconsumption. For a fuller exposition of the effects of a declining rate of population growth, see above, pages 222f. The fact that trade union action does not greatly improve the position of the working class as a whole is one of the most important forces driving it onto political action. When it is discovered that here too capitalism puts definite limits to the gains which can be realized, the working class is at length forced by experience to change its goals from reform within the framework of capitalism to the overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a socialist economy. Fact: if not inform employees of big capital, professionals, teachers, and so forth. In the period of imperialism, particularly because of the expansionary effect of monopoly on the distributive machinery, these groups are not only absolutely but also as a proportion of the total population. The numerical importance of the middle classes, old and new, should not, however, lead us to evaluate their role as we do that of the capitalists and workers. Instead of a growing solidarity of interests expressed in closer organizational unity and more conscious and effective political action, We find among the middle classes the utmost confusion and diversity of interests and aims. An objective basis for organizational unity and consciously oriented policy is lacking except in the case of relatively small groups which are too weak to be effective and often work at gross purposes into the bargain. Hence it is the fate of the middle classes in the period of ripening capitalist contradictions to be squeezed between the extortions of monopoly capital on the one hand and the demands of the working class for better conditions and greater security on the other hand. This much, at any rate, they all have in common, and it is this which determines the basic attitude characteristic of nearly all sectors of the middle classes. The attitude in question is hostility to both organized capital and organized labor, which can manifest itself in seemingly contradictory ways. On the one hand, the middle classes are the source of various degrees of non-proletarian anti-capitalism, on the other hand of utopias in which all organized class power is dissolved and the individual, i.e. the UN-attached member of a middle-class group, becomes the basic social unit as in the lost days of simple commodity production. We shall see in the next chapter how under certain circumstances the F-order of these ideologies is harnessed to the needs of monopoly capital in the form of fascism. Let us now attempt to assess the impact of the special features of imperialism on the various social classes. As far as the propertied class, under the leadership of monopoly capital, is concerned, little needs to be added to what has already been said in this and earlier chapters. Monopoly capital needs to expand abroad, and for this purpose it requires the assistance and protection of the state. It is, therefore, here that we find the roots of imperialist policy with all its manifold implications. The interests of the working class in an aggressive and expansionist foreign policy are more complex. Insofar as foreign trade and capital export make possible the importation of cheap wage goods and enlarge the profits of the capitalist class, it is clear that opportunities are opened up for the workers to improve their standard of living without necessarily arousing the bitter hostility of their employers. In this sense the workers gain. L/TL or if, in the absence of capital export and the military expenditures incident to an imperialist policy, an advanced capitalist country would suffer from the effects of a low rate of profit and underconsumption, then it may be said that the working class benefits from a higher level of employment than would otherwise obtain. Against this, however, is to be set the loss in real wages which the workers bear if military expenditures go beyond a certain point, and especially if inter-imperialist rivalries lead to actual armed conflict. It appears from these considerations that the working class of any country can gain most from an extension of foreign trade and capital export if the profits of the capitalists are enhanced, cheap imports of wage goods are fostered, and there is little danger of a collision with rival countries. This was precisely the peculiar situation in which the English working class found itself throughout the greater part of the 19th century, a fact which amply accounts for the complacent and even favorable attitude which the British working class movement adopted towards the extension of British interests abroad in the years before the First World War. Even in England conditions gradually changed in this respect. As Koski pointed out as early as 1902, so long as English industry ruled the world market, the English workers could agree with their capitalists that live and let live is the best policy. That came to an end as soon as equal, frequently even superior, competitors appeared on the world market in the shape of Germany and America. Now begins again in England too the struggle against the trade unions, which becomes the more intensive in proportion to the sharpness of the competition among these great industrial powers. 6. As soon, in other words, as international rivalry becomes acute, each capitalist class attempts to hold its position without sacrificing its profits by depressing wages and lengthening hours in its own country. Moreover, it must not be forgotten, as Dobb has stressed, that capital export keeps wages from rising at home as they would if the capital were invested domestically. Dobb even regards this as the reason why, fundamentally, the interest of capital and of labor in this matter are opposed. 7. And finally, with the intensification of imperialist rivalries, it becomes increasingly clear to the working class that the end of the process can only be war, from which it stands to lose much and gain little. While, therefore, there may be times when the economic interests of the working class are benefited by an imperialist policy. This cannot last long, and ultimately the more fundamental and lasting opposition of the workers must come to the surface. On this, as on other issues, the interests and policies of capital and labor are fundamentally antagonistic. Few worthwhile generalizations about the economic interests of the middle classes can be made, and this holds true of their relations to imperialism. Some groups no doubt stand to gain, others to lose. In still other cases the balance depends upon particular circumstances or is altogether indeterminate. Lacking common interests and a common organizational base, the middle classes are peculiarly unstable and become easily attached to vague ideals of national greatness or racial superiority, a propensity which is magnified by the difficult position which they occupy between organized capital and organized labor in advanced capitalist society. Nation or the race becomes the substitute for the solidarity of class interests which their isolated position in society denies to the middle classes, and at the same time it offers to them a kind of psychological escape from the frustrations of their everyday life. Objectively, therefore, wide sectors of the middle classes are ripe for enlistment in the cause of foreign expansion. Monopoly capital appreciates these susceptibilities of the middle classes and, moreover, knows how to take advantage of them for its own ends. In this connection it is a fact of great importance that the vast sums which monopoly causes to be spent on advertising and publicity bring all the channels of public opinion under the direct influence of the top oligarchy of the ruling class. By playing on the susceptibilities of the middle classes, and to a less extent of the unorganized sections of the working class, it is possible to build up formidable mass support for an aggressive imperialist policy. It is in this connection that the nationalist and racist ideologies, which were analyzed in the preceding section, acquire their greatest importance. The advantages to the propertied interests are even greater than this, old indicate. Since, as we have seen, the working class tends to be hostile to imperialist expansion, its organizations and policies can be made to appear unpatriotic and selfish. In this fashion the hostility of the middle classes to the working class, which is present in any case, can be intensified. Thus the net result of imperialism is to bind the middle classes closer to big capital and to widen the gulf between the middle classes and the working class. For imperialism and the state it goes without saying that the renewed rise of empires and the growth of militarism imply an augmentation in the power of the state and an extension of the scope of its functions. The maturing contradictions of the accumulation process in the epoch of imperialism provide additional grounds for increased state activity, particularly in the economic sphere. From the standpoint of the capitalist class there are two basic methods of countering the growing power and unity of the working class: repression and concession. Though these two methods may appear to be contradictory, they are in fact complementary, being mixed together in varying proportions at different times. Both necessitate an expansion in the power and functions of the state. Thus VVE observes simultaneously the growth of the instruments of force designed to guarantee internal law and order and the extension of social legislation in the form of workmen's compensation, unemployment insurance, old age benefit payments, and so forth. An additional factor impelling the state to interference in the economic process is the centralization of capital and the growth of monopoly. The revisionists believed that monopoly would have the effect of regulating the anarchy of capitalist production, an opinion which, like so much of revisionist theorizing, has the remarkable quality of being the precise opposite of the truth. Actually, monopoly intensifies the anarchy of capitalist production. The various monopolized industries attempt to go their own way in defiance of the requirements of the system as a whole. In this way disproportionalities are multiplied and the equilibrating force of the market is prevented from exercising its influence. The state is obliged to step in and attempt to substitute its own action for the law of supply and demand. Moreover, the strategic position of the so-called natural monopolies, railroads and public utilities, is so strong that the state finds it necessary to curb their exercise of monopoly power. This is frequently interpreted as state action in the interests of consumers, and to a degree of course it is, but a more important consideration is the protection of the vast majority of capitalist enterprises, which are absolutely dependent on electric power and transportation, from the exact ions of a small number of very powerful monopolists. The history of railroad regulation in the United States, for example, would be quite unintelligible in any other terms. It is interesting to quote that Marx recognized the connection between monopoly and state intervention. The growth of in stock companies, he remarked, establishes a monopoly in certain spheres and thereby challenges the interference of the state. 8. Finally, we may note in this connection that the contractations of the accumulation process and the uneven development as between branches of industry bring it about that now one line of production, now another, ceases to expand and becomes actually unprofitable. In the days of competitive capitalism, the result was a disappearance of numerous firms, the bankruptcy and ruin of many capitalists. When a declining industry, however, is the home of great monopolistic combines with ramifications throughout the economic system, failures and bankruptcies are a much more serious matter. It becomes necessary for the state to take a hand by way of loans of public funds, subsidies, and even in some cases government ownership of the no longer profitable enterprises. In this fashion, capitalist states are forced to go in for an ever greater degree of socialism. What is socialized is almost invariably the losses of the capitalists involved. A state monopoly in capitalist society, Lenin drily remarked, is nothing more than a means of increasing and guaranteeing the income of millionaires in one branch of industry or another who are on the verge of bankruptcy. 9. Along with the expansion of the power of the state and the scope of its economic functions goes a decline in the effectiveness of parliamentary institutions. In the words of Otto Bauer, imperialism reduces the power of the legislature Gesetzgebung as against the executive Verwaltung. 10. The reasons for this are not far to seek. Parliament grew out of the struggle of the capitalist class against the arbitrary exercise of power by the centralized monarchies which characterized the early modern period. Its function has always been to check and control the exercise of governmental power. Consequently, parliamentary institutions flourished and reached the peak of their prestige in the period of competitive capitalism, when the functions of the state, particularly in the economic sphere, were reduced to a minimum. At that time it was possible to look forward to a day when all the nations of the world would be under parliamentary governments on the English or American model. In the period of imperialism, however, a sharp change occurs. With the tightening of class lines and the increasing severity of social conflict, Parliament becomes more and more a battleground for contending parties representing divergent class and group interests. While on the one hand Parliament's capacity for positive action declines, on the other hand there emerges an increasing need for a strong centralized state ready and able to rule over distant territories, to direct the activities of fleets and armies, and to solve difficult and complex economic problems. Under the circumstances, Parliament is forced to give up one after another of its cherished prerogatives and to see built up under its very eyes the kind of centralized and uncontrolled authority against which, in its youth, it had fought so hard and so well. So far as the effect of imperialism on the capitalist state is concerned, we observe on the one hand a vast expansion in the power and functions of the state, on the other hand the decline of parliamentarism. These are not two separate movements but rather two aspects of one and the same development, which is connected in the closest way with the economic and social characteristics of imperialism in general. Writing of the last quarter of the 19th century, Lenin pointed out that the characteristic feature of this period is the final partition of the earth, final not in the sense that a repartition would be impossible, on the contrary, repartitions are possible and inevitably, but in the sense that the colonial policy of the capitalist countries has completed the seizure of unoccupied land on our planet. For the first time the world is now divided up, so that in the future only redivisions are possible, i.e. a transfer from one owner to another, and not of unowned territory to an owner. 11. The underlying reasons for this have already been sufficiently elucidated in these pages, but we may well ask why repartitions should be inevitable. Why should not the various capitalist powers, once the great scramble is over, settle down to a peaceful exploitation of what they have? The answer is that capitalism, by its very nature, cannot settle down but must keep expanding, and since the various sectors of the world capitalist economy expand at very different rates, it follows that the balance of forces is bound to be set in such a way that one or more countries will find it both possible and advantageous to challenge the status quo with respect to territorial boundaries. The rise of national capitalist classes show by their concern over armies, navies, strategic bases, allies, and so forth, how well they understand this basic fact of the imperialist period. For fr is self-evident that a redivision of the world can be effected only by armed force. It should be clear from the analysis of the preceding chapter that the annexationist urge of imperialist nations is by no means confined to backward, non-industrialized regions. To include new markets and new sources of raw materials within the protective tariff walls of one's own nation is a desideratum of imperialist policy, whether the areas concerned are pre-capitalist or capitalist, backward or highly industrialized. This is important to keep in mind in examining the course of events of the last 3 decades, for any theory which denies it is clearly inadequate to account for what has actually taken place. It may be remarked in passing that we here touch upon one of the glaring weaknesses of the theory of imperialism put forward by Rosa Luxemburg and her followers. It must also be emphasized that a picture of world economy which displays only a handful of advanced imperialist nations surrounded by backward colonial areas is an oversimplification. In reality, there are other elements to be taken into account: on the one hand, small and relatively advanced industrial nations, some with and some without empires of their own; on the other hand, formally independent backward countries which in fact occupy a semi-colonial position relative to the great powers. In both cases, such independence as these areas enjoy is essentially the outcome of rivalry among the major imperialist nations in peacetime. These countries constitute, so to speak, the focal points of imperialist conflict. When the balance of forces shifts and the weapons of diplomacy give way to the weapons of force, they form the major battlegrounds of wars of redivision. Let us now attempt a very brief summary of the international conflicts of the 20th century on the basis of our theory of imperialism. Such a summary should enable us to get a clearer view of the limits of imperialism than would otherwise be possible. The first war for redivision of the world began in 1914 and came to an end with the peace treaties of 1918 and 1919. On both sides it was a war of coalition in which the major contestants were respectively England and Germany, the two most powerful and advanced capitalist nations of Western Europe. It is impossible to localize the underlying issues, though it is clear that the area of most immediately severe rivalry was southeastern Europe and the Near East, including the Eastern Mediterranean. The decay and dissolution of the pre-capitalist Turkish Empire, which had been in process for some time, created a welter of international problems and ambitions which involved all the European imperialist powers. The actual excitation for the outbreak of the struggle was connected with the aspirations of the oppressed nationalities of the Balkan region for national independence and statehood. As the war spread, however, the issues likewise broadened to include the entire question of redivision of the world. The peace treaties show more clearly what the war was about than the particular and relatively minor disputes which set off the conflagration. From the outset, all the European imperialist nations except Italy were involved, and Italy joined as soon as her statesmen believed they could tell which side would emerge victorious. The two major non-European imperialist powers, the United States and Japan, were also drawn in. In 1917 the breakdown of the Tsarist regime in Russia was followed by the Bolshevik Revolution, the establishment of the world's first socialist society, and Russia's withdrawal from the imperialist arena. The following year the war came to an end with the collapse of German and Austro-Hungarian resistance. The Treaty of Versailles, the major imperialist peace treaty, was dominated by England and France, which took for themselves the lion's share of Germany's colonial empire. Important RAW material producing areas on the east and west of Germany were awarded to a reconstructed Poland and to France and Belgium respectively. Germany was stripped of her navy and merchant marine, and her army was reduced to a size which it was thought would be sufficient to maintain the system of capitalist property relations within her new frontiers. Austria-Hungary broke up into pieces, and a ring of new states was established in southeastern and eastern Europe to isolate the Soviet Union and to act as a counterweight against a possible German risorgimento. The United States, while not profiting from the war in a territorial sense, emerged as economically the most powerful nation in the world, a creditor on a vast scale where a few years before she had still been a heavy debtor to the European capital exporting nations. It was already clear that the United States would play a key role in future imperialist conflicts. Italy was too weak at the end of the war to collect what had been promised her for her entrance on the Allied side. Finally, Japan, which was involved in the hostilities only peripherally, took advantage of the preoccupation of the Western powers to extend her territory and sphere of influence in the Far East. Was, however, as yet too weak to hold all of her gains and, was forced to disgorge by the United States and England after peace was re-established in Europe. From the point of view of the structure of world imperialism, the results of the first major war of redivision may be summed up as follows. 1. German power was temporarily smashed, and her colonial empire was taken over by the victorious nations, chiefly England and France. 2. Austria-Hungary was eliminated from the imperialist scene. 3. The United States emerged as the economically strongest nation in the world. 4. Italy and Japan, though on the winning side, were frustrated in their imperial ambitions, and, finally, 5. Russia withdrew entirely from the arena of imperialist rivalry and commenced the task of building the world's first socialist society. The basic pattern of the Second War of Redivision was already discernible in the results of the first. Some of the most important developments of the period between wars of redivision will be analyzed in detail in the next chapter. From our present point of view, the course of events was straightforward. Those nations which were left out in the first partition of the V1 world, and lost or failed to benefit from the first war of redivision, the nations in which capital had the least opportunity for internal expansion, soon set about preparing for a second redivision. The actual campaign began with the Japanese invasion of Manchuria in 1931 and continued through the Italian absorption of Ethiopia, 1935, the Spanish Civil War, 1936, the renewed push of Japan into China, 1937, and finally the series of direct German aggressions on the European continent, beginning with the occupation of Austria in 1938 and continuing in an unbroken escalation to the present time. The Second World War as a whole, however, is not, like the first, a simple inter-imperialist struggle for redivision of the world. It is in reality three distinct wars which are merged together only in a military sense and even in this respect incompletely. The first of these three wars is a war of redivision on the 1914-18 pattern with Germany, Italy, and Japan on one side and Great Britain and the United States on the other side. The second is a war between capitalism and socialism with Germany on one side and the Soviet Union on the other. The third is an anti-imperialist war of national independence waged by China against Japan. The special characteristics of the present war, of which there are many, can be comprehended only when the fact is grasped that it is not one war which is being fought but three. It is not, however, our purpose to pursue this question further here but only to point out that the three-in-one character of the war brings into sharpest possible relief the limits to the expansion and even to the continued existence of imperialism as a system of world economy. Whereas the first period of worldwide hostilities was a period of exclusively inter-imperialist rivalry, at the present time anti-imperialist struggle is at least as important a component of the total pattern of conflict. The causes and implications of this will be examined in the next section. 6. The limits of imperialism. If we consider the system of imperialism as a whole, rather than single imperialist nations, it is apparent that it raises up against itself two types of opponent and that its expansion enhances their potential power of opposition. It is here that we must seek for the factors which will ultimately set the limits of imperialism and prepare the way for its downfall as a system of world economy. The first opposition force arises, as we have already seen, from the internal development of the I-1 imperialist countries. Class lines are drawn ever more tightly and class conflict grows in intensity. Eventually the working class is forced to adopt an anti-capitalist position and to set as its goal the attainment of socialism. But in the era of imperialism, anti-capitalism necessarily means also anti-imperialism. The special features of imperialist policy, which make for increased internal exploitation and international war, serve to enhance the opposition of workers, though the roots of this working class attitude are to be found in the structure of capitalist society in general. We may speak in this connection of socialist opposition to imperialism. Such opposition is in itself not capable of preventing the expansion of imperialism. Its real significance emerges only in the closing stages of a war of redivision, when the economic and social structure of the imperialist powers is seriously weakened and revolutionary situations mature in the most severely affected areas. Successful socialist revolutions then become possible. The chain of world imperialism tends to break in its weakest links. This is what took place in Russia in 1917. The Bolshevik Revolution established new socialist relations of production in Russia, with the result that a large part of the Earth's surface was withdrawn at one stroke from the world system of imperialism and formed the nucleus for a future world economy on a socialist basis. It seems safe to predict that this process will be repeated, perhaps on an even larger scale, before the present international conflict has exhausted itself. Thus we see that the first limit to imperialism is the result of the interaction of its national and international aspects. The crucial opposition force originates within the imperialist nations, but the conditions for its triumph are established by the wars of redivision, which are a recurring feature of imperialism considered as an international system. This is the dialectic, so to speak, of the birth and growth of socialism. Moreover, the limit to imperialism implicit in the rise of socialism is in the long run a contracting limit. Some of the implications of this fact for the future of world economy will be considered in the final chapter of the present work. The second fundamental limit to imperialism arises from the relations between metropolis and colony. The introduction of cheap manufactured commodities and the import of capital into the colonial economy revolutionized the pre-existing mode of production. Handicraft industries are dealt a crippling blow. Modern means of transport and communication break down the local separatism inherent in pre-capitalist production. Old social relations are dissolved. Native bourgeoisie arises and takes the lead in promoting a spirit of nationalism such as that which characterized the early development of capitalism in the now advanced industrial nations. At the same time, however, the development of colonial economy is not well balanced. Under the domination of imperialism, industrialization advances very slowly, too slowly to absorb the steady flow of handicraft producers who are ruined by the competition of machine-made products from the factories of the advanced regions. The consequence is a swelling of the ranks of the peasantry, increased pressure on the land, and a deterioration of the productivity and living standards of the agricultural masses, who constitute by far the largest section of the colonial populations. Imperialism thus creates economic problems in the colonies which it is unable to solve. The essential conditions for improvement are fundamental changes in the land system, reduction of the numbers dependent upon agriculture, and increase in the productivity of agriculture, all objectives which can be attained only in conjunction with a relatively high rate of industrialization. Imperialism is unwilling to reform the land system because its rule typically depends upon the support of the colonial landlord class, both native and foreign. The interests of producers, and especially monopolistically organized producers, in the metropolis prevent the erection of colonial protective tariff barriers and in other ways inhibit the growth of industrialism in the backward areas. The inevitable consequence is that colonial economy stagnates, and living conditions for the great majority of the people tend to become worse rather than better. All classes of the colonial populations, with the exception of the landlords and a few relatively small groups which are in effect agents of imperialist rule, are therefore thrown into the struggle for national independence. Alongside the socialist opposition to imperialism within the advanced countries, we have here the nationalist opposition in the backward countries. The relation between the two major forces opposing imperialism is a complex one which cannot be fully analyzed here. We must be content with a few brief suggestions. There obviously exists a firm foundation for an alliance between the socialist opposition to imperialism in the advanced countries and the nationalist opposition in the colonial countries. The rise and spread of an independent socialist section of the world, however, introduces certain complications. It was pointed out above that the colonial bourgeoisie takes the lead in organizing and promoting movements of national independence, but the ultimate objective of the colonial bourgeoisie is the establishment of independent capitalist nations. Consequently, it sees enemies in both imperialism and socialism. The colonial working class, on the other hand, though numerically small, adopts a socialist goal almost from the outset, while the oppressed agricultural masses are not unreceptive to socialist ideas and tend to follow the leadership of those who demonstrate most clearly by their actions that they mean to win a genuine improvement in conditions. The position of the colonial bourgeoisie tends more and more to unfit it for the role of leadership which it assumes in the early stages of the national movement. It wavers between accepting the support of the forces of socialism, both external and internal, against imperialism, and temporizing with imperialism in order to keep in check the socialist menace. The result is a policy which always stops short of decisive action, reverses itself and backtracks, then once again moves hesitantly forward. Since this is not the kind of policy which can make a strong appeal to the mass of the peasantry, and since without such support the national independence movement is impotent, it follows that leadership gradually tends to slip out of the hands of bourgeois elements and into the hands of the working class in alliance with the more advanced sections of the peasantry, which, though not necessarily socialist in their convictions, nevertheless have no stake in the maintenance of capitalist relations of production after independence is achieved. Eventually, therefore, it falls to the lot of the working class to lead the nationalist opposition to imperialism in the colonial countries just as it stands at the head of the socialist opposition to imperialism in the advanced countries. When this stage has been reached, the two great opposition forces are united not only in their immediate objectives but also in their ultimate resolve to fork for a socialist world economy as a way out of the growing contradictions of imperialist world economy. In the long run, the colonial bourgeoisie is unable to play an independent historical role and must split up into two opposing factions, one of which attempts to save its own precarious privileges by means of an open alliance with imperialism, while the other remains true to the cause of national independence even though the price is the acceptance of socialism. Hence we see, phi and ally, that what started as two independent forces opposed to imperialism tend to merge into one great movement. Just as in the advanced capitalist countries themselves, so also on a world scale the issue becomes ever more clearly defined as imperialism versus socialism, with the mounting contradictions of imperialism ensuring its own decline and the concomitant spread of socialism. Fascism. Speaking in general terms, fascism, as it exists in Germany and Italy, is one form which imperialism assumes in the age of wars of redivision. The present chapter will be devoted to the elaboration of this theme on the foundation of the theory of imperialism set forth in the preceding pages. 1. The conditions of fascism. Fascism arises under certain specific historical conditions which are in turn the product of the impact of imperialist wars of redivision on the economic and social structure of advanced capitalist nations. According to NR1 military and diplomatic usage, at the end of a war belligerent nations are put into two categories, those on the winning side and those on the losing side. The extent of the damage to the internal social structure of the various countries, H.O. Weaver, provides a more significant basis for classification. According to the extent and severity of the damage suffered, it is possible to arrange the countries in a series, ranging from those which emerge virtually unscathed or even actually strengthened to those in which the pre-existing structure of economic, political, and social relations is completely shattered. Usually the nations on the winning side stand nearer the top and those on the losing side nearer the bottom of the scale, but the correlation is far from perfect. It is not easy to establish criteria by which to judge the extent and severity of the damage suffered by a country as a result of war, but certain related symptoms would no doubt be widely recognized as indicative, extreme scarcity of food and other necessaries of life, partial breakdown of law and order, disorganization, poor discipline and unreliability in the armed forces, loss of confidence on the part of the ruling class, and lack of regard for established habits of thought and behavior among wide sections of the population. Conditions of this sort are almost certain to give rise to revolutionary struggles which may eventuate in a decisive victory for the counter-revolution, in an overthrow of the existing structure of property relations and the establishment of socialism as happened in Russia in 1917, or in a temporary stalemate in which neither of the major contending forces, the working class or the capitalist class, is able to gain a decisive triumph as happened in Germany and, less unambiguously, in other parts of Central and Eastern Europe in 1918 and 1919. It is the last case which interests us here. The fact that the revolution stops short of a socialist consummation is, in a very real sense, the key to subsequent developments. What emerges may best be described as a transitional condition of class equilibrium resting on a foundation of capitalist property relations. Juridically, this balance of class forces tends to express itself in an ultra-democratic state form, to which the name of the People's Republic was applied by Otto Bauer. The People's Republic leaves the capitalists in control of the economy but at the same time affords to the working class a share in state power and freedom to organize and agitate for the achievement of its own ends. The personnel of the state apparatus is largely unchanged, but the weakness and unreliability of the armed forces at the disposal of the state obliges the capitalists to pursue a policy of temporization and compromise. The democratic character of the People's Republic gives rise to a variety of illusions. Liberals see in the sharing of state power and the compromises which necessarily result an earnest of class cooperation and the softening of social conflict. Revisionists believe that the People's Republic is merely a stepping stone to the gradual achievement of socialism. The reality of heightened class antagonism behind the temporary balance of forces is too often overlooked. But these optimistic diagnoses are soon discredited by events. Nothing proves so clearly the unstable and impermanent character of the People's Republic as its inability to ameliorate the contradictions of capitalist production. These contradictions, far from being eliminated, are on the contrary intensified. The gains won by the greatly strengthened trade unions and the enactment of social legislation under working class pressure put burdens on capitalist production which it is ill-prepared and even less willing to bear. Big capital meets the situation in two ways. First, by tightening up its monopolistic organizations and squeezing the middle classes. The latter, already impoverished by the war and the subsequent derangement of economic life which, in the form of inflation, bears particularly heavily on those with small savings and no organizations to protect them, now find that their desperate position is but slightly improved by the return of law and order, that they are in effect the orphan children of the People's Republic. Second, the capitalists embark upon an intensive campaign of rationalization, that is to say the substitution of machinery for labor power and the intensification of the labor process, which has the consequence of swelling the ranks of the reserve army. It is, of course, true that making good the economic destruction and wastage of the war period provides the basis for a considerable upswing in economic activity. An upswing v1 nearly everywhere in Europe during the 1920s was encouraged and sub-6 by the importation of capital from the United States. For a time the production of means of production is severed from its dependence on the market for consumption goods, but only for a time. Once the productive mechanism has been substantially rebuilt, the discovery is made that the demand for consumption goods, depressed as it is by the impoverishment of the middle classes and by technological unemployment among the workers, is inadequate to support high levels of economic activity. A crisis followed by a sharp decline of production and employment becomes unavoidable. From the standpoint of capitalist production, such a crisis could be mitigated or overcome by the normal imperialist method of expansion abroad. But it is precisely the countries which were most severely weakened by the preceding war which have the least opportunities to follow this course. Their colonies were taken from them, and their military strength is so depleted that they cannot pursue an aggressive foreign policy. Moreover, the political influence of the working class under the People's Republic is definitely opposed to embarking upon new imperialist adventures. Hilferding, writing in 1931 and with recenter German experience in mind, was so impressed by the state of affairs that he regarded imperialist expansionism as almost a thing of the past. It is the stronger control over foreign policy in the democratic countries, he wrote, which limits to an extraordinary degree finance capital's disposal over the state power. This was true enough at the time it was written, but unfortunately Hilferding was no longer able, as he once had been, to draw conclusions from his own analysis. The argument of this section may be briefly summed up as follows: a nation, the economic and social structure of which is seriously disrupted as the result of an imperialist war of redivision, may, failing a successful socialist revolution, enter upon a period of class equilibrium on the basis of capitalist relations of production. Under such conditions, the intensification of the contradictions of capitalism leads to a severe internal crisis which cannot be solved by resort to the normal methods of imperialist expansion. This is, so to speak, the soil in which fascism takes root and grows. 2. Fascism's rise to power. Both the origins and the mass base of fascism are to be found in the middle classes, which form such a large section of the population of capitalist countries in the period of monopoly capitalism. Lenin pointed out very clearly the characteristics of middle-class psychology which, under appropriate circumstances, foster and encourage the growth of a fascist movement. For Marxists it is well established theoretically, and the experience of all European revolutions and revolutionary movements has confirmed that the small proprietor, a social type that once very widely represented in many European countries, who, under capitalism, suffers constant oppression and very often an incredibly sharp and rapid worsening of conditions of life and even ruin, easily becomes extremely revolutionary, but is incapable of displaying perseverance, ability to organize, discipline and firmness. The petty bourgeois, furious over the horrors of capitalism, is a social phenomenon which, like anarchism, is characteristic of all capitalist countries. The instability of such revolutionism, its barrenness, its ability to become swiftly transformed into submission, apathy, fantasy, and even into a mad infatuation with one or another bourgeois fad, all this is a matter of common knowledge. 2. What Lenin here says of the small proprietor applies in varying degrees to wide sectors of the middle classes. It is precisely these groups which are most disastrously affected during the period of class equilibrium capitalism which may follow an unsuccessful war of redivision. They constitute the core of fascism's popular support. Once the movement has begun to make headway, other elements of the population are attracted to it, though not always for the same reasons. These include certain groups of unorganized workers, independent farmers, part of the army of unemployed, déclassés, and criminal elements, the so-called lumpenproletariat, and youths from all classes who see ahead but meager opportunities for a normal career. The ideology and program of fascism reflect the social position of the middle classes, and in this respect are merely an intensification of attitudes which have already been shown to be characteristic of imperialism. The chief ingredients have a negative character, namely, hostility to organized labor on the one hand and to monopoly capital on the other hand. On the positive side, the middle classes compensate for their lack of common class interests and solid organizational bases by glorification of the nation and the race to which they belong. Foreigners and racial minorities are blamed for misfortunes the nature of which is not understood. So far as internal economic and social problems are concerned, the program of fascism is a mass of ill-digested and often mutually contradictory proposals which are notable chiefly for their unmistakably demagogic character. Hardly any of these proposals is novel or original. Almost without exception they have appeared and reappeared in earlier periods of social distress. What gives to fascism coherence and vitality is its stress on nationalism, its demand for the restoration of a strong state power, and its call for a war of revenge and foreign conquest. It is this which provides a firm foundation for rapprochement between fascism and the capitalist class. The attitude of capitalists towards fascism is at first one of reserve and suspicion. They particularly distrust it for its intemperate attacks on financial capital. But as the movement spreads and gains in popular support, the attitude of capitalists undergoes a gradual transformation. Their own position is a difficult one, caught as they are between the demands of the organized working class and the encirclement of rival capitalist powers. Ordinarily, under such circumstances, the capitalist class would make use of the state power to curb the workers and to improve its own international position, but now this course is not open to it. The state is weak and the workers share in its control. Consequently, fascism, once it has proved its right to be taken seriously, comes to be looked upon as a potentially valuable ally against the capitalists' two worst enemies, the workers of their own country and the capitalists of foreign countries, for the genuineness of fascism's hatred of workers and foreigners is never open to doubt. By means of an alliance with fascism, the capitalist class hopes to re-establish the strong state, subordinate the working class, and extend its vital living space at the expense of rival imperialist powers. This is the reason for the financial subsidies by which capitalists support the fascist movement and, perhaps even more important, for the tolerance which the capitalist-dominated state personnel displays in dealing with the violent and illegal methods of fascism. It must not be supposed that the capitalists are altogether happy about the rise of fascism. Unquestionably, they would prefer to solve their problems in their own way if that were possible. But their impotence forces them to strengthen fascism, and when at length conditions become generally intolerable and a new revolutionary situation looms on the horizon, the capitalists, from their positions inside the citadel of state power, throw open the gates and admit the fascist legions. 3. The fascist revolution once in power, fascism sets out with ruthless energy to destroy the class equilibrium which underlies the indecision and paralysis of the People's Republic. Trade unions and working class political parties receive the first and hardest blows. Their organizations are smashed and their leaders killed, imprisoned, or driven into exile. Next comes the establishment of the strong state, and finally, with these necessary preliminaries attended to, the swinging into full-scale preparations for a new war of redivision. In these 3 steps are comprehended what is often called the fascist revolution. The building up of state power is itself a complex process which inevitably involves the sloughing off of the middle-class radical program on the basis of which fascism rose to power. Whether or not this is a deliberate choice on the part of the fascist leaders is a question which need not even be raised. The fascist program is self-contradictory and takes no account of the real character of economic laws. It would be bitterly opposed by all the powerful elements of the capitalist class. To attempt to put it into practice would be to court disaster and perhaps to make forever impossible the realization of the dreams of foreign conquest which constitute the ideological core of fascism. Not only can fascism not afford to incur the hostility of capitalists, it requires their full cooperation, since they occupy the strategic positions in the economy and possess the necessary training and experience to make it run. The capitalists, on their side, welcome the smashing of the organized power of the working class and look forward with enthusiasm to the resumption of a policy of foreign expansionism. Rebuilding the state power therefore takes place on the basis of an ever closer alliance between fascism and capital, particularly monopoly capital in the all-important heavy industries. Politically, the establishment of the strong state involves scrapping the paraphernalia of political parties appropriate to parliamentary democracy. But this is not all. Extremist elements within the fascist party itself are bitterly resentful at what they can only regard as a betrayal of the fascist program of social reform, and they insistently press for a second revolution. The developing crisis within the ranks of fascism is met by a purge of the dissident leaders and the integration of the private fascist armies into the regular armed forces of the state. From this time on the fascist party loses its independent significance and becomes in effect a mere adjunct of the state apparatus. By these acts fascism finally and irrevocably transfers its social base from the middle classes to monopoly capital. There now takes place an interpenetration of the top fascist leadership and the dominant circles of monopoly capital, which results in the creation of a new ruling oligarchy disposing in a coordinated fashion over economic and political power. The full energies of the nation are henceforth directed to rearming. All other considerations of economic and social policy are subordinated to the overriding aim of waging and winning a new imperialist war of redivision. The accomplishments of the fascist revolution are thus the smashing of the pre-existing class equilibrium, the establishment of the strong state, and the preparation of the nation for a new war of redivision. Far from overthrowing capitalist imperialism, fascism in reality lays bare its monopolistic, violent, and expansionary essence. For the ruling class under fascism there have been so many theories of fascism which interpret it as a novel social order, fundamentally neither capitalist nor socialist in character, that it may not be out of place to formulate somewhat more explicitly our own attitude towards this problem. The theories in question usually concede that fascism has retained the forms of capitalism, but hold that these forms merely constitute a screen under cover of which a new ruling class takes over the real, controls and manipulates them for its own ends. What these ends are is commonly left somewhat vague, but it is perhaps not inaccurate to say that most writers conceive of them in terms of power. In pursuit of power, the fascist ruling class, it is alleged, disregards the rules of the capitalist game. Consequently, fascism is a new society which neither obeys the laws nor suffers from the contradictions of capitalism. A full exploration of this thesis would, of course, require an analysis of concrete fascist societies such as cannot be attempted here, but it may be a useful exercise to test the concept of the new fascist ruling class in the light of the theory of capitalism set forth in this book. Class affiliation is not a question of social origins. One who is born into the working class can become a capitalist and vice versa. Common social origins are important to the thinking and cohesiveness of a class, but they do not determine its composition. This is a matter of the position which individuals actually occupy in society, that is to say their relations to others and to society as a whole. For Marxism this means, primarily, position in the structure of economic relations which dominate the totality of social relations. It is one by this path that we arrive at the definition of the ruling class as comprising those persons who individually or in combination exercise control over the means of production. This is a general definition which is unobjectionable as far as it goes, but it is important to realize that it does not go very far and that its uncritical application can be misleading. While it is correct that the ruling class is made up of those who control the means of production, the converse is not necessarily true. Control over the means of production is by no means synonymous with exploitation of one part of society by another. If the relation of exploitation does not exist, the concept of a ruling class is inapplicable. The society is said to be classless. The most unambiguous example of a classless society is provided by what Marx called simple commodity production, in which each producer owns and works with his own means of production. Moreover, because of its nature as a general definition applying equally to all class societies, the definition in question furnishes no clue to the differences between them and hence no criteria for telling one ruling class from another. To put the problem crudely, suppose that a new set of individuals acquires control over the means of production. Is it a new ruling class or just a new personnel for the old ruling class? The general definition is of no assistance in answering this question. This example should serve to warn us of the impossibility of treating the problem of the ruling class as an abstract problem of society in general. We must be historically specific if we are to make the concept a useful instrument of social analysis. This means that in the case of every particular ruling class we must carefully specify the character of the social relations in which it occupies the dominant position, and the form of control which it exercises over the means of production. It is these factors, and these factors alone, which determine the motives and objectives of the ruling class. In this way we can distinguish between ruling classes. We shall, in short, have a method of separating genuine social revolutions, shifts in class rule, from mere substitutions, more or less thorough as the case may be, of new faces for old. Let us now apply these considerations to the case of capitalism. Here we have two basic classes, apart from intermediate groups and remnants of earlier social forms, namely, the capitalists who own the means of production and the class of free wage laborers who own nothing but their own capacity to work. The importance of the form of control exercised over the means of production cannot be overemphasized. This form is the ownership of capital, from which, of course, capitalism derives its designation. Exploitation correspondingly takes the form of the production of surplus value. Capital is not simply another name for means of production, it is means of production reduced to a qualitatively homogeneous and quantitatively measurable fund of value. The concern of the capitalist is not with means of production as such, but with capital, and this necessarily means capital regarded as a quantity, for capital has only one dimension, the dimension of magnitude. We have already seen in earlier chapters that the concern of the capitalist with the quantity of capital has the consequence that the expansion of capital becomes his primary and dominant objective. His social status is decided, and can only be decided, by the quantity of capital under his control. Moreover, even if the capitalist as an individual were content to maintain his capital intact, without increase, he could rationally pursue this end only by striving to expand. Capital naturally tends to contract. The forces of competition and technological change work wholly in this direction, and this tendency can be defeated only by a continuous effort to expand. Fundamentally, surplus value is an increment to capital. The fact that the capitalist consumes a part of his income is a secondary phenomenon. The objective of expanding capital is thus not one which capitalists are free to take or leave as they choose. They must pursue it on pain of elimination from the ruling class. This holds equally for actual owners of capital and for those who, though not themselves substantial owners, come into the management of capital, as not infrequently happens in the modern large corporation. Neither is in any sense a free agent. The ruling class under capitalism is made up of the functionaries of capital, those whose motives and objectives are prescribed for them by the specific historical form of their control over the means of production. It was this which caused Marx to remark, in the preface to the first edition of Capital, "My standpoint, from which the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history, can less than any other make the individual responsible for relations whose creature he socially remains, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them." This analysis helps solve the problem of the ruling class under fascism. As we have seen, the forms of capitalism are preserved, the means of production retain the form of capital, exploitation continues to take the form of production of surplus value. Consequently, the ruling class is still the capitalist class. Its personnel, however, is somewhat altered. For example, Jewish capitalists may be expropriated, and many fascist leaders use their political power to acquire important positions in industry. But these new members of the ruling class do not bring with them a new set of motives and objectives which are at variance with the outlook of the incumbent capitalists. On the contrary, they soon adopt as their own the motives and objectives which inevitably flow from the position in society which they come to occupy. They are now responsible to capital. Like everyone else in this position, they must strive to preserve and expand it. As in the case of all parvenus, however, they bring to their task greater energy and fewer scruples than those who, by training and tradition, are accustomed to fulfilling the obligations imposed upon the functionary of capital. The infusion of new blood into the ranks of the capitalist class is thus one very significant consequence of the victory of fascism. Another, no less important, is the increasing absorption of the organs of monopoly capital into the state apparatus. Chambers of commerce, employers' associations, cartels, and other similar bodies are made compulsory and are directly clothed with the authority of the state. Their activities in turn are coordinated through a hierarchical series of boards and committees, leading up to governmental ministries at the top. At each stage, officials and experts are drawn primarily from the experienced personnel of industry and finance, with the addition, however, of many who have risen to prominence through their political activity in the fascist movement. Tendencies inherent in capitalism in its imperialist phase here reach their climax. The expanding economic functions of the state and the centralization of capital meet in what might be described as a formal marriage between the state and monopoly capital. The separate channels through which the ruling class exercises economic and political power in a parliamentary democracy are merged into one under fascism. It is important not to misunderstand the nature and significance of this process. In particular, it must be stressed that what takes place is not the organic unification of all capital into one gigantic trust, what Hilferding called the general cartel aid with the government, so to speak, as the board of directors. Capital remains divided into organizationally distinct units, which for the most part have the corporate form. Those who dominate the largest corporations constitute the ruling oligarchy, while those attached to smaller units of capital occupy an inferior position in the economic and social hierarchy. Moreover, within the ruling oligarchy itself, the position of the individual is roughly proportional to the magnitude of the capital which he represents, just as, for example, in feudal society the lords holding the greatest domains outrank their lesser rivals. For this reason the urge to self-expansion remains as strong as ever in the separate segments of capital. There are four methods of expansion open to the larger units of monopoly capital: internal accumulation, absorption of smaller capitals, expansion abroad, and expansion at the expense of each other. The last of these, if practiced to extremes, can seriously weaken monopoly capital as a whole and hence must be kept under fairly strict control by the ruling oligarchy, but no such objection applies to the first three. Consequently, the great corporations and combines reinvest their profits, with one another in gobbling up small capitals and use the state in a variety of ways to extend their living space at the expense of foreign nations. Each hopes by skillful exploitation of its opportunities to enhance its relative importance and power without, however, becoming involved in a costly and possibly even suicidal struggle with its rivals. The imperative need for a unified policy against the masses at home and against the outside world does not, therefore, prevent monopoly capitalists from carrying on a continuous, though largely unobserved, campaign for expansion and preferment within the framework of the fascist economy. At one time I thought fascism could be aptly described as state capitalism, which I defined as a society which is entirely capitalist in its class structure but in which there is a high degree of political centralization of economic power. For the definition itself, while perhaps lacking in exactness, is not an incorrect characterization of fascism, but a consideration of the way in which other writers, and particularly Marxists, have used the term state capitalism has led me to the conclusion that its application to the case of fascism is more likely to be confusing than helpful. Bukharin's description of state capitalism may be taken as more or less typical of the way in which the concept has often been understood. Starting from a society in which the capitalist class is unified in a single trust and we have to do with an organized but at the same time from a class standpoint antagonistic economic system, Bukharin proceeds as follows: is accumulation possible here? Naturally. Constant capital grows since the consumption of capitalists grows. New branches of production corresponding to new needs are always arising. The consumption of workers grows, though definite limits are placed upon it. In spite of this underconsumption of the masses, no crisis arises since the demand of the various branches of production for each other's products as well as the demand for consumption goods is laid down in advance. Instead of anarchy of production, what is from the standpoint of capital? 3. A rational plan. If a mistake is made in production goods, the surplus is added to inventory and a corresponding correction made in the next production period. If a mistake is made in workers' consumption goods, the surplus can be divided among the workers or destroyed. Also, in the case of a mistake in the production of luxury goods, the VI out is clear. Thus there can be no kind of crisis of general overproduction. In general, production proceeds smoothly. Capitalists' consumption provides the motive for production and for the production plan. Consequently, there is in this case not, especially rapid development of production. 5. Now whatever the merits of this model for the particular restrict theoretical purposes which Bukharin had in mind, it is clear that it does not fit the case of fascism, nor for that matter does it throw light upon any actual tendencies of capitalist production. Fascism is not a society in which the capitalist class is unified in a single trust, and it is emphatically not true that capitalists' consumption provides the motive for production and for the production plan. On the contrary, capital, and hence also the capitalist class, remains divided into organizationally distinct units, and accumulation remains the dominant motive of production under fascism as under all other forms of capitalist society. In the next section we shall attempt to bring out the implications of these closely related facts. 5. Can fascism eliminate the contradictions of capitalism? The contradictions of capitalism arise, as Marx expressed it, from the fact that capital and its self-expansion appear as the starting and closing point, as the motive and aim of production, that production is merely production for capital, and not vice versa, the means of production mere means for an ever-expanding system of the life process for the benefit of the society of producers. 6. This characterization, as we have seen, holds good for fascism, but there is this difference, that under fascism control over the economic system is centralized, conflicts between the different branches of capital are largely suppressed in the interests of capital as a whole, and heavy risks are pooled through the instrumentality of the state. We have here what Nazi economists have appropriately called a steered economy, gestuurde Wirtschaft, in which the individual capitalist must subordinate himself to a unified national policy. The question naturally arises, whether complete centralization of economic control in itself provides a basis for the elimination of the contradictions of capitalism. Those who reply to this question in the affirmative commonly argue that the correctness of their answer has already been demonstrated in practice. The chief contradiction of capitalism, according to this view, consists in economic stagnation, relatively low levels of production, and mass unemployment. It was capitalism's inability to overcome this condition which set the stage for fascism's rise to power. But once in power, fascism quickly demonstrated its ability to eliminate unemployment and step up production to maximum levels. Consequently, it must be concluded that fascism has succeeded in freeing itself from the basic contradiction of capitalism. While this argument may have a certain surface plausibility, a closer examination clearly reveals its fallacious character. Actually, the contradiction of capitalism consists in an inability to utilize the means of production for an ever-expanding system of the life process for the benefit of the society or producers. Under certain circumstances this manifests itself in stagnation and unemployment, that is to say, in the non-utilization of a part of the means of production. Under other circumstances, however, it manifests itself in the utilization of the means of production for the purposes of foreign expansion. Stagnation and unemployment on the one hand and militarism and war on the other are therefore alternative, and to a large extent mutually exclusive, forms of expression of the contradiction of capitalism. When this fact is understood, the achievement of fascism appears in its true perspective. Fascism has given no evidence of ability to overcome stagnation and unemployment through the use of material and human resources for the expansion of use values for the mass of the people. On the contrary, it has from the beginning devoted all the resources at its disposal to the preparation and waging of an imperialist war of redivision. Under fascism, enforced idleness gives way to violence and bloodshed. This is not an overcoming of the contradictions of capitalism, rather it is a revelation of how deep-seated they really are. Let us suppose, for purposes of carrying the analysis a step further, that a fascist nation emerges from war with its social structure intact and with its territory and colonies vastly expanded. What then would be its probable subsequent development? Would it be able to create a planned and stable economic order capable alike of avoiding internal depression and of eschewing further external aggression? If it were legitimate to assume that the objective of production would, under such circumstances, be shifted from the accumulation of capital to the expansion of use values, then we should certainly have to answer this question in the affirmative, for it is impossible to question the abstract possibility of a planned economy free of the contradictions of capitalism. We are, however, not dealing with an abstract possibility but with a concrete form of society which can be understood only in terms of its own history and structure. From this standpoint there is not the slightest ground for anticipating that fascism either could or would abandon accumulation of capital as the primary objective of economic activity. On the contrary, there is every reason to assume that monopoly capital, with the full assistance and protection of the state, would set out at once to exploit for its own self-expansion any new territories or colonies which might be gained as the result of war. Nevertheless, it is more than probable that fascism would retain a highly centralized, state-directed economy. We can therefore take it for granted that stagnation and mass unemployment would under no circumstances be allowed to appear. But this does not imply the elimination of the contradictions of capitalism any more than the suppression of a symptom implies the cure of a disease. If, and this seems a likely case, the consumption of the masses were held under strict control and accumulation were allowed to proceed at an accelerating tempo, there would intervene a period of boom conditions which might last for a considerable period of time. Eventually, however, the tendency to underconsumption would begin to make itself felt in the appearance of excess capacity not only in the consumption goods but also in the production goods industries. Fascism would now have to face again the very same problem which confronted it when it first achieved state power. Should means of production be diverted to raising the living standards of the masses, or should they be mobilized once more for a new war of conquest? Knowing what we do of fascism, and remembering that we have assumed that one adventure in foreign aggression turned out to be a success, it is not difficult to imagine what the decision would be. This is not the only possible course of development. Alternatively, the fascist state might find it advisable to allow living standards to rise in the metropolis and correspondingly to check the rate of accumulation to a certain extent. Such a policy would undoubtedly be feasible for a time, but if it were persisted in, it would certainly entail a falling rate of profit. Since we have ruled out crisis and depression as a corrective of a decline in profitability, we must assume that the ruling oligarchy would find it necessary to initiate deliberate measures to reverse the trend. This could be done by reducing wages, a device which never fails to appeal to capitalists but which has the unfortunate effect of bringing to life the tendency to underconsumption. The cure is no improvement over the disease. But it is more likely that the problem would present itself in the form of a lack of national living space and hence would directly result in a renewed drive for foreign conquest. Even under the most favorable conditions, therefore, there is no reason to suppose that fascism would succeed in escaping from the economic contradictions of capitalism. But to assume these most favorable conditions is really an unwarranted concession to those who believe in the stability of fascism. This explains why the foregoing analysis has been carefully couched in the conditional mode. The analysis, it will be recalled, started from the assumption that fascism emerged from a war of redivision intact and with greatly expanded territory. As it happens, the fascist nations are even now engaged in a gigantic war which was precipitated by their own drive to expansion and foreign conquest. Not only is there no assurance that they will be victorious, there is even no assurance that they will survive in their present form. In other words, fascism has already demonstrated in the clearest possible way its fundamentally self-destructive character. Under these conditions, to speculate on what will happen to fascism after the present world crisis is past can easily turn into what Lenin once described, in a similar connection, as a slurring over and a blunting of the most profound contradictions of the newest stage of capitalism, instead of an exposure of their true depth. 7. Every capitalist nation, in the period of imperialism, carries within it the seeds of fascism. The question naturally arises whether it is inevitable that these seeds should take root and grow to maturity. Marx, in writing Capital, drew most of his material from English experience, but he was careful to warn his native country that it could not expect to escape a similar fate. De te fabula narrator. In writing of fascism today must we issue such a warning to the peoples of the non-fascist capitalist nations? If our analysis is correct, it would seem to follow that fascism is not an inevitable stage of capitalist development. Fascism arises only out of a situation in which the structure of capitalism has been severely injured and yet not overthrown. The approximate class equilibrium which ensues at once intensifies the underlying difficulties of capitalist production and emasculates the state power. Under these conditions, the fascist movement grows to formidable proportions, and when a new economic crisis breaks out, as it is bound to do, the capitalist class embraces fascism as the only way out of its otherwise insoluble problems. So far as history allows us to judge, and in questions of this sort there is no other guide, a prolonged and unsuccessful war is the only social phenomenon sufficiently catastrophic in its effects to set in train this particular chain of events. It is, to be sure, not inconceivable that an economic crisis could be so profound and long drawn out as to have substantially the same results. But this seems unlikely unless the structure of capitalist rule has already been seriously undermined. For a capitalist state which retains relative freedom of action and disposes over strong armed forces is quite capable of initiating measures, internal or external or both, which will effectively check an economic depression before it reaches dangerous proportions. To maintain the inevitability of fascism, it would appear to be necessary to demonstrate two things: 1. That every capitalist nation must at some time have its social structure severely damaged by war, and yet, 2. That capitalist relations of production must survive even though in a greatly weakened form. Clearly neither of these contentions will stand examination. We need only cite the Soviet Union and the United States to prove the point. Russia was prostrate as the result of the last war, but capitalist relations of production did not survive the debacle. The socialist society arose on the ruins of capitalism. The United States, on the other hand, emerged from the last war stronger than ever, and so far as one can now judge, there is no necessity to suppose that the internal structure of capitalism will be irreparably damaged as a result of the present war. To be sure, if we had to anticipate an endless succession of wars in the future, matters would someday almost certainly turn out differently. But whether there will be a series of further wars in the future is a question not of a single nation but rather of the character of world economy as a whole. In this respect there are tendencies at work today which may completely change the character of international relations and therewith the course of development of each individual nation. In the final chapter we shall attempt to sketch some of the most important considerations which must be taken into account in forming an opinion about the probable future of world capitalism. 19. Looking forward. In attempting to sketch the probable future course of world capitalism, we must first return you to a question posed at the very end of Part 3. It was there pointed out that so far as the logic of the reproduction process is concerned, it should be possible for the state, by an appropriate policy of taxation and spending, so to regulate the rates of consumption and accumulation as to nullify the tendency to underconsumption. Does this fact perhaps point the way to a possible future of liberal capitalist reform? For our purposes it will not be necessary to consider the details of the various proposals for liberal capitalist reform which have been put forward in recent years. It is sufficient to point out that those which deserve to be taken seriously derive more or less directly from the writings of John Maynard Keynes, and that their basic idea in every case is social control over consumption and investment. Generally speaking, their logical consistency cannot be challenged, either on their own ground or on the basis of the Marxian analysis of the reproduction process. The critique of Keynesian theories of liberal capitalist reform starts, therefore, not from their economic logic but rather from their faulty, usually implicit, assumptions about the relationship, or perhaps one should say lack of relationship, between economics and political action. The Keynesians tear the economic system out of its social context and treat it as though it were a machine to be sent to the repair shop there to be overhauled by an engineer state. Following the analysis of this part, it should be possible to deal satisfactorily with this question in relatively brief compass. The presupposition of liberal reform is that the state in capitalist society is, at least potentially, an organ of society as a whole which can be made to function in the interests of society as a whole. Now historically, as we know from the analysis of Chapter 13, the state in capitalist society has always been first and foremost the guarantor of capitalist property relations. In this capacity it has been unmistakably the instrument of capitalist class rule. Its personnel, bureaucratic, executive, and legislative, has been drawn from strata of the population which accept the values and objectives of capitalism unquestioningly and as a matter of course. Again, speaking historically, control over capitalist accumulation has never for a moment been regarded as a concern of the state. Economic legislation has rather had the aim of blunting class antagonism so that accumulation, the normal aim of capitalist behavior, could go forward smoothly and uninterruptedly. All this, it may be said, presupposes relatively unlimited opportunities for capital to expand. When this condition no longer obtains, is it not possible that the norms of state policy should change? If we could postulate that the objectives of capital would become other than its own self-expansion, then certainly we could not deny the possibility of an alteration in state policy. Even more, we should be obliged to expect such a change without any shift in the balance of political power. As a matter of fact, however, there is no reason whatever to assume any such transformation in the character of capital. Hence our problem can be reduced to the following more specific form: is it possible for the state within the framework of capitalist society to act against the interests and objectives of capital, provided such action is desirable in the interests of society as a whole? Let us examine this more closely. First, it must be emphasized that we have to do here not with concessions which are designed to remove obstacles to accumulation, but rather with a deliberate policy of restricting accumulation and RA1S1NG consumption with a view to benefiting the society of producers. It is apparent that capitalists could not be expected to adopt such a program as their own, at least not so long as another way out exists, and another way out always does exist, rig the path of foreign expansion. Where, as Lenin bluntly asked, except in the imagination of sentimental reformists, are there any trusts capable of interesting themselves in the conditions of the masses instead of in the conquest of colonies? Until this question has been satisfactorily answered, we must continue to assume that monopoly capital will, if it has the choice, decide for imperialist expansion as against internal reform. Moreover, we must assume that monopoly capital and its political representatives will actively oppose any movements designed to realize a program of liberal reform. Who, then, are to be the bearers of liberal reform, and how are they to establish themselves in a position to put their proposals into practice? Clearly not the capitalists and their representatives who already hold the strategic positions. Their political power must, on the contrary, be quietly reduced to negligible proportions. What is required apparently is a mass party dedicated to reform which can meet the following specifications: a. It must keep itself strictly free of capitalist influence, not only for a time but permanently. b. It must acquire power and eliminate capitalists and their representatives at least from all critical positions in the state apparatus, and it must do so by non-revolutionary means, and c. It must establish its position so firmly that it would be overwhelmingly plain that any resistance by capitalists in the economic sphere would be futile. In short, not only the semblance but also the reality of political power must somehow fall into the hands of the Reform Party and remain there, and capitalists must be put in a position of holding their position in the economy only on condition of good behavior. It can hardly be doubted that a party occupying this position could proceed without further ado to the complete elimination of capitalists and the inauguration of a system of planned production of use values. Moreover, since we have assumed that its interest is the general welfare rather than the protection of capitalism as such, there seems to be no reason why it would not in fact take this final step along the path of economic reform. The conditions outlined in the preceding paragraph will no doubt appear wildly exaggerated to the proponents of liberal reform. Judging from the historical record, however, we can say with confidence that they are in no sense overdrawn. The first two, freedom from capitalist influence and elimination of capitalists from all key positions in the state apparatus, are essential if the sharing of state power is to be avoided, and it clearly must be avoided if a long-term program of reform is to be formulated and put into practice. The third, reduction of capitalists to a position in which they hold economic power only on sufferance, is equally necessary as a means of avoiding friction and an eventual SWEEZY between the economic power of the capitalists and the political power of the Party of Reform. One who has conscientiously studied the history of reform movements in capitalist countries, FR01 English Chartism of a century ago through the Social Democratic and Labour governments, the Popular Fronts and New Deals of our own time, would find it difficult to assert that the conditions for long-term success are less stringent than these. If this be granted, a rather surprising conclusion follow, namely, that the elimination of the contradictions of capitalism via the road of liberal reform is, viewed from a political standpoint, no less a task than the gradual achievement of socialism. In fact, we are justified in saying that the two movements, liberal reformism and gradualist socialism, have virtually identical political content. By comparison, the avowed difference in ultimate aims is a matter of distinctly secondary importance. If experience shows the necessary conditions for a successful movement of reform, it also indicates no less clearly the impossibility of their fulfillment. The rise to power of a political party of the required type is conceivable only in an abstract world from which the permeating social and political power of capital has been banished. In the sober world of reality, capital holds the strategic positions. Money, social prestige, the bureaucracy, and the armed forces of the state, the channels of public communication, all these are controlled by capital, and they are being and will continue to be used to the utmost to maintain the position of capital. Movements of reform are born into and grow up in a society dominated materially and ideologically by capital. If they accept that society, even if, as they imagine, only provisionally, they must attempt to get along with it, and in so doing they are inevitably swallowed up by it. Ambitious leaders are easily corrupted. From the standpoint of their avowed aims, potential followers are frightened away by intimidation or propaganda. As a consequence, we have what might easily be considered the outstanding characteristic of all movements of reform, the progressive bartering of principles for respectability and votes. The outcome is not the reform of capitalism, but the bankruptcy of reform. This is neither an accident nor a sign of the immorality of human nature, it is a law of capitalist politics. The rule of capital would indeed be secure if it were threatened by nothing more dangerous than reform, whether of a liberal or socialist orientation. But, of course, this is not the case. The really deadly enemy of capitalism is its own self-contradictory character. The real barrier of capitalist production is capital itself. In seeking a way out of its self-imposed difficulties, capital plunges the world into one crisis after another, finally setting loose forces which it is no longer able to control. The perspective is certainly not a pleasant one, but in our final section we shall attempt to show that it has a more hopeful side for those who care to see it. If one thing should be clear from our analysis of imperialism, it is that the course of capitalism in its latest phase cannot be regarded as a problem of a closed system or of a group of discrete individual countries. Each capitalist nation is a part of a world system, for each and hence also for the system as a whole. The controlling consideration is the interaction of internal and external pressures. Expressed schematically, the basic internal contradiction of capitalist production drives to external expansion and conflict. The latter, in turn, leads to a restructurization of the internal field which now here, now there releases the forces of a new world order, socialism. So far as any single country is concerned, there is, at least as yet, no ground for assuming that the birth of socialism can be either a gradual or a peaceful process. Up to now, socialism has come into the world as a result of a revolutionary overturn and has established its position only after a bloody civil war let loose by its enemies. This undoubted fact may easily give rise to an over-mechanical, and hence false, picture of the probable future process of capitalist decline. Again, we must insist that we are dealing with a process of worldwide scope. While the transition from capitalism to socialism in a single country may be, in its decisive phase, an abrupt one, This is by no means the case on a world scale. From a world point of view, the transition may well be long drawn out and gradual, and it may pass through several phases differing markedly one from another. It is this problem which primarily interests us in these concluding remarks. Before the Russian Revolution of 1917, Marxists generally assumed, though without much explicit discussion of the problem, that the socialist revolution would occur more or less simultaneously in at least all of the advanced European capitalist nations. This view continued to predominate in the stormy post-war years, when it seemed likely that the revolution would succeed in Central Europe, particularly in Germany, and spread from there to the rest of the continent. After the revolutionary wave had subsided, however, and the temporary stabilization of capitalism was seen to be an accomplished fact roughly by the end of 1923, the problem in question came up for urgent reconsideration. Socialists had been able to maintain themselves in power only in Russia. The problem now was whether they could proceed to the building of a genuine socialist society in Russia alone, or whether they would have to wait until socialism triumphed in the rest of Europe, meanwhile holding the fort and devoting their best energies to strengthening and assisting their comrades abroad. This was the setting of the famous socialism in one country debate which received so much attention in the Russian Communist Party during the year 1924. There were two schools of thought, one, of which Trotsky was the outstanding spokesman, held to the traditional view that socialism could triumph only on an international scale. The other, led by Stalin, took the position that it would be possible to build up a socialist society in one country, even a country so technically backward and poor as Russia. So far as Russian policy was concerned, the debate was definitively settled in favor of Stalin's view at the 14th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, held in the middle of 1925. The policy which later developed into the 5-year plans and the collectivization of agriculture was really decided upon at this time. From our present point of view, it is important to examine somewhat more closely the arguments put forward by Stalin in this debate, for they are directly related to the problem under consideration, the process of capitalist decline on a world scale. In 1926 Stalin reviewed the debate over socialism in one country. The fundamental issue, he said, must be broken down into two distinct parts. First of all, there is the question, can socialism possibly be established in one country alone by that country's unaided strength? This question must be answered in the affirmative. Then there is the question, can a country where the dictatorship of the proletariat has been established, regard itself as fully safeguarded against foreign intervention, and the consequent restoration of the old regime, unless the revolution has been victorious in a number of other countries? His question must be answered in the negative. In brief, socialism can be built up in one country, but its permanence is assured only when socialism has been victorious on an international scale. This solution of the problem, it will be seen, has the effect of setting a task for Russian socialism without diminishing its interest in the establishment of socialism elsewhere. The probable course of the world revolution remained a vital concern to the Bolsheviks. Hence it is not surprising that this question constituted, so to speak, a branch of the socialism in one country problem. In a work dating from the end of 1924, Stalin set forth his views concerning the path to world socialism. 355. In the first place, he held, the Russian Revolution has made necessary a revision of formerly received opinion on this subject. The roads leading to the world revolution A.1, not so straightforward as they were wont to appear in days gone by when there had as yet been no victory of the revolution in a single land, and when a fully fledged imperialism was still in the womb of time. A new factor has seen me to the fore, the variations in the rate of development of capitalist countries, under the conditions that are created by a developed imperialism, conditions which lead inevitably to wars, to a general weakening of the capitalist front, and to the possibility of achieving the victory of socialism in individual countries. 4. The old idea that the revolution would develop by way of the regular maturing of the elements of socialism, and that the more developed, more advanced countries would take the lead has to be abandoned. 5. Instead, the profound antagonisms among the capitalist powers, between the capitalist powers and their colonies, and finally between the imperialist world and the Soviet Union open up a new prospect. What is most likely to happen is that the world revolution will develop in such a way that a certain number of additional countries will cut themselves adrift from the comedy of imperialist states, and that the proletariat of these countries will be supported in this revolutionary act by the proletariat of the imperialistic states. Further, the very development of the world revolution, the very process of separating a number of additional countries from the imperialist states, will be all the quicker and more thoroughgoing in proportion as socialism shall have struck roots in the first victorious country, in proportion as that country shall have transformed itself into the base whence the development of the world revolution can proceed, in proportion as that country shall have become the crowbar getting a solid pry and setting the whole structure of imperialism rocking. 6. What is the probable subsequent course of this development? In Stalin's opinion, it is more than likely that, in the course of the development of the world revolution, there will come into existence side by side with the foci of imperialism in the various capitalist lands and, looking forward with the system of these lands throughout the world, foci of socialism in various Soviet countries, and a system of these foci one throughout the world. As the outcome of this development there will ensue a struggle between the rival systems, and its history will be the history of the world revolution. 1. And, finally, the Russian Revolution is evaluated in the following terms. The worldwide significance of the October Revolution lies not only in the fact that it was the first step taken by any country whatsoever to shatter imperialism, that it brought into being the first little island of socialism in the ocean of imperialism, but likewise in the fact that the October Revolution is the first stage in the world revolution and has set up a powerful base whence the world revolution can continue to develop. 8. This analysis goes considerably beyond previous Marxian thought on the larger aspects of the transition from capitalism to socialism. In place of the untenable assumption of a single international revolution, we have here the picture of a series of revolutions in separate countries building up step by step to a worldwide socialist system capable of meeting world capitalism on at least equal terms. The process culminates in a final struggle between the rival systems from which socialism at length emerges in sole possession of the field. The question may be raised whether this theory is not somewhat over-schematic. So far as the broad outlines are concerned, it is not inconsistent with the conclusions reached in Chapter 17 above, namely that socialism grows up side by side with imperialism and gradually extends its scope at the expense of imperialism. But does this necessarily imply an eventual clear-cut and decisive conflict between the two systems? Such a possibility cannot be denied, yet there are reasons for thinking that it is far from inevitable. Let us examine a possible alternative course of development. It is necessary to point out first of all that it would never have been possible for the Soviet Union to survive and become the nucleus of a world socialist system had it not been for the antagonisms of imperialism. These antagonisms are, as we already know, of three kinds: internal class conflicts, intercapitalist rivalries, and antagonisms between advanced nations and backward or colonial countries. All three played an important role in permitting the Soviet Union to maintain its independence and build up its strength. Without going into the matter in detail, we may note the following well-known circumstances in support of this contention. The opposition of the European working class was perhaps of decisive importance in bringing about the failure of foreign intervention in the immediate post-war period. The resistance of China to Japanese penetration has for more than 10 years been an important factor in keeping Japan from an attack on Soviet Siberia. Finally, and most important for the present situation, Anglo-German, to a lesser extent Franco-German, rivalry made it possible for the Soviet Union to avoid a united onslaught by the capitalist powers from the West. In short, by exploiting the fissures in the structure of world imperialism, the Soviet Union has managed to keep alive as a center of socialism in spite of unquestioned economic and military inferiority. Not, of course, that the Soviet Union has escaped renewed intervention, but when this intervention came, it was not the joint enterprise of a united capitalist world bent upon exterminating socialism. It was rather a desperate gamble by one imperialist power which realized that to succeed at all it must eliminate the potential threat of the Soviet Union from its rear. This means that even in a period during which socialism has been relatively weak, a mere island in the ocean of imperialism, the capitalist powers have not been able to pull themselves together sufficiently to submerge it. The question now arises whether, when the socialist nucleus has grown in size and strength, the capitalist powers will then be able to compose their differences, internal and external, for a final showdown between the two world systems. This is a crucial question. It may be said, and certainly not without justification, that hitherto the weakness of socialism has been a source of protection. So long as socialism is only an island in an ocean of imperialism, it does not exercise a decisive influence on the structure of imperialism. The antagonism between socialism and imperialism as a whole is still overshadowed by the intra-imperialist antagonisms. There thus arises the opportunity for socialism to exploit these antagonisms to its own advantage without jeopardizing its existence. So much is clear. Moreover, there seems to be little doubt that as socialism grows in extent and power, it will exercise an ever stronger influence on the structure of imperialism. But here a difference of opinion becomes possible. Will the growth of socialism have on balance a consolidating or a disintegrating effect on imperialism? If the former, then Stalin's prognosis would seem to be justified. Intra-imperialist antagonisms would decline in importance, and the conflict between socialism and imperialism would come increasingly to the fore, leading eventually to a showdown for world supremacy. If, on the other hand, the growth of socialism should have a disintegrating effect on imperialism, matters would work out quite differently. In this case, the obstacles to the expansion of socialism would be undermined by the very process of expansion. Imperialism in retreat might here and there fight rearguard actions, but it would never be able to consolidate its dwindling forces for a final and decisive battle. It is difficult to say which of these alternative developments is the more likely, chiefly because there are tendencies working in both directions at the same time. On the one hand, the rival rise among the imperialist powers will in all probability be mitigated by any further growth of socialism, but on the other hand, internal class conflicts and the antagonisms between the advanced countries and the colonial countries will be intensified. The existence of these contradictory trends within the structure of imperialism is not a matter of conjecture. Both were clearly discernible in the period preceding the outbreak of the present war. Appeasement, which was the policy of powerful elements in the ruling classes of all capitalist nations, represented fundamentally an attempt to put aside intra-imperialist conflicts, at least for the time being, in favor of a joint campaign against the Soviet Union. It can hardly be doubted that a further growth of socialism during or after the war will add to and strengthen the adherence of this policy, though naturally the form which it takes in the future will not be identical with the pre-war form. This is one side of the picture. On the other side, there is strong evidence that the existence of the Soviet Union, and its consistently anti-imperialist policy, exercised a strong disintegrating effect on the cohesiveness of the total structure of imperialism. A fact which can be seen most clearly in the rapid growth of the nationalist and socialist movements in China and India, countries which it is no exaggeration to say constitute the pivot of modern colonial exploitation. Here again, it can hardly be denied that this trend will also be intensified by any further growth of socialism. Particularly would this be the case if one of the advanced Western European countries were to go socialist, for this would have an enormous effect on the working classes in all the other Western countries. While it is certainly impossible to speak with assurance about the outcome of a process in which so many variables are at work, nevertheless it appears not unlikely that the disintegrating effects on imperialism of a further growth of socialism will outweigh the consolidating effects. If so, the present world war may also be the last. It may turn out that imperialism has suffered a mortal wound from which it will never recover to set the world ablaze again. In order to convince ourselves that this is not an altogether fantastic perspective, it may be well to conclude by tracing out a possible, one could hardly say probable, course of development which would substantiate our theory. We start with the assumption of a military defeat of German fascism. This happy event, it may be postulated, would be followed by the collapse of capitalist rule and the victory of socialism over substantially the entire European continent, not merely in Germany and the occupied countries, but also in France, Italy, and Spain. Anglo-American attempts at intervention are not excluded, but it seems hardly likely that they would meet with success. The opposition of the British working class would probably be the decisive factor here. Socialism would now have an impregnable base extending from the Atlantic to the Pacific and including the most advanced centers of industry outside the United States. A firm alliance with the colonial and semi-colonial countries of Asia would follow, and the expulsion of imperialist influence, both Japanese and Western, from the Asiatic mainland would be only a matter of time. Japanese capitalism, which is to a peculiar degree dependent upon foreign expansion, could hardly survive such a blow. The evolution of the entire Far East, including India, China, and Japan, in a socialist direction would now be assured, though it could not be expected that the process would be free of severe internal conflicts. Meanwhile, what about Great Britain, the non-Asiatic parts of the British Empire, and the United States? It is not impossible that Great Britain herself would go socialist along with the rest of Western Europe, of which she is in a very real sense a part. If this were to happen, our subsequent analysis would hold a fortiori, but let us assume that capitalism succeeds in maintaining its hold in Britain. Even so, the effects of the war and the loss of a large part of the empire would so weaken Britain's position that she would no longer be capable of pursuing an independent course in world affairs. Britain, the Dominions, and any remaining colonial areas would of necessity come under the protection and even domination of the United States. It seems quite clear that a victory of socialism in the United States as an immediate result of the war is out of the question. Capitalism is still very firmly entrenched in the United States, and the forces of socialism are as yet of negligible importance. The United States would therefore become the center of a much shrunken imperialist system which, according to our assumptions, would include Britain, the Dominions, and probably Latin American and parts of Africa. The question now arises whether the world socialist system based on Europe and Russia and the world imperialist system based on North America would inevitably clash in a struggle for supremacy. That such a clash would be possible cannot be denied, that it would be inevitable, however, cannot be asserted. There is an alternative possibility which, by comparison, may even be said to have the character of a probability. It must be remembered that socialism is founded upon a non-antagonistic and non-exploitative economy. It follows from this that the socialist system would be able at once to turn its energies to raising living standards within its borders through the planned production of use values. Even under such conditions, and with the assistance of the most advanced techniques, however, the well-nigh bottomless pit of unsatisfied needs which will exist at the end of the war in the European and Asiatic countries would require many years to fill. During this period the socialist system would have no incentive to turn its attention outward. Whatever the case might be at a later stage of development. Consequently it may be safely assumed that the initiative in starting a new war would have to come from the imperialist side. Certainly, however, before this could occur a period of recuperation and reorganization would have to intervene, and it may even be doubted whether the imperialist sector would ever be able to recover completely from the disruption of the war, the defection of colonial areas, and the loss of foreign assets. The contradictions of capitalist production would soon make themselves felt again in a peace economy. In short, the process of stabilization would be long /IV out and difficult at best. In the meantime what would be the effect on the social structure of imperialism of the victory of socialism in so large a part of the world and the steady rise of living standards in the areas affected? Is it not clear that the working classes in the advanced industrial areas and the masses in the backward countries still enmeshed in the imperialist system would be powerfully attracted to the new socialist system? Would not the ruling imperialist oligarchy find it increasingly difficult, and in time even impossible, to organize a crusade against the new and vastly expanded socialist system? The answer seems to be obvious. We must conclude that, because of the differences in their underlying economies, the socialist sector of the world would quickly stabilize itself and push forward to higher standards of living, while the imperialist sector would flounder in the difficulties with which we are already sufficiently familiar. Nevertheless, it must be granted that this does not finally settle the matter, for it is inconceivable that the two systems should continue to exist side by side indefinitely. It seems not unlikely that the gravitational pull, so to speak, of the fundamentally stronger and more stable socialist system would exercise a progressively disintegrating effect on the structure of the imperialist system, first paralyzing its capacity for aggression and then chipping out bit by bit the cement which holds it together as a cohesive social structure. Under these circumstances, paradoxically enough, a peaceful transition to socialism would for the first time become a genuine possibility. If, and it seems by no means unthinkable, democratic forms in the Anglo-American countries were to survive even so great an upheaval as we have pictured, it would now be possible to fill them with a socialist content. Once socialism has had an opportunity to demonstrate its superiority on a large scale and under reasonably favorable conditions, the effect not only on the working class but also on the great majority of the middle classes still living under capitalist conditions can be counted upon to be unprecedentedly powerful. The adherents of socialism will multiply by leaps and bounds, the small oligarchy whose social existence is bound up with the old order will be weakened, deprived of its international support and eventually rendered impotent. In the later stages of the world revolution, democracy may at long last be able to fulfill the promises which have so far remained unhonored amid the frustrations of a self-contradictory economic system. The foregoing analysis has been developed in opposition to Stalin's theory of an eventual showdown between the rival socialist and imperialist systems. This does not mean that the two views are mutually contradictory, they are merely indications of alternative possible courses of development. In this connection, it is interesting to note that Stalin himself recognized the possibility of a pattern such as we have outlined. In the Foundations of Leninism, Stalin explains why the transition to socialism cannot be expected to be peaceful, and then adds the following comment: no doubt in the distant future, if the proletariat has triumphed in the chief countries that are now capitalist, and if the present capitalist encirclement has given place to a socialist encirclement, it will be possible for a peaceful transition to be effected in certain capitalist countries. Here the capitalists, in view of the unfavorable international situation, will deem it advisable of their own accord to make extensive concessions to the proletariat. But this is to look far ahead, and to contemplate extremely hypothetical possibilities. As concerns the near future, there is no warrant for any such expectations. 9. Undoubtedly the skepticism was justified in 1924, and it may prove to be today as well. But if we are justified in assuming a military defeat of fascism in the present war, the relatively near future will bring a sharp change in perspectives. Yesterday's extremely hypothetical possibilities may be on tomorrow's order of business. In the meantime, and unless conditions change much more rapidly than seems likely between the time when this chapter is written and the time when it is published, the great majority of readers will no doubt feel that our analysis is far-fetched and unreal, to use no stronger terms. Underlying trends do not always show on the surface. But the issue need not be debated here, we gladly leave it to the future to decide. Appendix A. On reproduction. T. Schemes. B.Y. Shigito Tsuru. This appendix consists of a few explanatory notes on the reproduction scheme of Marx. In the first two parts, a diagrammatic presentation of the scheme is given in comparison with Quesnay's tableau, economic. And in the last part, aggregative categories, which are the elements of Marx's reproduction scheme, are compared with the set of aggregates most widely used in modern economics, namely, the one associated with the economics of John M. Keynes. The society Quesnay visualized consists of three classes: 1. The productive class of farmers whose labor alone yields a surplus; 2. The class which appropriates the surplus, including the landlords, the church, and the state, and 3. The sterile class of manufacturers. His tableau was intended to portray, under simplifying assumptions, how the total annual product of such a society circulates between these three classes and enables annual reproduction to take place. For this purpose it is imagined figuratively that exchanges take place in a lump sum at the end of a year, enabling the complete disposition of the goods produced during that year and at the same time placing all the factors of production in readiness where they are wanted as the new year begins. Quesnay's simple presentation of the circulation process of such a society by the use of lines has not always been readily understood. At least it led Eugen Thüring to suspect Quesnay of some mathematical fantasy. As an alternative. 365. Method of presentation, we propose here a diagram for the tableau économique. Diagram 1 depicts the situation before the exchange. The productive class hold $5 billion worth of their own gross product, 3 of food and 2 of raw materials, and in addition, $2 billion in money which is used solely as a medium of exchange and is assumed to be held by them only for expositional reasons. The landlords hold nothing, but have a claim on the productive class for rent to the amount of $2 billion, the amount equal to the net product arising in agriculture. The sterile class hold $2 billion worth of manufactured products. To begin with, the productive class pays rent in money, $2 billion, to the landlords, the action which is indicated in the diagram by the two arrows emanating from the solid thick line and pointing to the landlords section. Other arrows indicate the direction in which this money flows as it affects the circulation of goods produced. The landlords buy with $1 billion food for their consumption, thereby returning 1/2 of the money advanced by the productive class to its point of origin. With another half of the rent revenue, the landlords purchase manufactured goods from the sterile class, who in turn use food. Raw real. Food raw material. Productive class. Diagram 1. On reproduction schemes. MFO. GUDS. Fu raw real. Productive class. Diagram 2. This money to buy food from the productive class. Thereupon the latter class purchase with that money the manufactured goods from the sterile class who in turn buy the farm product, to be used as raw materials in the next period, from the productive class, thereby returning another $1 billion of money to its point of origin. In addition, the productive class buy from themselves $1 billion of their own product as food and another $1 billion worth as raw materials for the next period. These constitute internal exchange within the class, and are, there pound or, placed on the second deck in the diagram. Diagram 2 depicts the situation after all sales and purchases are ended. Each of the three classes is in possession of the goods needed to embark upon a new period of production, and the money, which served its function as a medium of exchange, has returned to its point of origin. 2. Marx's reproduction scheme. Marx thought highly of Quesnay's tableau économique and was indebted to it for developing his own reproduction scheme. 368 Appendix A. Consuners goods. Diagram 3. His first attempt along this line was also a diagram of simple reproduction making use of lines in the manner of Quesnay truss diagram, complicated as it was with 14 ascending and 7 descending lines, was not finally used in exposition and gave way to the now familiar form of equation al tableau. However, it may facilitate the understanding of the latter if we resort to the diagrammatic technique which we used for Quesnay's tableau above. Both similarities and dissimilarities between the two tableaus will thereby be graphically brought out. Since the elements and principles of Marx's reproduction scheme are fully discussed in the text, it is sufficient here to state that we shall illustrate the case of extended reproduction which may be formulated equation li as follows. T.C. Marx's letter to Engels as of July 6, 1863. T.C. above, p. 163. Here we have consolidated SC1 plus STLC1 into SC1 inasmuch as we are not interested in the comparison with the case of simple reproduction. On reproduction schemes. prod, goes, cotjs, gos, capit alists2. Diagram 4. C1 plus V1 plus SCI plus. SAC1 plus SAVE1 equals W1. C2 plus V2 plus SC2 plus SAC2 plus SAVE2 equals W2. Diagrams 3 and 4 portray the circulation of commodities in this scheme. In contrast to Quesnay's tableau, 3 corners are now occupied by the holders of 3 basic commodities: consumers' goods, producers' goods, and labor power. Technical devices for simplification are similar to those in Quesnay's case. The solid thick line again indicates the point at which money is advanced, and the arrows show are the direction in which money flows. The points of origin of one money, however, are somewhat arbitrary. Several different patterns may be drawn with entirely the same result for our purpose. The 3 aggregates, CI, SAC1, and SC2, constitute demand for goods produced within their respective branches and are exchanged internally. Therefore, they are placed on the second deck. The exchange process. 37 degrees Appendix A. Of the other elements is clearly shown in Diagram 3. Capitalists in the first branch, or the producers' goods branch, advance money to workers who purchase with it consumers' goods from capitalists in the second branch, or the consumers' goods branch. The latter in turn purchase producers' goods in partial fulfillment of their demand for such goods, returning thereby the money originally advanced by capitalists in the first branch to its point of origin. Similarly for other exchanges. When all the transactions are completed, no commodity remains unsold, all the factors of production are again placed in readiness for the new period, and all the money is back at the point of origin. See Diagram 4. Reproduction on an enlarged scale is indicated by the addition of shaded areas in Diagram 4, the addition to that which was the amount for each aggregate at the end of the preceding period. If we now revert to the equations of extended reproduction cited above, we may observe that they are a synthetic product of 2 logically distinct phases of social circulation. On the one hand, each equation may be interpreted as revealing the cost structure, or the proportion in which factor payments are made. Thus such relations as that between constant capital and variable capital, and that between surplus value and variable capital, may be explicitly embodied in the equation. On the other hand, the equation may be interpreted as revealing the demand structure, or the character and the magnitude of demand arising out of different factor payments. Thus the factor payment S1, or the surplus value in the first branch, for example, is shown to generate 3 kinds of demand: SC1 amount of consumers' goods demanded by capitalists, SAC1 amount of producers' goods demanded also by the same capitalists, and SAVE1 amount of consumers' goods demanded by workers. It may further be observed that the bridge between the 2 phases is not characterized by a uniform number of metamorphoses for all the aggregates. C2, example exists in the first instance as an aliquot part of consumers' goods, is sold for money, and then exchanged against C. 2. Amount of producers' goods. V. 2. 2 exists in the first instance as an aliquot part of consumers' goods and is then sold for money, but its next metamorphosis is against the commodity called labor power, which in turn generates demand for consumers' goods, assuming that workers do not save. Further, save may second be interpreted to involve one additional metamorphosis, if we treat the payment of surplus value as factor payment. Such difference in the number of metamorphoses needed to bridge the 2 phases is accounted for by the implicit manner in which the commodity labor power is treated. Diagram 3, by making the position of the commodity labor power explicit, enables us to trace clearly the process of circulation implied in the synthetic shorthand of the equations of the reproduction scheme. 3. Comparability \V. If the Keynesian aggregates, the foregoing analysis paves the way to a discussion of the comparability between the elements of Marx's reproduction scheme and the Keynesian aggregates. One aspect of such a problem, for example, may be phrased as follows: what corresponds in the Marxian scheme to that which is called net national income by Keynes? If some of us are tempted to reply in unguarded haste that it is variable capital plus surplus value, it only goes to show how easily we tend to forget the implicit assumptions which shroud each analytical scheme of interpreted T10N. Although a type of society implied in Marx's extended reproduction scheme is drastically simple, and a type of society to which the Keynesian aggregates are applied can be of any degree of complexity, the essentials may be brought out by taking as our point of depart the reproduction scheme as it is found in Marx. The latter implies, for one thing, that no fixed capital exists, and, for another, that what is not consumed is immediately invested, and thirdly, that capitalists in the first branch do not invest in the second branch and vice versa. Then, again, we have C1 plus V1 plus SC1 plus SAC1 plus SAV equals W1 C2 plus V2 plus SC2 plus SAC2 plus SAVE2 equals W2. Adding the two equations, we obtain C1 plus C2 equals C and so on, C plus V plus SC plus SAC plus SAVE equals W. This total, W, corresponds to what Keynes designates by A or JMKYNES, the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, 1936, ch. 6. 372. Appendix A. The gross proceeds of sales both to consumers and by mean entrepreneurs. Transactions between entrepreneurs, or A1 of Keynes, may be written as the sum of C and SAC. Since he defines consumption as the difference between A and A1, we obtam, consumption equals W, C plus SAC, equals V plus SC plus SAVE. Now, as to investment. It may be recalled that Keynes defines investment as the difference between G, or the net value conservable from what was on hand at the beginning of the period, and G, or the value of the means of production on hand at the end of the period. In terms of the elements of the reproduction scheme, it is clear that G consists of C amount of producers' goods and V amount of labor power *, while G consists of C and V plus SAC and SAVE. Thus we obtain for investment equals G equals C plus V plus SAC plus SAVE, C plus V, equals SAC plus SAVE. It may strike one as peculiar that labor power is to be counted as a part of the means of production on hand. In the strict logic of capitalism, however, such treatment is perfectly consistent. Additional labor power is just as much a part of the net national product as would be, for example, a new robot machine. True, Keynes never treats the commodity labor power as belonging to the category of investment goods. But from his standpoint, labor power may be regarded as the limiting case of goods in process, for the minute labor power is bought by an entrepreneur, the latter can be said to be in possession of an asset in the sense of renderable service. Now, equivalent expressions for such other terms as user cost, saving, and national income can be derived from the above. In the definitions of Keynes, user cost, U, is equal to A1 plus G minus G, ignoring again B, or, U equals, C plus SAC, plus, C plus V, equals C, SAV, C plus V plus SAC plus SAVE. We ignore Keynes' B as insignificant in this case. B is the sum which the entrepreneur would have spent on the maintenance and improvement of his capital equipment if he had decided not to use it to produce output. On reproduction schemes. 373. As for saving, Keynes equates it to entrepreneurial transactions, A1, minus user cost, U, or saving equals, C plus SAC. C, save, equals SAC plus SAVE, which is found to be naturally equal to investment. And finally, Keynes defines his national income as equal to the difference between the gross proceeds of sales, A, and user cost, U, or national income equals W, C, save. V plus SC plus SAC plus SAVE plus SAVE. It is to be noted that SAVE appears twice in the national income. In other words, it appears that SAVE is registered twice as income and exchanged only once against goods. Such appearance is deceptive, however. Actually, SAVE stands for three metamorphoses as follows: I, CM. 2, A. MC. B. CM. 3. MC. Produced goods, C, to the amount of save are sold against money and capitalists realize their surplus value. Capitalists buy the commodity labor power, C. Or, from workers' point of view, they sell their labor power against money. Workers buy consumers' goods, C. In this series of exchanges, the money receipt appears twice as income, i.e. in I, and 2, B, and each time is subsequently exchanged against commodity, i.e. C and C. Since the process, 2, is not made explicit in the reproduction scheme, the same symbol save is made to stand for both phases, i.e. I, 2, 2, and 2, 2, 3. It has already been observed in the previous section that if our abstract representation of the actual circulation network is limited to a part of the realm of commodities, any exchange against a commodity which is left out will not be registered and will be indicated only by ma grz ided in the metamorphosis involving a commodity explicit in our scheme. The foregoing discussion on the translation of the Keynesian here the symbol C is used in the sense of a commodity and not in the sense of constant capital. 374 Appendix A into the Marxian aggregates is not complete. A number of minor points are omitted entirely, such for example as the problem of inter-household transactions, or service industries, the problem of what Keynes calls the supplementary cost, and so on. Such an exercise in conceptual translation, however, is in itself of little positive significance, and we need not carry through the task to the final detail. A translation such as we have attempted should rather be looked upon as a way of enabling us to understand significant differences between the two systems of interpretation, in terms which are commensurate with both. Appendix B. The ideology of imperialism. The ideology of finance capital is entirely opposed to that of liberalism. Finance capital wants not freedom but dominance. It has no taste for the independence of the individual capitalist but rather demands his regimentation. It abhors the anarchy of competition and desires organization, to be sure only to be able to resume competition on a higher level. In order to achieve this and at the same time to maintain and augment its power, it needs the state to guarantee the home market through protection and thereby to facilitate the conquest of foreign markets. It requires a politically powerful state which need take no account of the opposed interests of other states in formulating its commercial policy. It needs a strong state which recognizes finance capital's interests abroad and uses political power to extort favorable treaties from smaller states, a state which can exert its influence all over the world in order to be able to turn the entire world into a sphere for investment. Finance capital, finally, needs a state which is strong enough to carry out a policy of expansion and to gather in new colonies. Where liberalism was an opponent of state power politics and wished to ensure its own dominance against the older power of aristocracy and bureaucracy, to which end it confined the state's instruments of power within the smallest possible compass, their finance capital demands power politics without limit, and it would do so even if the outlays for army and navy did not directly assure to the most powerful capitalist groups an important market with enormous monopolistic profits. The demand for a policy of expansion revolutionizes the entire Weltanschauung of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie ceases to be peaceful and humanitarian. The old free traders believed in free trade not only as the best economic policy, but also as the beginning of an era of peace. Finance capital has long since abandoned any such notions. It does not believe in the harmony of capitalist interests, but knows that the competitive struggle approaches ever closer to a political battle for power. The ideal of peace dies out, in place of the ideal of humanity steps that of the might and power of the state. The modern state, however, had its origin in the strivings of nations toward unity. The national aspiration, which found its natural limit in the formation of the nation as the foundation of the state because it recognized the right of every nation to its own state form and therefore saw the borders of the state in the natural borders of the nation as now transformed into the aspiration of one nation for dominance over others. As an ideal there now appears the conquest of world mastery for one's own nation, a striving as unlimited as capital's striving for profit from which it springs. Capital becomes the conqueror of the world, and with every new land conquered sets a new border which must be overstepped. This striving becomes an economic necessity, since any holding back lowers the profit of finance capital, reduces its ability to compete, and finally can make of a smaller economic region a mere tributary of a larger one. Economically grounded, it is ideologically justified by that remarkable twisting of the national idea, which no longer recognizes the right of every nation to political self-determination and independence, and which is no longer an expression of the democratic belief in the equality of all nationalities. Rather, the economic advantage of monopoly is mirrored in the favored place which must be ascribed to one's own nation. The latter appears as chosen above all others. Since the subordination of foreign nations proceeds by force, that is to say in a very natural way, it appears to the dominant nation that it owes its mastery to its special natural qualities, in other words to its racial characteristics. Thus in racial ideology there emerges a scientifically cloaked foundation for the power lust of finance capital, which in this way demonstrates the cause and necessity of its operations. In place of the democratic ideal of equality steps an oligarchical ideal of mastery. If in the field of foreign policy this ideal seems to include the whole nation, in internal affairs it stresses the standpoint of mastery as against the working class. At the same time, the growing power of the workers increases the effort of capital to enhance the state power as security against the demands of the proletariat. In this way the ideology of imperialism arises on the grave of the old liberal ideals. It scoffs at the naivete of liberalism. What an illusion, in a world of capitalistic struggle where the superiority of arms alone decides, to believe in a harmony of interests. What an illusion to look forward to the reign of eternal peace and to preach international law where only force decides the fate of peoples. What idiocy to want to extend the legal relations existing within a state beyond its borders. What irresponsible business disturbances are created by this humanitarian nonsense which makes a problem out of the workers, discovers social reform at home, and, in the colonies, wants to abolish contract slavery, the only possibility of rational exploitation. Eternal justice is a lovely dream, but one never even built a railroad out of moralizing. How can we conquer the world if we want to wait for competition to get religion auf die Bekehrung der Konkurrenz worden wollen? In place of the faded ideals of the bourgeoisie, however, imperialism injects this dissolution of all illusions only to awaken a new and greater illusion. Imperialism is sober in weighing the real conflict of capitalist interest groups which both quarrel and unite among themselves. But it becomes transported and intoxicated when it reveals its own ideal. The imperialist wants nothing for himself, he is also, however, no illusionist and dreamer who dissolves the hopeless confusion of races in all stages of civilization and with all sorts of possibilities for development into the bloodless concept of mankind. With hard, clear eyes he looks at the crowd of peoples and perceives above them all his own nation. It is real, it lives in the mighty state, always becoming greater and more powerful, and its glorification justifies all his strivings. The renunciation of individual interest in favor of the higher general interest, which constitutes the condition of every vital social ideology, is thereby achieved. The state, which is extraneous to the people, and the nation are thereby bound together, and the national idea is made the driving force of policy. Appendix B. Class antagonisms are abolished in the service of the totality. Common action of the nation united for the goal of national greatness takes the place of class struggle, which for the possessing class is both fruitless and dangerous. This ideal, which seems to unite shattered bourgeois society with a new bond, must receive an even more ecstatic acceptance, since all the time the disintegration of bourgeois society proceeds apace.